All right.
Finally ready to take the plunge on a used ship? Swing by the New Deal Shipyard for exciting deals on all your favorite brands. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a your fellow travelers. Do not block doors. arriving. TISA Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense. Do not accept any person employees as passengers without valid travel papers.
Alright, first words of the stream today. Flight ready.
Affirmative.
That's just how it is.
Welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft.
Let's see if it works. Not sure if it did. Well, gear up.
Raising landing modules.
Gear up. Gear up.
Gear coming up.
There we go.
Landing gear up. Starboard impact warning.
Alright. Couple.
Flight assist engaged.
Cruise control.
Acknowledged.
There we go. I think it's 1,500 meters. Gosh, I really hope I don't need to be anywhere today. Like, spool up,
As
decouple.
you wish. Flight assist on.
Jump.
Hyperspace jump engaging.
Quantum drive is now on.
Drop out.
Drives disengaging.
Quantum drive is now off.
There we go. Spool up.
Acknowledged.
Excuse my voice, bit raspy, just woke up. Jump.
Engaging jump drive.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now
Spool up.
Affirmative.
Jump.
Hyperspace jump.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Comms. Comms off. Clear comms. Disable comms. Disable chat. Chat off. Or I could just press F12 my damn self. But where's the one in that? Am I not moving? I'm not moving. I was moving, just barely. Lights on.
On.
God, ship's so bright. Wish I could turn my external lights off so I'm not highlighting the side of my ship all the time in this dark ass space. But hey, what you gonna do? And implementations though. Waiting on them. Whoa, 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 I can't see shit. Okay, 4,000 meters. Not really easy to see down there. Not gonna lie.
On.
Weapons offline.
Weapons on?
Weapons
Weapons
online.
online.
I don't know what the hell thought you should do that, but hey, what you gonna do? Gear down?
Deploying landing gear.
Front impact warning. Deck impact warning. Landing gear down. Port impact warning. Landing complete. Launch complete. Landing complete.
Did we make it on the pad? I guess we can call that a landing. Let's at least turn it up here a little bit. Tidy up. It's not like they give me much indication on where the hell the front of my ship is, but hey. Engines off.
Off.
Engines
Cut power.
offline.
Coupling.
Okay. It's about to be dangerous on this planet. Wait, is it gonna be dangerous? It's just a hot planet, isn't it? Jerry's about to have some gear set up. Oh, 31 fucking units, let's go. Service error. Transaction cost. Titanium. Thank you for taking my money. See if the cargo showed up. Nope, of course it didn't. Oh, we got a little bit of cargo. That sure as hell isn't what I bought. I bought an entire ship full, but what are you gonna do? When it glitchy, it glitchy. Gear up. Well, flight ready.
Landing gear up. Okay.
Ignition.
On.
Engines online. Starboard
Gear up.
impact warning.
Gear up.
Launch complete.
Why would I fucking fly right?
Landing gear up.
Cruise control?
Affirmative.
What up, Michusa? Open the doors.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot less than I thought. We got like 4 SCU cargo. Close the doors.
Acknowledged.
Hell, they're not even individualized. Just like a block. Whatever. I ain't here to complain, I'm here to sell. It's all in cargo. C'est la vie. Over here, we just waking up, getting the sell train on. I just hit my first mill yesterday, and I haven't streamed since I got this ship, so I figured it might as well stream. Decouple. Decouple.
Flight assist engaged.
Don't ask why I have an Elite Dangerous voiceover for my voice attack. I need to buy a new one. Yes, I think that's Celeste.
Quantum drive is now
Just pull up.
Acknowledged.
Jump.
Jump.
quantum drive is now on.
The less hands-on, the better. At least until I get my new flight stick set up. Which should be soon. Come on, Verpal, restock your stuff, please. I just want to spend money. Shut up and take my money. Do I know any good trade routes? Well, Makuza, you're gonna have to give me a ship loadout, amount of SCU, and amount of credits you have. And then, and only then, will I be able to assist in pointing you in the right direction. Couple?
Flight assist
Cruise control?
on. That's affirmative.
Hopefully my stream isn't too laggy. I.e. lagging behind. I'm trying to answer the questions as quickly as I can. General chat. Well, I drove the boss's ship into an orbiting space station. Kinda got fired for that. That RP element, though. You have a 600k AUEC. I don't really have a ship for it, so I can only use rentals. Can you afford a Freelancer Max? And in which case, if you can't afford a Freelancer Max for rent, I would go to Yella. No. Scratch that. I would go to Selin, and all the way on the bottom here, on Selin, well, I guess it's on the left here, Tram and Myers Mining. Tram and Myers Mining Facility. Go there, pick up diamonds. You can't rent the Freelancer Max? Yikes. Well, if you can get to Tram and Myers Mining with whatever you got, and whatever you can afford in the most cargo possible, go to Tram and Myers Mining and grab some diamonds. You have enough Alpha UEC to afford a full you could afford a full Caterpillar in diamonds, but that's my suggestion. If you want to be even more risky, well, actually, not even risky. Take the same trade route I'm doing. I've got about double what you have, but more cargo space. And take whatever you can use. Give me a second here. Couple.
Flight assist on.
Take whatever you can use. Go over to Ariel, Besdik. Pick up all the Laranite you can hold, all the titanium you can hold, and then come to Lorville and sell. Damn, you can't rent the Freelancer Max. Why though? it's not like you can change out the components or anything to make it a less viable trading ship. You could. That's rough. Gear down.
Lowering gear.
Front impact warning. Landing gear down. Port impact warning. Deck impact warning.
Gear up.
Raising landing modules.
Couple.
Landing gear.
Flight assist engaged.
On the renting side, well, the Freelancer Max was out before renting came out, right? At least I think it was. That doesn't make sense why you wouldn't be able to rent it. Are you sure it's just not at the wrong station? Not like the wrong planetary outpost to be able to rent it? Or is it just not available? That's rough, dude. That sucks. The Freelancer Max would be so right for the job. Damn. Sorry to hear that. What else is there? There's the Cutlass Black. Oh, you can buy it. That sucks. I guess they want you to also buy it with money so you can fund the project. Gear down.
Gear down.
Landing
You couple.
gear down.
Coupling.
Landing complete.
Head engines.
Engines offline.
Offline.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the lack of SCU, it's hard to really suggest anything that's going to bring in less than 10,000 AUEC, because you'd rather be doing claim jumper missions than a freelancer, because that's actually really profitable. If you're not making a 10,000 UEC profit, though, or higher, it's hard to suggest. But those are two good spots. Selen to Trem Myers and Ariel for Bezdek. Diamonds from Selen to, I think it's Hurston. And then from Hurston, obviously, you go to the, I'll show you, if you don't already know. You go to the Central Business District, because it's the only place you can sell minerals. You take the diamonds over there, you sell those there, you pick up scrap there, and then you bring that back to Port Olisar. And you're doing it's a full circuit advantage. What do they sell here? Risk. Transporter, medium freight. Risk freelancer. That's gross. They probably have it for sale over here then, huh? Yeah, of course they do. 2 million's not bad though, if you can end up getting that much. Just trying to sell drugs with Fansel. Yeah, drugs are terrible. Vice is just horrible to sell. How much? Well, how much? Yeah, 3 hours. Absolutely, it's terrible. How much cargo capacity do you have? Like, what ship you flying? I'm very new to trading, by the way. I just bought a Caterpillar, and these are like the first runs that I've done. But these are, I could say, substantially the most payout per minute. Cutlass Black. Oh, rented. No, no, this isn't happening. Oh, this is nightmare fuel. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, I swear to God, if the Metro Center train is also... Oh, damn it. I gotta wait another extra half a minute.
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
I think with cargo, it'd be better to just do missions. Yeah, that's rough too. If you go to...
Step away from the platform.
Let me see the site real quick. I'm tabbed here. I'm not sure if you can still hear me or not. I'm pretty sure OBS is still picking. Right here, Galactic Logistics, galog.co. I'll pop this in the chat for you if you haven't already seen it. I'm sure you have. I might need to do that. There we go. Galog.co. Pop that in the chat. There you go. Alright. Check that out. Put your AUEC in there, and then
Next stop, Metro Center.
your ship, obviously. And it should find you the best route, but I would suggest, because you can make the return trip from Hurston with diamonds, with scrap from diamonds, I would suggest Hurston if it is profitable. Because we'll be doing a return trip as well. The only risk is not getting pad rammed at Port Olisar when you're trying to drop those bits of scrap off. I'm trying to think what else would help, but there's not really much else other than affording a ship.
Please watch your step.
They don't really give you much in terms of renting options either. It's literally just the freelancer.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
How to find out if I'm totally screwed or not.
Need a job? Person Dynamics is currently hiring.
This would work if I could sell minerals at the admin office over there, but nope, of course not. Why would you be able to sell things? I hope I catch my train in time. I hope the train is moving. That's all I care about right now. I'm gonna have a heart attack from running in this armor. Medium armor too. Oh my god, yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, praise it be.
Away from the platform.
The session has been saved.
Approaching.
I'm not staying here. I'm not doing this round trip every single time. This is rough. Especially when you spend a half of what you have in pocket just for this trade.
Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
I'd have to spend the full if I fucking crash right now. Please don't crash, please don't crash.
Trespassing or attempting
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. 30k! Like, damn it!
dangerous offense.
It hurts. At ease.
Next stop, Central Station.
Doing a route from Selma to Hurston will give you 7k in a Cutlass. That is really bad. Well, it's also the return trip too. What about the scrap from Hurston to... I guess that is terrible because you'd rather be jumping claim jumpers. What about the freelancer? Just the regular freelancer. Does it have more cargo than the Cutlass Black? Might as well use it while it's there, given that
Now
there could be a wipe at any time,
Please watch your
and then
step when disembarking
the
train.
duplicate ship issue will be fixed sometime, and then we'll not have that freelancer, but you don't have it. What? That doesn't make any sense. What? How is this possible? I've been watching some things on the Spectrum forums, and the devs are literally like the whole friggin' everything's on fire. Like there's so many problems with people's accounts and shit. Like people who have bought the Carrack, their entire account has no ships on it. Their dude spawns in with no clothes. Like he's got none of his inventory. All of his money's down to zero. It's such a mess. Poor guys having to put that fire out. Ugh. Iron Knight gives in a good profit for this damn run, but was about at an even mill, and that got me 75,000. It climbs slowly, man. Like even with a good amount of credits and a gigantic ship, like it still climbs pretty slowly. Like obviously 70,000 credits is nothing to scoff at, but in terms of like looking at buying other ships and stuff, it's well, why wait for 3.9? You could go back to your money-making method right now. I mean, between well, we don't know that we're not going to get wiped, but we can assume that they're working on the persistence actually carrying over. I would expect a wipe, obviously. But, why not brace for 3.9 with some grinding? That sucks, though. Like, it's... they don't really announce that, hey, we're gonna wipe for this next patch. I don't know, man. That feels bad. Where am I going? Am I going to the spaceport? Oh. Oh, I really hope I am. Thank God. Fixes with not making money? Well, what's 3.9 going to bring in that's going to fix money methods? Not being facetious, I'm actually curious. I'm not sure what the situation is with that, because I doubt they're even going to change anything. They're adding, what, prison? They're adding some little features and stuff, but wall-to-wall transactions and the economy situation probably isn't going to change. If they're working on the economy, they're probably going to wait for that before they really start changing things. That and the bounty hunting reworks and stuff. Right. Well, I honestly hope that they get rid of the freelancer. I had it, and I only flew the Arrow before I bought the Caterpillar, which was like a week ago. I never flew the freelancer except for like when it was given. I ran into some claim jumpers because it's got a really tanky shield. It can literally almost fully tank claim jumper missions. But other than that, I don't care for the freelancer. I don't like it. It's a boat. Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. Holy crap. I'm chilled right now. Chilled to the bone. That was rough. The reason, by the way, isn't because I don't want people to have things. It's that the pad ramming situation's gotten out of control. Since everybody was given a freelancer, they can just pad ram with that big chonker of a ship as they see fit. I just want them to get rid of it so there's less BS all the time. If we can go back to just owning their regular little fighters that they cared to pay into. Yeah, it is very much better. Did you rent a Cutlass? Oh well, if you got an Aurora, delivery missions are probably what you want to be doing. See this FT faster than light courier assignment 8K. You pick that up and it's gone. And it's gone. Oh, there it is. 8K there. Not really much for delivery missions. There's 2 6Ks. I mean, that's about, like, that's multiples of what you would be getting worth in trading. Like, obviously, this is even better than, but then they're buggy. They're buggy, they're a pain in the ass. All that sort. I prefer, bounty hunting myself. Going to, go into ArcCorp space and you can go do that claim, or that, FPS mission for the, 890 jump. Alright, I'm gonna switch sessions here. Exit the menu. There's a mission that blocks retrieves. There's a bug that can block retrieves. Then I must go to another station to spawn. Ship problem. Ship. So my suggestion is go back here, go to Storm Arena Commander. So you go into Arena Commander, you spawn the, because you should have it if you go into Arena Commander. You should have the Freelancer. There's a workaround. It's called the 3K9 error or whatever, where you can't spawn a ship or something. There's issues. The reason the Freelancer exists is because of that error. Like, everybody's got a Freelancer because of the spawn error. So they want you to be able to spawn the Freelancer in so you can go get your ship at least. They just used the chunky ship because they were like, we're sorry. I feel like when the Freelancer goes away, so is all of our progress. Yeah, that's another reason for it, but there's also, like, if you can't spawn your ship, go in, spawn the Freelancer. I forget. Yeah, I guess that makes sense for the whole not being able to get getting your game at all situation. I hope they fix it so we don't need the Freelancer to log into the game. That would be great, don't you think?
Finally ready to take the plunge from
Such a pain.
transfer
Seriously.
perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
I swear to God, if I don't have a notification on my Discord, I'm gonna flip.
Train shock is a serious and dangerous.
I do have a notification. Buddy of mine's talking. Let me actually jump into a voice with him. He's gonna, every time I talk to Chad, he's gonna be like, what? But, you know. I don't know where this chat is here. Make sure that everything can be heard. Yep, everything should be able to be heard.
Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
Who are you talking to, bro? Oof.
Considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
He streams too, he should know better. It's early. He'll get used to it. He's a stealth pilot in a game that doesn't have stealth implemented. Like I keep telling him. Bad idea, bro. Stop getting excited for stealth, it's not the game. Hangar 5. Can't wait till they make the physicalized buttons. Ugh. They better have 12 buttons on a friggin' pad though. Like, ugh. Go to next page to sort through buttons of numbers. If it ain't got words on it, I don't need it. It should be like H12 and P1. Like, obviously, pad 1 and hangar 12. But hey, I'm not the guy to make the actual suggestions. I'm not a developer. Developers. Try this again. Excuse me. Flight ready?
Acknowledged.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft.
I'm pretty sure I refueled. Yes, I did. Yes, indeedy. Oh, here we go. You know what? I'm just gonna get some max altitude. You know what I mean. Gear up.
Gear coming up.
Oh, I gotta get off the damn. Gear up. Gear up.
Gear up.
Ugh. I hate when you get stuck to the pad. It's like you're electrically magnetized to the damn thing.
Starboard impact warning. Front impact warning.
No, none of that. None of that.
Impact warning.
Thank you. Please visit again.
What up, Brett? Couple?
Flight assist.
Cruise control?
Alright then.
What's up? No, wake the fuck up right now.
It's so weird how we went from like being up till 5 in the morning to waking up at 5 in the morning.
Like normal people? Yeah, no, I mean, weather changes do that, dude. I don't get it.
You know the biggest problem with Track IR?
You have to reset it a lot.
No, not really actually.
You can use voice attack to reset it, by the way. It's like, reset track or reset tracking position or some shit. It's a, you can go into your...
I got it bound.
Yeah. It's the best way to do it.
Problem is I have another fucking wire going to my headset on the other side of it. I got wires
Yep.
on both sides of my goddamn.
Yep. Both sides, huh? You can't switch it over to the other side?
Well, I can Bluetooth it, but I
Don't want to charge it and deal with that?
I charge it anyways.
Yeah.
So I can get crazy ass bass.
Oh, you're talking about your headset, yeah. My headset's plugged
Yeah.
in, but I can get up and move. If I had a fucking wire attached to myself permanently, I'd be pissed. I hope there's a wireless option. That would be good.
However, the Track IR is pretty fucking.
Yeah, no, I wish I could just like look around, like, okay, so that's where I am, and I know the ass of my ship is so long, and that's where I am, and I know that's how far I am from the wall. Like, I could land this thing so much more beautifully if I could control my ship while looking around. That's all I'm saying.
Well, so I have it turned off when I'm like walking around and shit.
Obviously, right?
Um, but and when I'm looking at my movie, but the
Spool up.
Okay.
Couple.
Coupling.
Jump.
Jumping.
Quantum drive is now on.
I hope that
Quantum drive
they fix
is now
stealth a little
off.
bit if they put out another stealth ship.
Spool up.
All right.
My hopes are probably too high.
Well, the Prowler's not necessarily a stealth ship, it just has some stealth aspects. Jump.
The
Jump.
Ghost isn't necessarily a stealth ship, but it's
No,
the
it's
Eclipse.
it's a stealth
They're
ship.
all the same at this point. Like they're fucking supposed to be stealthy, but
Yeah.
jack shit. I can only see someone at 10 kilometers away. I can only lock onto them at 8 kilometers away. I'm supposed to be stealth at 4 kilometers away. I'm 9 kilometers away, and that motherfucker sees me from the goddamn landing pad coming straight for me.
Yep.
Like,
I warned you, bro. I was like, yo, you're way close. You're like, oh no, that's the numbers they need to check out. Like, no, they don't. No, they certainly don't. But when they add it, I mean, remember, physicalized ship components and everything are going to be putting in. Your Eclipse might benefit from that because you're paper thin, but it's only because you have a health pool right now. Like these I'm just. I don't know what sparks are, Stagger Waffles. I don't know what sparks are. That's new to me. Appreciate it though. What up, Blooper? Talking across multiple streaming platforms, guys, so just bear with me.
you doing that multi-stream?
Year.
I actually uninstalled all that on my computer.
Well, when you don't have hard drive space, you kind of just gotta uninstall everything. Fuck you, bro. Get a hard drive, bro. One that isn't just a friggin' solid drive. Can't believe they sell those, like, builds like that. That's ridiculous. Drake Cutlass Black is here. Interesting. Drake Cutlass Black on the titanium run. I find that strange. But, man, it's alright. Oh, like mentioned before, Makusa, if you want to run your titanium, that's a thing. Hell yeah. Gear down.
Front impact warning.
Deploying landing gear.
Impact warning. Front impact warning. Landing gear down. Front impact warning. Landing complete.
Banana bread and fucking work, dude! Hell yeah!
Cut engines?
Engines
Engines
offline.
offline.
Banana bread, bro. Fucking love that guy.
Your guy is my spirit animal, dude. Like, you know what?
Flying stealth ships, but not big, very stealthy, bro.
Hell
No.
That shit's fucking hilarious. Getting spotted at 9 kilometers, dude? Hell no! Someone would have joined up on me. I'm at a trade post right now, so I'm like kind of in a situation here. Oh, what am I doing? Well, this dude's not buying Laranite. I'll take that. Yoink. How many SC will Laranite
Someone
is?
is getting shot at Portal. Sorry.
Somebody's always getting shot at a portal, so come on now.
Yeah. Could this be a quick 10K?
31 Laranite. Oh, was that a refresh? Oh no, it wasn't. Getting paid not a lot of money for work, dude? Hell nah. Yo, do a Google search for me. What the hell are mixer sparks?
Why is my track IR not on? Hold on. Oh, because I'm walking around a station.
Uh-huh, huh.
Fucking stupid.
You get used to it.
You want me to look up?
What the hell are mixer sparks?
Mixer Sparks Star. Are you talking about the Star Citizen thing?
No, Mixer. Like, Mixer.com, what the hell? Dude dropped 100 sparks. I have no idea what those are.
Oh, they're like
Your flares
Engines
are
on?
online.
Twitch bits.
Kuza says, oh, no way. No way. Ignition.
Pretty sure.
Engines
sure
on.
they're like
Online.
Sparks are a site currency. You acquire them by watching streams and streaming yourself. They can be used on things like purchasing teams or using the interactive controls on streams. So they're like fake currency. Okay, that makes sense. Gear up.
Gear off.
Decouple.
Coupling.
Landing
Cruise
gear
control.
up.
Complying.
Getting paid not a lot of money, dude. Oh no, it's fine, Makuza. That's it works out. Okay, Lordville, thank you. Thank you. Decouple.
Coupling.
Spool up.
As you wish.
Ooh. Oh my god. I want a flight stick that works. That's all I want in my life. Jump.
Jump.
Quantum drive is now on.
Getting paid not a lot of money for work, dude. Here's my voice attack. I want to check something real quick. Gears. Come on. And audio. Integrated components. Ah, I feel like it's a little laggy. Spool up.
Certainly.
Could be because I'm streaming. Jump.
Jumping.
Quantum drive is now on. is now off.
That sunset, though. Good God. See how that looks in the grand scheme of things. Oh, good God. That shot, though. Call this one the descent. Oh shit, I'm not even moving. Here, goodbye, chat. Just goodbye.
Did you just stop streaming?
No, the chat, like, just in my way. It's blue, everything's dark, and it's just popping really hard. Fucking. When your vape throttles, but you got no vape, bro? Hell nah. Bring back landing request keybind, please. Thank you. Lights on.
On.
So I was fucking streaming to my Discord pre-raid last night, and like a good number of people knew what I was playing, and then a good number didn't. And my guild leader gets on, the dude who I'm like, I wish we had a fucking
Oregon Star Citizen.
org that is as like on top of it as this dude is on top of us in WoW. It's like,
Impact warning.
whoa, Geiger,
Starboard impact
what
warning.
game is this?
Hell yeah, dude.
He's like, is it out already? I was like, oh no. And then he's like, one of the dudes in the in the guild was
Guild.
like, it's never coming out.
He's not wrong though. Like, he's not wrong. That's the joke. It's the meme. We all laugh at it, but we're all saddened by the joke.
Yeah. The hopefully Star Citizen single player comes out in 2020 or 2021.
That's what everybody's hoping for, dude. That's what everybody's hoping for.
Because that'll show like real progress. Like,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
can't-
everybody's
you
gonna be
can't
playing the
deny
game.
that, like, you can't deny at that point that there's no game being made.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
You know?
Lowering gear.
Landing gear down.
Cut engines?
Complete.
Cut engines?
Off.
Engines
Cut power?
offline.
Off.
Weapons offline.
Bam, bam! I can't do baby!
I used to know the Misfits. But that shot of music.
You knew a Jersey punk band?
Like, whenever they came to Pittsburgh, they'd fucking... Shut up, Midnight. When they came to Pittsburgh, they used to, like, invite our family to their shows.
Hell yeah, dude.
My mom would be at a Misfits show.
Oh, they were all about fucking like murder and shit, dude. Like fucking who else to be like super excited to see than fucking the Romero family. Like let me check OBS. Alright, it's not bad.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching. Next stop, Central Station.
God damn it. Fucking direct message. Why would you default a goddamn chat box direct messages?
Now arriving, Central Station. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
They make it way too easy to steal somebody's ship in this game. Are you in this session?
Yeah.
Nice. It's fucking design, dude. Such a melodramatic motherfucker, dude. I swear. With an Aussie drive going on. Another 100,000 in the pockets. Well, the issue with pad ramming is that red players who are pad ramming don't leave the armistice zone ever, so you can't kill them.
Yeah. That's why pad ramming is
Right.
the only thing I consider grouping.
Yeah.
Like if I want to shoot another player, I should be allowed to shoot that other player.
Right.
But if I'm just gonna get in a Carrack and fucking run into everybody's ship as they're trying to take off, like,
Yeah. No. Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Yeah.
I've been thinking about upgrading my Pisces into a Mustang
Seriously. Thank you.
for like $5.
Mustang into a Pisces? I thought you already had a Pisces.
Pisces into a Mustang. That's
Oh.
retarded.
Well, why don't you just keep the Pisces because it fits in your character without a problem.
So does the Mustang. I'm pretty sure.
No. 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 Go check out the video. If it sits, it fits. Star Citizen. What'll fit into a Carrack. And he goes through all the ships. How many you can fit. Mustang does not. The Aurora does, yeah. The Aurora fits. The Buccaneer fits, but you have to like park it sideways. Wait, I have to hold Z to look around? What is this? I'm so confused. Why? Whoa, I just pressed F4 and it immediately fucking... Oh, it's because I'm in look around mode. Okay. That makes sense. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, ladies. Oh, that beautiful friggin' outfit. There's a specimen right there, dude. Try to get to Hangar 5 before they recall it. It was way too hard for really no reason at the end there. Isn't it like horror punk? Oh, leaving a 890 jump unlocked in Port Olisar, if anybody wants it.
Bro, I'm... Where?
Port Olisar.
I'm at Port Olisar.
Talk to him. It says there's a Zurak.
Figuring out my Pisces out. Zip over to that real quick.
Oh shit, it actually showed up even though I sold it already. This game. Oh shit, Cyborg is aboard. Oh, he's gonna fucking blow it up.
Who is? What? What's happening?
Flight ready?
Oh, it's right there. It's right in front of me.
Flight ready?
Acknowledged.
There we go.
Oh, I fucking died, bro.
Get off of my screen, I wanna leave.
You have already been given an
I
assignment.
hope nobody saw that.
Let me out! Let me the fuck out, dude! What the hell?
You have already
Is he
been
blowing
given
it
an
up?
assignment.
Oh my god. Am I really about to... You've already been given an assignment. That's fucking cute, dude. He gave me another pad while I'm in the friggin' hangar.
Don't you love that bullshit?
And he claimed me. What the fuck just happened? That was some unnecessary. What?
What's right here? Where did the jump go? Bro, it was right here, and then I fucking killed myself.
Oh, so Pad Rammer was on board because he said, "Oh, I'm leaving at 890 jump in Port Olisar." And then some guy who is known Pad Rammer was on board, so he just fucking self-destructed it.
I'm going back inside. Fuck this.
Fuck. Well, everybody's got their opinion today.
So M50 are razor. Other razor shoots like that.
Wow, dude, he got it. The fucking griefer got it, bro. Flight ready?
As you wish.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Launch.
You're up.
Here coming up.
Landing gear up. Starboard impact warning. Port impact warning.
Couple.
Flight assist engaged.
Cruise control.
Acknowledged.
You have already been given an assignment.
Jump. Oh, spool up. Spool up.
Okay.
Decouple.
Coupling.
Jump.
Jump.
I'm just like, I'm in chat. Literally just had a conversation about how you shouldn't take a capital ship to Port Olisar. What do? Hey guys, I'm gonna leave my capital ship unlocked in Port Olisar if anybody wants it. Panorama's like, yeah, duh. Like, what? Bro, you gotta be kidding me. It's a fucking joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Kills me every time, dude.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Get your Eclipse out, and if anybody EMPs that jump, just wait for it, and then fucking blow his shit away. This chat though.
Power up the ship. Engines on.
You need to get your flight ready shit figured out. If you power up the ship and put the engines on, does that mean you don't have shields or weapons?
What do you mean?
Are your shields and weapons on?
Yeah, they're on.
Okay.
Gear down. However, my track is center.
Okay, so Glenn, tell me, you're starting a tour now. So how'd it go last night? Was it the first day? Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Things just starting in Akron now. Yeah. So how many cities you going to? 18. 18? Where you playing tonight? Detroit.
Front impact warning.
In the Midwest, Detroit.
Port impact warning.
Gear down.
Gear down.
Front impact warning.
What about you? What about? And then we got a 7-incher coming out. There's no beat club members can't get into the store. So you guys gonna get.
Cut engines. Cut power.
Engines offline. Off.
A bunch of other shit. You get t-shirts and shit like that. Board of your house. Alright. So, what are you bringing?
And outside here.
Tell us where's the Mr. Spain?
Baby, don't scream, scream with me. It's like this Neverland.
76 SCU of Laranite? Don't mind if I do. Give me that shit.
I don't know what this is. It's a daily mix on my Spotify. It's gonna be drum and bass. It's got. It says Camo and Crooked and Bison Empires, Chasing Status, and more. So it's gotta be fucking good. Like some of my favorite fucking drum and bass artists. Hell yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
In the picture I see.
Flight ready?
Affirmative.
Couple.
Coupling.
Cruise control.
Interplanetary craft.
Gear up.
Your systems are online.
Landing gear raised.
Landing gear up.
Yeah, real quick. Look at my fucking. Just look at that.
Yeah. What, you're all frozen up? Is your IR so fucking low?
Look, can you see my track IR? Like,
Oh, yeah. That's pretty dope.
yeah, dude. I can just like fucking look around. I can see all my computers.
Hell yeah, dude. I need that shit in my life. Spool up.
Acknowledged.
I'll get around to it. Just not today. Jump.
Jumping.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now.
Spool up.
Affirmative.
Where the fuck is Lorville? There it is. Jump.
Jumping.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
What star map? god, he's gone already? Fuck off.
Damn.
Then I would run straight into a fucking asteroid as I'm in my star map. God damn it, bro.
Yeah, you always have to plot your course in that.
Oh.
Fly decoupled in a goddamn asteroid field.
Flying decoupled on a goddamn asteroid field.
How'd you not? I'm not gonna
I was
ask
in
it.
my star map for about 3
Yeah,
seconds.
I know, but you like plot your trajectory in an open patch of
I was
space.
just looking to see if the bounty was still there.
In an asteroid field.
Apparently. I had to get closer. I gotta wait 15
Well, now you're a lot farther away, bro. What did we learn? Decouple.
Flight assist engaged.
Oh man, I love struts in my fucking face. Hell yeah, dude. Especially when landing. Ooh, so good.
Front impact warning. Deck impact warning. Port impact warning. Front impact warning. Starboard impact warning.
Couple.
Coupling.
Hydrogen fuel is at 100%.
Gear down.
Deploying landing modules.
Power down the ship.
Landing.
Engines off.
Engines offline.
You were subject to all.
Finally killed the 890 jump. Good game.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching. arriving, Central Station. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
Whoop, whoop. What? Yeah, I'm good.
Welcome to Lorville Central District.
Oh, missed my train. Fuck. Oh, just got here. Sweet.
Next stop, Pisa Spaceport. Now arriving, Pisa Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Trespassing or attempting to trespass.
Jesus. Jesus is right. You want to pick your brain out of your nose, bro? Good God. Says dude, like, holy crap. Please claim my ship. I'm not going down there again so they can just claim it by the time I get into the freaking cockpit. This is the most painful part, not being able to store your own ship without calling in another ship and then calling in that ship again. So painful. Come on. Let's claim it already. Being able to open my Mobi-Glass and click like the button that says, hey, Drake Caterpillar, I want you to store this ship. Where's the store option? There's plenty of room here. Please. Let me just store it. I can't wait for the new UI. That is like, I know the guy who did the show, you know, the panel. There we go. The panel at SitCon was like, this is really boring, and you know, it's just literally like overlays and stuff. But like, I couldn't be more invested in what he was trying to say, even if he sounded like he was falling asleep talking about it. To me, it just sounds like the dude's not really too happy with his job. Like, I don't know what the deal was there. I feel like they should have had a more charismatic person who understood what they were talking about up on that stage. That guy was not prepared to give a friggin' seminar on UI elements. The thing that scares me the most is they didn't say anything about the star map, the skyline. This glitchy, terrible mess that, like, if I zoom in just a little too far, I go inside the damn whale, and then I can't see anything. And then I zoom out, and it's like weird, and all these things are all on top of each other. Can't wait. I really can't wait. Hangar 5. Same hangar it was probably landing in because they just keep giving me Hangar 5. Hell yeah. Oh jeez, that almost hurt. I don't know what this is, dude.
I move like what the?
I mean, everybody wants a star map in general. What they have right now looks like a giant placeholder. What we want is what they showed in the CitizenCon economics stream, like the economics panel. That's what we want. We want the fucking the Quanta like implementation, like in game. Like, put that in game. Call it a fucking day, dude. Just literally. And if that's not in the Carrack, I'm gonna be pissed. Flight ready?
Okay.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft.
Gear up.
Raising landing gear.
Landing gear up.
Couple.
Coupling.
Cruise control.
Affirmative.
The concepts, yeah. I would have to go back and check that out. Spool up.
As you wish.
No problem for me, but it's a problem for you. It's actually hard ass tracked. Give me a minute here, guys. Gonna run downstairs real quick. Alright, I'm back, guys. Jesus. Decouple.
Coupling.
Use 5% of my fuel right there. Ugh. Lag. Jump.
Hyperspace jump. Engaging.
Quantum drive is now on.
Spool up.
Is now off.
Alright then.
It's the other side. There it is. Jump.
Engaging jump.
Well, they have multiple different star maps, right? Like, around. They've got the galaxy map they have on the app. They have the galaxy map that they have for the dev stuff. Like, they have the capability to make it an amazing star map. But they choose for this small system to give you just like a bare bones fucking... It's practically a Flash animation. Like, let's be honest. It's call a fucking spade a spade. Lights on?
On.
Lights off.
Lights off.
Just making sure that my voice was still being picked up. Voice attack is good for that.
Gears up.
I don't think there's an S in there, bro. If you,
Gear up.
I don't know why you think Gears is a thing. Like playing too much Gears of War.
Well, there's one on each side of this ship, though.
Yeah, they're plural gear. Why is that Drake still there, dude? Cutlass. Drake Cutlass. I can't lock onto any of these guys and I'm within 2,000 meters. Oh, so I'm swole. Yeah, Cutlass is still there. Freelancer. Of course he's gonna land on the big pad. Gear down.
Gear down.
Front impact warning. Deck impact warning. Starboard impact warning. Landing gear down. Landing complete.
Engine off.
Engine.
Did I land on something? I felt like I was rocking a bit. Who jacked my Carrack? Well, probably the same guy who jacked that 890 jump earlier. You think you spend that much money on a ship like that? Like, I've played this game like a month and a half, 2 months. I haven't spent that much money, obviously, but like, I know damn well that people are not to be trusted. Of course. Oh, it's because the Laranite was being put in stock. Hope that's not a thing once the loading situation gets sorted. Well, this is an armistice zone. I'm gonna be fucking dead scared to be trading once the armistice zones go away. Like, that's the one drawback I feel. Biggest, anyway. What do you mean, Makuza? Of course, it's going to be more dangerous to trade once the armistice zones go down. Anybody's going to be able to blast you and do whatever they want, like especially when you can break into ships. Engines on.
Engines online.
Gear up.
Gear on.
Couple.
Lovely.
Cruise.
Landing gear.
That's affirmative.
be able to break into your hatches with railguns and shit, and steal your ship, and fuck your whole cargo up. It's gonna be a rough situation.
Quantum drive is now on.
Dude, fucking bad.
Well, if they do Theaters of War, what's the issue, honestly, is that Theaters of War is probably going to be, like, barely played as much as Arena Commander at some point. We need 50 people servers and be able to balance the weapons and everything, and it's like, oh man. I just feel like I feel like they're doing shit like way out of the reach. Theaters of War obviously is an interesting game mode. That's not what anybody wants. What they want is the PU to actually thrive. Let's hope that physicalized ship damage will actually help that.
Quantum drive is now on.
Be right back. Mikuza, you won't lose it if you have it insured. You buy insurance intermittently. They said insurance isn't going to be a big deal. And if they bought it with real money, that doesn't mean that they have it forever. That means that they have it for as long as their insurance lasts. Flying solo is going to be dangerous, I feel. That's the biggest thing. Chris says you can't lose a ship if you bought it for real money, even if insurance ended. Chris says a lot of things. Chris says a lot of things. That's one of those things where he's gonna come back and be like, what I meant was, when game launches. It's gonna piss a lot of people off. We'll figure it out when we get there. The case is that that's just terrible. That's a terrible idea. Why would anybody think that's a good idea? Oh my god. Decouple.
Goblin.
No, they're not going to be okay with it. But they also backed a game where everything can be destroyed and
Impact warning.
killed and everything.
Front impact warning.
I don't care if they're okay with it or not. They're backing the game is made, you lose your ship, that's your own fucking fault. Like, I don't know. Couple.
Coupling.
All players should have the opportunity equally. If you can ensure your gear down.
Lowering gear.
If you can ensure your ship, you couple.
Landing gear down.
Flight assist on.
Landing
Engines off.
complete.
Power off.
Engines offline.
Ship offline.
So, if you can ensure your ship in game, like, and then you can't lose it. Like, that's as far as I understand insurance to be. You paid real money, you won't lose the ship. That doesn't make any sense. If you pay in-game money and grinded your actual time instead of paying actual money, you can lose it. But because you spent physicalized money, you can't lose the ship. I'm confused. Does that mean he's going to be selling ships after the game releases for hundreds of dollars? Is that what I'm to believe? Chris is known for saying what the people want to hear. That's facts. I won't put any stock in what Chris Roberts says until the elements that he states are released. I'd like to see the Gal map put up, right? But he said he wants it to be one way. I'm not gonna hold him to that. It could very well release as this personal. Well, yeah, but I think he can. Like, he's technically taken everything back that he's ever put on the roadmap. That's the thing he's always taken back. He's taken back that Squadron 42 was releasing soon. He's taking a lot back. But I'd like to see where the quote was. He's also said that multiple accounts would be made, and if you have multiple accounts, you'd be able to put them on your ship as AI. But he said that a million years ago, and they seem to have walked that one back, so people who have multiple accounts won't have that option as far as we're concerned right now, because it just faded into non-existence.
Be considerate. You're now arriving. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
What I'm trying to say is that he said these things, but he can't be trusted. Yeah, but they technically already have. They have paid changed things you've paid for, i.e., multiple packages. There's no word on what multiple packages are going to become. Like, if you have multiple actual game packages, multiple instances of the PU, like what those are going to mean in terms of having multiple characters playing as NPCs. Like, there was an announcement regarding that, and that's gone very, very much under the radar. And people have paid for it. People have paid for entire, like, 18 packages so they can fly multiple ships as multiple packages fly as a crew, like, so NPCs that you don't have to pay for. That was the drive for it. Like, you wouldn't have to pay for the NPCs. You would have like a free NPC that you can just like put in on a ship, like manning a gun on a hammerhead per se example. But there hasn't been much other than that. It's kind of been walked back, and people have paid for it. There's a lot of ships that people have paid for that don't even have, you know, things implemented. Like, do we expect all of the things that were promised? Like, the Constellation Andromeda was a large ship. Now it's a medium ship, and it's garbage, and people paid for that. I'd say that's pretty changed, because they changed the entire flight model and made it a garbage ship. It used to be good. It used to be one of the best ships. It used to be the the creme de la creme of Star Citizen. Everybody wanted a Constellation. Now it's a shit ship, and if you have it, then you're either stuck with it or you burn it. You burn it into another package or something, but I'm, you know. Yeah, they still have the ship they paid for. That's true. But they didn't pay for the garbage ship. What I'm saying is that was changed. I'd like to know when he said that, what the direct quote was, and like specifically what the date was, and how often it's referenced is like my concern. Because if it hasn't been referenced in a long ass time, it's hard to be like, oh, you said this in 2012. Well, said a lot of things in 2012. You will never lose your ship if you paid for it. And I'm going as far to say you'll never lose your ship if you paid for it in the PU. How about that for
Ship online.
because what was the context? That's what I want to know. Like, what he's referring to live? Was he referring to release? Was he referring to launch? Or was he referring to the PU? Because if he was referring to the PU, then it's really a moot point only because of the shit we know. We know that the game has wipes, and he's said multiple times, you'll never lose a ship that you pay for, obviously. When wipe the game or whatever. But why would you put insurance on things? Like, you have 6-month insurance, that insurance runs out. No, that's fine. It's fine, Makuza. Take your time. I'm just curious. I want to know where it was said, because if people end up referencing it, I want to have the right information. He says if you'll never lose, even if the insurance runs out. That makes it sound like he's talking about launch. Obviously, so he must be talking about launch if the insurance runs out and you keep your ship. But then what the hell is the point of insurance? That's the bigger question. What's the point of insurance?
Yeah, I killed him in the Carrack, bro.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Go gloat in global.
Fucking waited forever like a patient sniper in my Eclipse. Pretty sure that was me, right? Somebody else was shooting at him and then... Well, maybe not. I didn't get paid. Instead.
I don't put much stock into the claims and insurance and all that. Obviously, it's good. I'm gonna change more toward launch. I would expect that to be in beta. All the
maybe I
claims and
did
stuff.
kill him. Somebody else. He must have fucking just rammed this shit.
I expect the whole insurance claiming, all that stuff to also be heavily revised.
I still fucking want it. Damn it, bro. I thought I had him.
Hold backspace for toaster bath. Flight ready. Flight ready.
Complying.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online.
Gear up.
Retracting landing gear.
Couple.
Coupling.
Landing gear up. Starboard impact warning.
Wow, this fucking star map is such fucking dog shit, dude. You look at this. Look at this. I can't even fucking... Such dog shit. Holy crap. Can't even tell where my fucking shit is. Then the route never even picks up. What is this? I zoom out and everything disappears? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Alright. A couple.
Flight assist engaged.
Alright. Let's figure this out. Spool up.
Certainly.
This dude never leaves the fucking Armistice, so it's so annoying.
Yeah, welcome Star Citizen, bro. Fucking Pad Rammer's fucking glory.
In the wise words of the doc, just get rid of it!
Right.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
Spool up.
Acknowledged.
Okay, thank you. I can't even look at... Well, seriously? The planet's right in front of me, isn't it? If that's not Ari, I'll fucking eat my hat. Seriously, I have... Really? I can see it from here, and I can't jump to it, but I can jump to Microtech. Oh, this game, dude! It's like they want to force you to use this shitty fucking map, dude. I'm not... I just... Oh! And they make it the same color as the play. Look at this. Look at this. This is good stuff right here. Hell yeah. I can totally see that. Look at that. You can totally read that, right? Yeah. Fucking goddamn.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Sorry guys, I'm regularly muting my voice because I'm eating. Unlike some of the streamer chicks that you see. Oh man. Some good stuff when they're flapping their gums and you can see the food inside their mouth because they don't know how to chew like human beings. You're down?
Impact warning.
Gear down.
Deck impact warning.
Fucking gross. Turn your camera off.
Landing gear down. Starboard impact warning. Landing complete.
Engines off. Or don't. Whatever. Oh shit, are we fucking drifting? No. It's like the caterpillar no longer flips when you land on a planet. I can't imagine they thought it was a good idea to make commodities so just god-awfully rare and scarce that somebody would actually sit here and refresh over and over again just to get a little bit of income. It just boggles my mind, like how they thought that was a worthwhile mechanic to put in the game. This game's economy just feels so fucking lax. I mean, there's a reason I have a caterpillar. It's because SCU is king. Like, the more space, the better, I guess. But at the same time, you can't trade. You can't reliably trade with smaller ships. It just feels like you're wasting your time. Like, big emphasis on wasting because of the way that the commodities refresh. Doesn't make it fun, it doesn't make it engaging, it makes you sit at a friggin' panel constantly pushing a button. That's not fun. It's not engaging, that's not content, that's not a game.
Are online. Launch complete.
Spool up.
All right.
Don't give me a fucking break, it just... How much further do I need to go? Like 5k should be enough, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear up. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
I have a feeling that if you post a link, it's gonna be like, nah. Because Nightbot, I don't even know if Nightbot's in the server right now though. If it was from CIG, then it's definitely not something that I take. Oh, did you? I didn't see it. Thought my restream would pick it up, but apparently not. Did not pick it up. Well, fuck. Couple.
Coupling.
Cruise.
Okay.
I have no idea how to give permissions right now. Give me a second. Fucking chewing. I don't think Restream Bot will send it to me. And I don't have like the systems in place to like go through and check while streaming. Yeah, I really got my hands tied here because of the way I've got my fucking bot set up, so people aren't just blowing up with fucking ads and shit. Join this and da da da. Disgusting.
You're up.
Make me. Yeah, I didn't get it. Doesn't look like it. I do have a Discord. A second to land here. Decouple. Decouple.
Coupling.
Wonder if Nightbot just fucking deleted that Restream bot fucking like that'd be hilarious. Could you imagine losing fucking 500,000 credits worth of cargo because you tried to send a Discord link though? Oh.
Deck impact warning. Port impact warning.
What do you mean port impact? Like, this is how much space I have. Port impact. Like, fuck you.
Deck impact.
Couple.
Flight assist on.
Gear down.
Deploying gear.
Landing.
Engine off.
Landing complete.
One of the owners destroyed, say, a constellation. I need dates.
Couple.
Something. 3 months insurance and is run out before it was destroyed. You will need to pay more to have it replaced in the game, but you won't permanently remove from your account. So you're gonna still need to pay for it, meaning that. Okay, what he said there was very telling of what they plan to do. They said that you're not going to lose it from your account, so you can always purchase it back, but not having to rebuy the entire ship. But you will be paying a premium higher than if you did have insurance at the time. And the question is, how much higher? It'll be on your account, but you're going to need to pay more. And it's probably like a percentage of the ship's cost itself. But it'll always be on your account rather than losing the ship entirely and having to buy it for a dollar value. Like an actual game, in-game millions of credits. You probably have to spend like a couple hundreds, thousands of credits or whatever. But not what the ship is priced at. Meaning it's not going to be as simple as... What I think you're suggesting is that super unbalanced and mad pay to win. Yeah, that is a very pay to win aspect. But it's not, and that's another thing, is that when the game comes closer to release, people are going to point that out. There's no getting around it. People will be pointing out that that's a pay to win prospect. That's bullshit, is what it is. What do you think, Rat?
Well,
If your ship is destroyed when the game releases, it's still on your account and you have to pay less than buying the ship total. You never lose the ship. You just have to pay less to replace it if you don't have insurance on it. In your case, you have lifetime insurance. And in-game, you can buy lifetime insurance, I've heard. I've heard that you will be able to buy lifetime insurance in-game. So, when it really comes down to it, what does it really matter? People are going to buy the insurance. If you don't have insurance and you're flying without insurance, just like in Elite Dangerous, you lose your ship if you don't have the insurance buying cost. People are going to buy insurance. That's all there is to it. It's easy. It's an easy prospect. I mean, and they said it's not going to be that big of a deal. Insurance is not going to be that big of a deal. Meaning that, and people are saying insurance is going to be a big deal. Meaning that, will you even lose your ship if you bought it?
well, I've spent hundreds of dollars on ships, and if they take that away from me, I'm pissed.
Will you
Like,
back
that's
the
the thing,
game
it's like-
where everything's destructible?
Yeah, I can lose the ship, but I should be able to claim it again since I have lifetime insurance. Now, if I had 2-year insurance and my ship got destroyed after those 2 years were up, then yeah, I lose the ship.
Well, what they're saying is, you wouldn't. If you had 1 month insurance, you played the game and that month of insurance ran out and your ship blew up, you wouldn't lose your ship.
All right, well then, life. I'm so confused what you're trying to say. Right, in Eve, the way Eve insurance works,
Now arriving.
you insure you buy a ship, right?
Please watch
So you
your
buy a
step
ship
when
for
disembarking the
$1 million
train.
space bucks, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Right. You get insurance on that ship. If your ship blows up, you lose the ship, but you get a portion of money back so that you can at least get something else. Usually that insurance it's never going to cost the full price of the ship that you bought.
Right.
It's literally only going to cover a fraction of the hull, not even including all the
Weapons.
things that you but Eve also has a subscription model where you can buy pilot license extensions called Plex, and you can buy those in-game with in-game money, or you pay $15 a month. to buy a Plex, or you buy a bunch of Plex and then sell them in game for billions of ISK. So I don't know. Like I've heard that Star Citizen might have to go to a
Subscription
model.
Right.
Maybe that's how they're gonna do their insurance. I don't know.
Well, that's fine by me, to be completely honest. If people want to have fucking $1 million ships, if you have an 890 jump and you're just fucking running around being a complete douchebag and fucking causing all sorts of grief because there's an element in the game that people can't fucking defend against, and you're causing people to literally lose their ship permanently because you were a fucking cuck with your $400, $1,000 ship, and you're just fucking using its weight to fucking ruin people, like in that situation, right? And you don't lose it. Fuck that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just, I'm gonna be pissed if I spent, over $1,000 on ships and I don't get to keep those ships. They're just gone at some point, especially when they have what's called lifetime insurance. Like,
the problem
that
is
sounds
that
like a fucking lawsuit. Like,
yeah, right.
I mean, I already know that there's been like 25 lawsuits and people got like $25,000 back because they spent all this money on ships and nothing to show for it.
That's exactly why people are like, LTI isn't that big of a deal. Fuck you, it's not. What? Excuse you? Like, watch your fucking mouth in front of me? LTI's not that big of a deal. Yeah, just cram that right up your ass, please. Like, thank you. Have a nice one. I don't understand what people think when they say LTI isn't that big of a deal. It's not that important. Fuck no. It is important. Especially if you buy a fucking capital ship. You buy a fucking Carrack or an Idris or a fucking Kraken or a fucking 890 jump. You spend $1,000 on it and it doesn't even have lifetime insurance?
People who bought a Kraken, they spent like $1,700 on it.
Yeah.
You imagine losing that and them being like, sorry.
Not a big deal. Right?
Not a big deal.
But then imagine grinding your balls off to afford the in-game price of a ship like a Hammerhead, 200 million, or fucking a Kraken, like fucking probably like $1 billion. Like, give me a fucking break. It's the Kraken, like $1 billion fucking credits, and then it blows up and you lose it forever. Goodbye. How about what?
Welcome. You know what would happen if that happened to you in Eve? People would laugh at you and say, "Welcome to Eve."
Yeah.
That's what happens.
But somebody who spent $1,000, it blows up, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, I've got lifetime insurance on it. It's not a big deal. Fuck it." What's the point of buying it?
If you get one of those ships, you should have the option to pay real money for lifetime insurance.
What's the point of buying it though? And you only have the option when it's available, or if you go out of your way and do all the fucking back alley shit in order to get it.
Well, no, I mean, like, there should be a real money option to get lifetime insurance on ships.
Oh yeah, just to fucking buy lifetime insurance.
I don't
Sure.
think they should just sell ships after the game launches. I think that's a way to back the game right now as incentive for investors to spend money. I think it's a really smart way to back the game. But when the game launches, it's always going to be argued that it's pay to win. But it's like, well, that's the only reason you have a fucking game right now.
Yeah.
But if you can, buy lifetime insurance the way people buy Plexes, like you could.
Well, yeah, no. What you're saying is buying lifetime insurance after the game releases.
All right, so look.
If I buy a Kraken in game,
I think it's like 18 billion ISK. Will get you a month's worth of playtime. The last time I played, at least, that's how much Plexes were going for in Eve. Now, 18 billion is a lot of money, but people totally make that in Eve. They do large mining ops, or they're, whatever they're fucking doing, wormhole exploration. whatever it is, like people can make that kind of money. They're grinding their ass off, but they're playing the game for free. Now, if you grind your ass off in this game, you spend 200 million on a ship, and you want
Play
that
ready?
ship permanently,
As you
and
wish.
then you have to spend a couple billion to get lifetime insurance, or you can pay a couple $100 to get lifetime insurance. I don't know. I think that's fair.
Right. What somebody's saying in game is that he's got a ship that he honestly the issue is that we're talking about elements of the game that aren't in the game because the game's not launched. That's the real issue is what we're talking about here.
We're speculating really fucking hard right now.
Yeah. Like, I'm not worried about losing my ship because the ship that I'm flying right now has lifetime.
Citizen by the time the fucking thing actually launches. Like,
Right. Gear up.
dude, probably not. Like, to be honest,
Set.
seems so far away.
Couple.
Flight assist
Cruise control.
engaged. Acknowledged.
The biggest, like I said, the biggest issue is that we're speculating. But like I said, I've got lifetime insurance on my biggest ship. I don't have it on my smaller ship. I don't have it on the other ships. But I want the option in game after the game launches for my smaller ship to get lifetime insurance. But say I bought a second Caterpillar, like spent the 4 mil, bought a second Caterpillar because of the offloading mechanics. Let's say we're speculating that offloading mechanics, you would have to leave your ship at a station for an X amount of time to unload, and I bought a second Caterpillar. Well, I went through all the trouble to buy the second Caterpillar. I should be able to insure it for life if I wanted to, if I spent the time in game to get those elements to insure it, the fucking money or whatever the fucking trade over time value, you know, what they think it's worth, what they think lifetime insurance is worth from an in-game busting your ass standpoint. I should be able to do that, so I can have two, and not worry about going down to a mining outpost that's fucking being camped by, literally at this point, a single fucking Eclipse and stealth, and then have my ship blown up because I can't run away. And then there goes 4 million credits just like that. Like, I have no insurance.
He doesn't have Eclipse. The problem is, you can't fight any light fighters, which everyone has fucking, you know, the fighters. The fighters are the bane of the Eclipse. I can't kill fighters. I can kill everything else.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You know, well, I mean, I can't kill everything else, but a couple of Eclipses will kill everything else. Like, you know, like.
Well, at the same time, Akuza,
two Eclipses
they've
will take
also said that insurance isn't really gonna fucking matter. They've come out and said that insurance really isn't gonna fucking matter. That's what I'm trying to really push home, is that they have come out and said that insurance isn't gonna be a big deal.
Alright, so what's the fucking point of insurance?
To insure your ship. Like, that's literally it. Like that, if your ship blows, if your ship blows up, you won't have to buy it again. That's the insurance aspect. And then, if your ship blows up and you have insurance, you won't have to pay a ridiculously large premium to re-outfit it, because you would lose your guns. If you had insurance, you won't lose all those components that are on the ship, because you would lose your components otherwise if you were uninsured. Well, it depends on the insurance, like, and that's the problem, is that they put out this fucking bullshit insurance model and then didn't tell us what the hell it entails. Where is this fucking stupid planet, dude? I don't want to use the fucking star map, because that happens. Look at that. Did you see that? Okay, my fucking fault. It's on the other side of the planet, of course. Decouple.
Coupling.
Using all my thrusters to fucking turn like an asshole in this fucking thing. We were like, oh, the Caterpillar's so hard to drive. Well, try decoupling, jerk. You're in fucking zero gravity. So, say I bought a Caterpillar, Rakuza. I bought a Caterpillar, a second one, whatever. and I wanted to insure it. I go to the insurance shop and pay a couple $100,000 to insure it. Maybe I don't want to fly it all the time. Maybe I have a whole bunch of other ships that I fly. Maybe I'm not flying the Caterpillar. Let the insurance run out. I check to see if it has insurance before I take it out, and then I insure it before I take it out for a couple $100,000. I expect to have money to be able to insure a ship, depending on if there's a fucking different package or whatever. But I have my main Caterpillar that's LTI, so I don't have to worry about ever insuring that. But I wish that there was a point in game where it was like, yeah, you have a ship and you want to insure it for life. Here's the option. You don't ever have to worry about insurance again. There you go. I want that option. That's all I want. That's all I care about, is having the option. Especially because they're pulling away from LTI. I haven't seen an LTI ship drop since I've started playing this game. The only reason I have an LTI ship is because of the gray market. And that means that I don't have any money actually spent into the game. That's all that means. Insurance is not a problem. It's unbalanced with the way people bought ships for real money. Well, then you wouldn't have a game if they didn't. You know what I mean? Like, what would have backed the game if people didn't buy all these ships with real money?
Quantum drive is now off.
We wouldn't be flying these ships. We wouldn't be playing this game. The game would look like it did in 2013. Like, there would be no money in it, and all of the things that are promised won't ever happen because they didn't reach milestones, because investors aren't going to pay for a game that's going to take 7 years plus to complete. Where we are going?
Support Robert's basic insurance. What is insurance? Pilots in the Star Citizen will be able to purchase insurance policies in-game for their fleet. This ensures that your ship will be replaced should it be destroyed or stolen. Currently on the Alpha and public test universe, all ships and vehicles are given a basic insurance plan that does not expire to facilitate testing. At this time, it requires no upkeep or fee for players to acquire basic ship loss coverage. There may be a fee to file a claim or expedite a replacement. However, how do I do that? Hold on, just more. Alright. Lifetime insurance, or LTI, as it is commonly referred to, is a special insurance policy that will cost the insured player no extra UEC payments to maintain their coverage. Only those specific pledges that are noted to include LTI will have this free coverage once the game goes live. So only those ships once the game goes live. Players will still need to cover the costs of insurance claims and repairs regardless of their ship is covered by LTI or some other standard finite length plan.
Oh, so you still have to pay even if you have LTI.
So only those specific pledges.
You're done.
Players will still need to cover the cost of insurance claims and repairs. So like if your ship's damaged, you're gonna have to repair it. If you expedite, then you're gonna have to fucking pay. Regardless of that ship's covered by LTI or some other standard. Finite length. LTI is offered rarely with certain pledges and promotions. These may include past Kickstarter pledges, concept promotions, and extremely high value packages or pledges like the Idris. RSI support cannot add this to pledges upon request.
So they cannot add this to pledges on request, okay?
So I feel like LTI is not going to be something that's in the game once it launches unless you already have LTI on your ship from pledges.
Right.
It's literally only available to pledges, you know, people who back the game.
Right.
So when the game launches, if you buy a fucking Kraken or whatever, you're never going to get LTI. You could probably purchase some form of insurance for it, So if it does, you're never gonna want to fly a ship uninsured, essentially.
It's the same like Elite Dangerous. It's literally the same point.
Way
You
as you never. There's no point in not insuring your ship. You're gonna lose your ship. At some
Are we
point.
30K?
So there. Well, I haven't even been.
Yeah, I'm leaving the server. I'm leaving the server. I'm jumping in my ship and going to bed. Logging out there.
I mean, I don't think I'm 30K.
The cycling took forever for the trading post, and then I go to the trading post and nothing shows up in inventory.
I mean, I'm selling Widow right now, just fine.
Well then what the fuck? I'm not gonna pick up $500,000 in fucking $500,000 in Laranite and Titanium because you can sell Widow right now though. Some shit's fucking up over here, and I expect because dudes in chat he was saying I keep crashing. Like I feel like this server is fucking borking out.
His PC keeps crashing. Like, that's what he said. The PC or the game. That's what someone else just asked.
Well, there we go. I got Laranite and Titanium on lock here.
Do you want to do some mining or something? I don't have money to do what you're doing. I
Yeah.
feel like I should just start saving up.
You should. You keep buying all these fucking A-grade stealth components in a game that doesn't even have stealth in it.
I hate you. When the stealth does come out, I'll be ready.
Yeah. After the next fucking wipe, you'll be ready, bro. Like, there's gonna be a wipe. All this components are gonna be gone, bro.
Will there be a wipe though?
If between now and the time stealth gets in, you can bet your fucking left nutsack. Yes, absolutely. 100%, bro. 100%. Yo, my guess is they'll wipe us in fucking 3.9. My guess is they wipe 3.9.
Stealth ship, they're gonna fix some stealth, maybe. Who knows?
But in order to implement stealth, they need to do a wipe. Womp womp! Like,
If they wipe, then who fucking cares what I spent my money on at that point?
yeah, I know.
I just can't wait to be able to hit the stealth button and it actually does something.
Right. They actually add a fucking stealth keybind, so you can just say to your fucking voice attack, "Go cold."
Like active camera goes on and I actually disappear.
Engine on.
Just
Engines
gone from the
on.
radar. You can never see me on the radar.
You're up.
Mounting gear is ready.
You'd have to scan me if you want to fucking...
Couple.
Coupling.
Cruise.
Alright.
Alright, so what you're telling me is that... Well, it really comes down to how much is insurance going to cost for a fucking Kraken? I guess we're all wondering it, because I don't have $1,700 to fucking spend on a Kraken, but I would like one in the
It's
game.
gonna cost a lot.
Is it?
It ain't gonna be cheap. That's for sure.
Well, the Kraken itself is fucking expensive. I'm not saying, like, say the Kraken is $1 billion fucking credits.
You're not gonna get a Kraken insured for a couple thousand fucking...
No, what I'm saying is the Kraken's a fucking billion, right? Is it gonna be 10 million to fucking insure it for 5 days? Like, what's the situation?
Well, you gotta think. You might have to fork over another billion to insure that crazy...
On top of paying my fucking crew? You gotta be out of your goddamn mind. How is anybody gonna afford to even fly the fucking thing if they don't have LTI and they bought it with fucking real money? The only person who's gonna be able to fucking fly the thing is some asshole fucking trust fund kid who just wants to fucking just hammer down on people because he spent a bunch of fucking money on a ship.
If the universe was just full of Krakens and you couldn't make any money as a mobile spaceport.
What I'm saying is that you're gonna be able to buy it in game.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to buy it in game, and you're gonna be able to stock the stores inside of the Kraken. So when people land on your ship, they fucking buy shit. Well, no, I don't even think you're gonna have to stock the stores. I think what's gonna happen is those stores are gonna be stocked. You're gonna be able to pick what stores you put in there, and then every time a purchase is made there, you're gonna get royalties. The same way that when I explore a fucking jump hole or wormhole or whatever they're fucking calling those
Couple.
things, and someone wants to buy my map, I get royalties for it. Or
What you're
like
telling me is that
NPCs
you're gonna have a whole
buy
bunch
my
of
map,
stores
I
and
get
you're
royalties
getting
for it.
royalties for it, but that's great and all, but like,
You're
Some
passively making
dude out of nowhere decides, hey, I see you fucking busted your ass for the past year to afford this ship. Hey, my org's gonna come down on you in a rain of fucking fire immediately because I heard that you got a Kraken. And how are you gonna fucking combat that? Insurance.
with another org. See, this is the thing. I think Star Citizen players are in for a rude awakening when they realize that their game is essentially an EVE clone that can be played in first person. Like, EVE is so relentless and cruel, and you can put all your money into one ship, but if you lose that ship, you have no money. That's how it is. You know, like, you have to do everything to cover your ass. You want to plot your jump routes through systems? Well, you better make sure you're either going through high sec, or there's no fucking ships recently destroyed in that system. You got to be wary of gate campers. You might want to fly with a fleet, people to protect you. You might want to do special things.
What does it all fucking matter if it's been 7 fucking years and we don't have any of that risk? We only have reward in this game, and the reward is minimal.
Well, that's the thing. Right now, there's no punishment for someone blowing up your ship, but they're implementing a prison system.
There's no gain from somebody blowing up your shit either. The guy who blows up your ship gained nothing. You have it fucking infinitely insured. Okay, here's the big deal right now. Sure, you don't have to pay a premium, right? The premium is supposed to be you get one, and then it goes up, and then it goes up. That's insurance. That's what they've explained it as in a most recent situation. What I'm saying is that well, I guess I'm not saying anything. What it really comes down to is that they should just put that in the fucking game. Like, why do they have it so you don't have to pay anything for consecutive fucking claims?
Because
it's infinite. No, but it's infinite.
It's not.
It's infinite. You infinitely have your ship in insurance.
Reasons right now. Insurance will change. Like, every ship.
No, what I'm saying is it's infinite anyway. It doesn't matter. Just put a fucking price tag on it so people get used to having actually pay out of pocket every time they have to insure their ship. And then people can get even more angry when that fucking premium keeps going up and up and up because fucking pad rammers. And then they're like, we need to actually do something about this. Now it's just like, oh, he blew up my ship, I'll just claim it, no big deal. It doesn't cost anything. That's the problem. People are getting very complacent with that shit. I don't care for it. If my fucking Caterpillar blows up, I'm just like,
all that shit's
shit.
gonna change when you pad ram someone in a ship that costs millions of AUC, and then your ship also gets destroyed because there's no armistice zone and someone can come and shoot you. Now you're down a ship and you're in prison.
Another issue is that they're not giving people a fucking full-on crime stat if they ram and explode somebody's ship purposefully. Like, they should have a full-on fucking stage 3 crime stat. You blew up a fucking ship, that's like, you don't pay a fine. If you fucking crash your car,
The reason they can't do that is because you accidentally fly into shit all the time in this game.
I've never seen anybody fly into a fucking ship and destroy it. Accidentally. Never. Not once, ever.
Well, it can happen.
It can happen. And then you're fucking criminal because you don't know how to fly.
Yeah.
Same thing happens in fucking in real life. You fucking crash your fucking car through somebody's fucking window, like, the cops are gonna fucking get called. And depending on if you try to evade, you fucking go to jail. It shouldn't be, oh, you gotta pay 200 fucking credits.
Alright, so again, like, I know technically this game is not EVE, but in EVE, different systems have different security levels.
Yeah, and Pyro's gonna be like no-sec.
It goes from 0.0, which is considered null-sec, where there's no law, anything goes, no police are gonna come to help you, all the way to 1.0, which is considered the highest security. So if you kill somebody, you're gonna take a security hit. kill enough people, you're no longer going to be able to get into certain systems. The police will interdict you. You won't be able to warp away. They are guaranteed going to kill your ass because they're in ships that you can't fucking kill, and they will just keep coming until you're dead. So essentially, you get locked out of high security space, and that's what makes high security a safe place, because you don't have to worry about people doing shit like that to you anymore.
Well, that's what they want to do instead of putting in OP NPCs that are just gonna fucking control the fucking high-sec systems. They want players to do that with their ships and their flight capabilities, and just the masses, the orgs. Fucking, you see a bounty fly into space, and our whole org comes down on them. That's exactly what they want to do, except they're taking a different approach. It's the same thing, just a different. It's a different shade of blue.
Now, you're never gonna make a ton of money trading in high security space, but if you trade from high security to a low security system,
You're gonna make a ton of money. Absolutely, and that's exactly why I want Pyro.
Nice things.
Hell yeah.
If you go mining in one of those systems, that is really high risk. You can make buku. If you
Well,
do
imagine
exploration,
it's buku like that, and we
higher
like
than
have.
higher reward.
Because we have multiple people in our fucking organization with Caterpillars, obviously, and all I have otherwise is a fucking arrow, and that's not going to do much if it's just fucking engagement or whatever. So say we all fucking jump in our Caterpillars, you know, those who have them or whatever, or you jump in your fucking Carrack and they have auto gimbals or whatever, and then everybody else fucking fleets up. They fleet up, they're all jumping through the wormhole together, they're all fucking coming into the space together, they're fighting at the wormhole, they're fighting at the end of the wormhole, like, you know, all that shit. You got big ass fucking shields and guns. You got people in the fucking Caterpillars on the grade 5 fucking guns. You know.
Pirates. If you have an enemy fleet of pirates and they're camping a gate, well, the first thing you do is you need your own fleet. You send in a scout to see what they have. All right, your scout, if he dies,
A stealth ship, preferably.
Yeah, exactly.
Gear down.
Exactly.
Gear down.
Landing modules
That's
deployed.
exactly it. You send in a Hornet Ghost. You don't send in the Eclipse. You send in a fucking ship that can go stealth and also bug out if it needs to. An Eclipse can't do that.
Yeah.
Eclipse is extremely slow. The whole point of the Eclipse is to stay on the outskirts of the battle and snipe ships.
Well, you could send in. Well, not send in, but you could. Well, actually, yeah. So. You want to make this big ass fucking endeavor, you could also take a Carrack rather than a Caterpillar, and then you could fucking launch somebody off in the Pisces. That's snappy, it's quick, it's decently quick. He can go in and he can scan. He doesn't even need to fucking do anything else. He can scan,
That's
ping.
also why they give you a Terrapin.
Yeah, true.
The tanky, you know, scanner.
Yeah.
It's literally.
It's just
the
a shame
best.
it can't be fucking
Yeah, but you have somebody else fly it.
stored. Yeah.
You're an exploration fleet. You
Yeah.
probe shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it all boils down to here. Let's reel it back in. We boil it back down to, if you go out and do something like that, you damn well better have insurance. That's all. That's all it is.
Every time you leave the station in Eve, you're at risk of losing your ship, regardless of if you're in high or low security. Someone can still kill your shit in high security.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the system here. They're gonna get rid of the armistice zone. Somebody's gonna be able to fucking shoot you in the fucking face at Port Olisar for all they give a shit.
Yeah,
And then they'll be able to
so-
fucking break their way into your ship.
Let me put it this way: they have capital class hauling ships
If Port Olisar's in
that'll
the game
be
with it.
carrying billions of ISK worth of ships and modules and things to move from one station to another, because the entire economy is ran by players, not NPCs or AI, the way that they're doing in this game. So I'm kind of.
Makuza said a while ago. He said, "I don't really know Eve, but can you get a ship there that is infinite, and you can't lose it ever, for real money?" No, right. But that's just, it doesn't really matter though, because you can't lose it if you have it insured here. Like, that's the thing, is that it's different over on Eve, because even if you lose it, you still don't get the ship back. You get the ship back here if you have it insured.
However, the thing about Eve is bounties are worth way more than 10,000.
Well, there's
There's some bounties worth billions, and if you kill those people worth billions, depending on what ship they're flying, you get a percentage of that billion every time they get killed. It depends on how expensive the ship is they're flying.
Yeah.
So that's how people accrue bounties that are even into the trillions in that game. They
Right.
are so wanted, and a player can just put a bounty on somebody.
Yeah. Well, they want
Like,
you to
it-
be able to
you
put
know,
bounties on people in this game too. It's gonna be higher than
There is a
10,000.
bounty
10,000 is
reward
the.
coming in
Yeah.
3.9s.
Oh, is it 3.9?
Yep.
Mm,
If you
nice.
look at the roadmap,
Delicious.
they're adding.
Wait, they're adding prison and a new bounty system? What? Hold
Well,
on. They better not. They can't.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you what it says on
Well,
the
they better not do that, because then people are just gonna be sending people to
I've
prison.
I've been I've been looking, because like that's the thing is like, hold on, just give me a second.
Yep.
Because it doesn't say anything specific.
Hmm.
3.9 gameplay.
That's an issue with their roadmap, is that nothing's ever specific.
Specific, yeah. Alright, so Law System version 2 surrender. In order to allow players to be arrested without losing their life, we will allow them to surrender by coming to a halt and powering down their ships when ordered to by security. Security will halt their attack and
Oh,
arrest
that's
criminal players
all the new
aboard
bounty
the ship,
aspects, yeah.
impounding the ship if it's owned by a criminal. On top of that, they're adding prison missions.
So it's in prison. You've already been there. It's not
Yeah,
part of the bounty
yep,
system.
Yep. PvP bounties. Additions to gameplay to
Mm.
allow players to hunt other players with bounties on their heads.
Well, we already
Whatever
have that, don't we?
fucking means. Yeah, but additions to gameplay to allow players to
Ah.
hunt other players with
Additions to gameplay. I like that. I enjoy it. I'm okay with that. Alright, I've made... dude, I'm getting fucking antsy about staying in the
bounty
server.
missions, NPC improvements. Additions to the space bounty mission type that allows hunted NPCs to use quantum travel to evade the player. What?
Hunted... Wait. Hunted NPCs to use quantum travel?
Additions to the space bounty mission type that allow hunted NPCs to use quantum travel to evade.
I've
the player.
never heard of fucking NPCs using quantum travel. Well,
That's
wow.
because they haven't.
Yeah.
Will be.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
New ships.
Well, okay, so I think they took
Straight up
random
power.
NPCs out of the game, by the way. Just want to point that out. I think it's like, you'd be sitting in Port Olisar, and there'd be a random NPC fighting a random security somewhere out in, general space.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, you've never seen that because that's this patch. They took it out when they took out the interdictions. The pirates used to interdict you, the cops used to interdict you. There used to be random fucking NPCs all around. That's why the Call to Arms was so fun, because you could just fucking go into PvP versus some random Buccaneer or fucking Ninetales or something, and get like 600 credits and have fun doing it. There was actual combat to be had, especially for those in light fighters. But
The thing is, right now, the game's not really made to be making money in the game. The game's made to be testing different aspects of the game. That's why insurance doesn't really work. That's why bounties aren't really worth that much. That's why.
well, what are we testing this
only-
with?
What are we testing? I mean, every single thing you do in the game is being documented.
Yeah.
They know exactly how many of each kind of ship was destroyed. They know exactly what it took to destroy that ship. They know, like, we're just constantly feeding them information just by playing the game. And on top of that, people are able to say, like, hey, we need to get rid of our missile stones. Hey, you need to fix the fucking map to jump around from,
Hey, the trains at Lorville have been broken since their fucking conception. Please get around to that. Thank you.
Hey, clean up, go and repair my goddamn ship while I'm landed.
Right.
Like,
No, man, that's not a major feature. Did you hear? Remember that the first day you got on? It's not a major feature. It's fucking, it's not a big
I'm
deal.
playing this game for about 2 weeks now, maybe.
Yeah.
Not even. I mean, I'm really in deep.
Yeah, you fucking.
I played Eve.
Yeah.
I played Eve, and I'm ready for a new space sim. And the way I see it is, I might have spent like, $1,200 on ships or whatever, and I spent probably another 500 or 600 on track IR, the pedals and the
Joysticks.
Sticks.
Yep.
and flight attack or whatever.
Voice
But-
attack, yeah.
I can use that shit in Arma.
Yeah.
I
Well, you
can
could use that
all
shit a lot
shit
in
as
a lot of
we-
places. You could use that shit in
but
Armor, you could use that shit
Arma's,
in...
Arma's the one that I'm thinking the most about.
Right.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
I really just want them to fix stuff. That's the whole like.
You mean
that's
implement.
fine, Like it's a
You mean implement
yeah,
stealth, come on now.
implement stealth. Yes, that. That's not even. It doesn't say anything on the roadmap. They keep adding ships. They added stealth components with the Eclipse. They have 4 or 5 ships right now that.
Well, we gotta remember also they've completely changed the flight model. They completely changed how ship dynamics work. They're implementing the realistic damage models. Like, ready?
Affirmative.
They're adding a whole bunch of shit into the game that would probably fuck with stealth. Is what I'm trying to say.
Your
You're up.
systems are online.
They're also adding in different modules and shit too. They're adding in like customizable, tailorable modules. Like you can sub-modules, so you can put modules in modules. You can put sub-modules in power plants and seal generators and stuff like that. That would probably lower the IR. So, like things like that that need to be implemented first before the overall stealth can be really put into the game.
That's the other thing. We're getting 3 new moons, a new city, and a prison.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Rear impact.
Those moons are essentially done. They're at 18
Couple.
out of 19 tasks completed. One's at 17 out of
Cruise.
19.
As you wish.
Prison's almost done. Like the thing, like so. Q1, what is that? Next month?
We're in Q1. Q2 is about next month. Q2 starts next month. Like a quarter. 12. So 4, 12, 3, 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, 12. So every 3 months. Every 3 months is a quarter.
3.8 was released December 21st, 2018. So it's really soon. It's got to be like this month or next month.
Well, okay. Go to our Discord, Tearflow, and go to SC alerts, and you'll see in there alerts from the Star Citizen thing, and it says there's an alert in there that says the new FAQ, like because they do when they're like coming up to a major patch release or whatever, they do a big FAQ session. And they sit down, and they talk to people about what they're putting in next.
Hold on, that's like.
Yeah.
Slight possibility of the higher output of the grade A component.
Couple.
Flight assist on.
Here's what you're gonna do to test this. Let's do this. Ours.
Quantum
Press
drive
IR
is
on.
now on.
Go to the planet. Avoid the people. Have a planet. Measure up. We've done this. Then go store your ship. Put back on your original parts, those grade C parts, and do the same test. He picks you up closer than before. The grade A parts will bring out way higher signature than it was like. Just switch back to the grade C parts. Eclipse, you won't really need those fancy parts to begin with, as you shouldn't be dogfighting. If it's a Hornet Ghost, keep in mind that max distance when you go to tackle already.
Quantum drive is now on.
Fire Ryan.
Quantum drive is now off.
You're also in a situation where you have another whole squadron of ships that they don't have anything going for them either. They don't have, not only does your Eclipse not have stealth, you don't have exploration.
Really, the only thing I got going for me is my mole. To be honest with you.
Yeah, mining's the only thing that's in the game right now. Mining and trading. And trading's not great because of the fucking 30Ks, which are happening less and less, but they happen more at like prime time. I'm noticing.
Supposedly, Samurai said, supposedly, the
Supposedly?
in-ship spawning of the Pisces and Ursa is coming in 3.9, but it isn't soon. So, like, I'll be able to spawn the ship in my card.
Right.
You said S3 update?
Yeah.
What was it in there?
Let me check real quick. See updates, so scroll up past what... Well, we got excessive griefing and sniping by CIG fucking being addressed there. Damn, dude, CIG's going hard in the replies. What the fuck? Dev
We
trackers.
recently received a lot of reports detailing excessive briefing and would like to take a moment to openly address the feedback and share our stance. For a majority of these matters, a PvP solution is preferable. Frequently when these scenarios are reported to us, we encourage those who feel they are being targeted to rally with their friends and orgs in an attempt to fight back. We're not here to protect players from aggressors, pirates, and PvPers. A big part of Star Citizen is about the dichotomy, that epic clash that occurs when opposing forces meet and rally others to their cause. The wars at Jumptown were a prime example of the exciting emerging gameplay that can blossom when a lawful player comes face to face with an outlaw. However, there is a line that is occasionally crossed when players are going outside the bounds of immersing themselves as a pirate or PvPer. Some users are going out of their way to leverage live streams and other mediums to excessively grief. In many of these cases, it's no longer about enjoying the game, but rather disrupting it. Stream sniping, pad ramming, firing into armistice zones, or utilizing various exploits to grief others. These are just a few examples of excessive griefing, which we do not tolerate. If you find yourself on the receiving end of this, we're more than happy to investigate, and in cases where it's warranted, we will absolutely intervene. Simply reach out to us through our support page here and make sure to provide as much information as possible.
Cut engines.
Engines offline.
In addition to better monitoring and preventing excessive griefing, we're also exploring a number of engine changes that should help considerably. More info on that at a later time, and of course in the future, the law system will also play a stronger role in creating consequences for unlawful behavior. In the meantime, and all the time, take the sage advice of two wise individuals who once posited that we should all be excellent to each other and party on whenever possible.
Who the fuck? Oh. So what was that? You were mumbling out of the reach of your mic.
For how long?
I could only really not hear the end of it.
Oh, it's just a stupid quote.
Yeah.
But in the meantime and all the time, take the sage advice of two wise individuals who once posited that we should all be excellent to each other and party whenever possible.
I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's why I was kind of mumbling it.
Yeah.
If you leave in our Mrs. Zone, you have consented to PvP. Pad ramming does suck though. Agreed. However, sitting outside in our Mrs. Zone and shooting those who are in on the ground in said zone is just a dick move. No excuse. Fix it in game. Make our Mrs. Zones larger then, so we don't reach ships inside. Like, how hard is that? Oh well, you gotta be kidding. Delete our Mrs. Zones, please.
Well, they've already said they're going to be removing armistice zones, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, I think that's a thing. Holy shit, I left my fucking Caterpillar open. With fucking 500,000 in fucking cargo. Holy crap. I'm a fucking scrub, dude. Okay, Makusa says that they said they will remove it. Let me see if I can go down to this part of my ship. Look at this. Look at this. I can't even go. I can't even go into this room. Like, this is fucked. What do you think about this? I can't even go into the second chamber of my fucking ship. Like, oh god, Makusa says he remembers when Grimhex didn't have it. An armistice zone? Yikes. That sounds awesome. Engines on?
Engines online.
Yo, do me a huge solid and fucking skip this track. Gear up.
Gear coming up.
Rat.
Landing gear up.
Rat. Hell yeah, there's what's up. Couple.
Flight assist engaged.
Cruise.
Acknowledged.
It's my fucking jam, bro. Light by the light. The couple.
Flight assist on.
Spool up.
That's affirmative.
Ooh, spool up. Hell yeah, dude.
Quantum drive is now.
I should really be able to lock on to people from much farther than 9 kilometers away, though. Whoops.
There's snipers all around Grimhex that headshot every person entering or exiting Grimhex. Oh my god, that sounds awesome. Fucking moral of the story, don't go to Grimhex. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be as prominent of a... Well, that's because there's no security at Grimhex. Places like Port Olisar, like, there's security there. You're flagged as a bounty. And then you go to prison if you die.
Quantum drive is now.
Put your hands in the air. Makuza, they're adding prison. Fuck security. If you're a bounty hunter, they go to jail if they die. That's the point. You blow their shit up, kill them, make them go bye-bye, they go to prison. The players are the security, that's what I'm trying to say here. Me and Rat specifically. Like, I'll fuck you up in an arrow. Like, me and Rat, like, fucking up a warden earlier. A missile boat warden in 2 light fighters.
It'd just be nice if my fucking shit was stealth. I wasn't the first one that always got engaged every time.
You're really bad at stealth, bro. I'm like literally right on top of the pad, and he like looks at you because like you're out in the distance being shown up like on his radar. Well, it's what he's doing is that I'm so close he doesn't see me on his radar. I'm using actual stealth, but you're being shown up on his radar, which you should have known, damn it. You should have just known.
You
should have just known, bro. You should. No, I should have been stealth. That's what I should have been.
My fucking IR signature was 3.6 at the time.
Yikes.
Dude, seeing me at fucking 10k out.
Hell no!
Yeah, it's fucking stupid, dude. All my ships are GIMP. All my PvP ships are totally GIMP.
Yeah.
Deck impact warning.
I told you not to get rid of the arrow from whatever, fucking the Hornet, I guess, for now. But it's alright, you know, just use it as a fucking, as a regular Hornet. It's just...
That's essentially what I'm
Couple.
doing anyway.
Yeah.
I just need the Mirages. Once I sell this Widow, which will take a fucking year, I'll have enough of the Mirages, or I could go mining.
Yeah, well, I'm
if I go mining, I
about
want to start trading with my character or something.
Mhm.
But what am I even going to spend that money on at that point? Like, you know,
upgrade your fucking character.
Yeah.
Put some dope fucking badass guns on that bitch. That way, like, when the org is like, who's got a character spawn, you'd be like, I've got a character with fucking upgraded shields and guns to spawn. And they're like, oh, shit, you must have been doing some work. Yeah, we'll spawn yours in. Then people were like, yo, let's go fuck some shit up with this thing.
This Prowler for, like...
For stealth, right? For stealth? Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to break some
Gear
people
down.
out of prison at some point. Maybe.
Lowering
Spool down.
Complying.
Oh, spool down.
Landing gear down.
Decouple.
Well, maybe
Coupling.
maybe I
Good job.
won't be a criminal
Off.
per se.
Spool down.
But money's money, and if you
Spool
want to
down.
pay me to fucking pick you up in prison, I can
Power
pick
off.
you up in prison.
Ship offline.
Good God. What a mess. Yeah, but like, you're not by any means a fucking heavy ship, I heard. Like, they're gonna be shooting at you. You're not gonna be stealth. You're a drop ship, yeah, but
Drop ship
you're
is
too
fine.
big to fucking probably fit in the escape area. You saw the area that they escaped from, right? It's about enough to fit a freelancer, and that's about it. Like, you need a ship that can actually go down there. Because it says, imagine a pad rammer going to jail right after ramming. Like, that's a bit much. They need to get rid of armistice zones so we can nuke pad rammers and send them to jail because they have bounties, because they're murdering people. That's what we really need. Like, if somebody pad rammed and murdered somebody and got a crime stat and the armistice zones weren't there, they'd be in prison. Without a fucking question, I don't care what ship they're flying, they'd be flying a fucking Hammerhead, and 3 retaliators would just fucking come out of nowhere.
The Spear Prowler. 34 meters long, 33 meter beam, 15 meter height.
Compare that to the Freelancer. Because it looked like the Freelancer was a tight fit. Obviously, multiple exits, but not until later. I think there's going to be only the one exit that people are just going to run into the ground.
Freelancer, length 38 meters, beam 23.5 meters, height 9.5
Right to search travelers at any time.
I think the hold on.
There's no way the Prowler could be smaller. It's a fucking large ship.
The drop ship though.
Yeah, but it's like a large dropship.
All right.
A large medium ship.
So the Asperia is 4 meters shorter. I mean, lengthwise shorter. The beam is
Now arriving. Stand by and let passengers
about 10
disembark
meters
before boarding.
longer.
Maybe
What
they...
is the freaking beam? And it's also
The beam across the top, I guess. Like the fucking...
its height is 15 meters compared to the Freelancer's 9.5 meters.
Person security reserves the right to search travelers
Its
at
length
any
is
time.
shorter.
I don't even have a gun.
Next stop, Central Station.
I don't even have a gun equipped. That's cute.
Why would they add this ship in with the prison patch? If it wasn't meant for fucking... You know...
Because CIG just troll like that. I don't fucking know, dude. It'll probably fit. But... Why not what, Makuza? Why wouldn't it fit? I don't know, because CIG just be like that sometimes. It depends on where the escapes actually are, what they actually are. It's a matter of speculation. Like, I'm just going off of what they showed. Like, I'm under the assumption that you escaped and there's a way to actually reach the fucking surface. If there isn't, then... Oh no, they're adding it. I'm just saying, will it fit? Why wouldn't it fit in the prison's escape area? Is the question. That's what we're really debating right now. Not that they're going to be adding it or not. Obviously, they'll probably add it.
Armored personnel carrier.
Yeah, I know they showed us escape, but they only showed us the extraction version of escape. Getting to the surface, on the other hand, like if you just fucking sat a carrick down, could they get on that? Like, could they reach the surface so they can run onto your carrick? Like, or do you have to go into that shaft? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm curious about. No. I think there's more that they didn't show us. Not more escape routes, but like a way to get up to the surface from the route that they did show us. Because they said even if you get up to the surface, you'll fucking die, or you know, like whatever the case is. Because they're adding in the you know, heat death and fucking poison atmosphere and all that shit. Like looking into that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that what they said was you can reach the surface. In lesser ways of saying it. What they showed us was a demo. Doesn't mean that that's the whole fucking story. That's what I'm saying. People really take too much stock in the little bit they show us. Like, of course they're not going to show their whole hand. They want you to adventure and explore. Like, I doubt it's as easy as walking 20 feet like you did in that demo either. Yeah. I'm very curious. I might go to prison myself just to find out. As much as I think it'll be lame and broken. Yeah, but people be looking at these trailers like, oh, they already showed us the escape. Well, yeah, but they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like they said it's gonna be a lot of work, but they also said you can get to the surface, meaning that escape might not be the only way out. Like that extraction escape where they used to, I think it was the Drake Cutlass or whatever. I don't remember. I forget what ship it was. I think it was a Cutlass, Black. You're saying Freelancer, it's not a Freelancer, it's not the inside of a Freelancer. Oh, absolutely. I'll go to prison every time they change something too. We'll probably find ourselves in prison a lot more than we want to admit. Coffee.
Now arriving. Kisa Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
I feel like loading and unloading a ship is gonna seriously hurt the fucking profitability. Like, I feel like I'm not gonna be able to make like 2 million in 2 days. I feel like it's gonna take a lot longer, even with a fucking Caterpillar. Crumpstead already works incorrectly.
Yeah, this is the most recent video. Are you in the watch together?
I'm in the watch together, but I'm also streaming.
Well,
Oh, my game crashed.
That way.
well, give me one second.
Got a lot going on here. A lot of different fucking windows.
What is going on at this station?
Give me a second here, guys. My game crashed.
Hello,
In the
and
meantime,
welcome to some more
you can
Star
listen
Citizen Insider, looking at the Aspira
God, turn that the fuck down.
in Star Citizen Alpha 3.8 later this year.
Go ahead and pause the
Glasses and tools
music.
that build the game, and new glasses and faceware for RSI subscribers, and some updates with that too. The Prowler is the
Pause the
first
music, you twat.
game that is for the
Can't hear
Templar
anything.
and the sort of like samurai
Thank you.
bird race. It will help
Samurai
define
bird
the
race.
Tavaran ships, architecture and style going forward as well. The Tavaran have been fully assimilated by the UEE, and
Well,
they are
Makusa.
a race that they sort of subjugated earlier on in lore. The Prowler is a stealthy reproduction of a space APC that allows the ship to sort of like have its doors open and not depressurize. It uses special air shields, so like little force fields that come down to protect the doors. Well, this means the ship can
I want to join a
run
new
on
session.
ships in EVA or in a depressurized environment.
Got that?
Even though the ship has
Oh,
air shield
hold
tech,
on.
it still has the ability to close and seal its doors, because, you know, there might be power problems or there might be damage to the ship. The pilot and co-pilot stations are separated in
Saw
two
that
cabins,
window real
one
quick.
above the
Alright,
other.
I
The
am
room
backing
leading from the
out.
upper cockpit is used for components, so you'll have very easy access to components there, and they plan to hide the components behind a sliding wall, it sounds like. The cockpits are sealed compartments as well, separate from any other room attached to them. It's literally its own little tiny chamber. They want the different alien ships to have different styles and in-game looks to their inputs.
Alright,
even. So
let me
literally the way you interact with
leave
the
the
cockpit's gonna be
party.
different with these different
Yeah.
alien ships. For the
Send me a
Tavaran,
party
they have a
invite.
large sort of railed joystick controller that controls most of the ship operations. They plan to have animations when you move that sort of like railed
I'm
joystick
ready.
to give more of a feel that it's very
Shut
much
up.
an alien control device. Turn the stick and turn your ship.
He
The
goes,
entire stick
"Aye,
will
aye,
rotate, and
Commander."
you'll have this sort of like cascading set of animations. The interior of the Prowler looks like it's been
I
inspired
didn't
by a
get
3D
that. That's
printer,
dumb.
sort of like
Well, join up.
struts and supports that you get the raft. So I think basically it's supposed to be like this effective, lightweight to support the internal structure with the lowest possible use of materials. I mean, the Tavaran are inspired by birds and nests and trees and stuff. There's lots of upside down triangular tree shapes in the ship. Sort of like the way that these sort of like supports branch out like a tree, but also it's, I suppose, hollow like bird bones. Are they hollow? I think they are, but it's supposed to be lightweight. They're avian. The room leading from the lower cockpit leads to a troop and armory room. There is a sealed door with a ladder leading to the exterior as well. So there's 4 passengers that can be seated in that little mini room from the lower cockpit area. That little troop area, though, does have a reasonable sized sort of area as an armory, so you can store equipment and weapons there. Going towards the rear of the ship and connected to that little armory, there is a larger jump room where most of the troops can be seated. I believe 12 in there, so you have 16 passengers total, plus 2 pilots in that ship, assuming that nothing's changed. They have air-shielded exits, so there's 8 doors that allow you to quickly leave the ship, and a rear ramp. Again, these exits should be fully sealable as well. After they've finished building the rear of the ship, because they've done a lot of the front of the ship now and some of the exterior, they're going to marry the exterior work with that, and then make a set of materials and textures unique for the Tavaran, and then apply that to the ship. That can be a long process, and there's still much to do. I'm not sure if that's a potential warning that the Tavaran Prowler here might not be ready for 3.8. It's certainly a possibility. They do
The fact of the matter stands, though.
into the ship
People are saying,
well to get
you're not
this
going to be able
down. I would
to
expect
have alien ships
its own
when the
sort of
game comes out.
bespoke
There's reasons.
mechanics.
You'll be able to buy them.
Quantum travel
Well, then
effect
why are
is
they
somewhat
making
as
them to
well,
release
as
them to
each
players?
alien races, as far as I'm aware, are supposed to have
Welcome
a
to
unique sort
Metro
of like
Center.
looking
Transfers
quantum
to
travel
the
effect,
perimeter,
though it is an
spaceport,
Asperian
and
reproduction
industry
of a Tavaran ship made modernised, so it might not have entirely Tavaran components. Tools! So, Martin Senior, lead tools programmer at CIG in the UK, talked about the tools of Star Citizen. I've actually talked to that gentleman at length in the pub on many occasions up in Manchester on Bar Citizens and Studio Tools. He's the brother of Derek Senior, he was the programming director there as well.
Indeed,
Tools they
because
developed
indeed.
for Star Citizen are primarily used by devs to help build out and support for the game. This can take a few different forms. They support and help build tools out for the editor, for the in-engine,
Now
in-game
arriving
side
from
of
Tisa
building out
Spaceport.
gameplay area
Stand
and
by
such.
and let
But there's
passengers
also
disembark
general
before
tools
boarding.
for managing workflow and business process, crash reporting, or the copy build system that they can use to grab the latest game builds from their main server, and sort of like lots of other minor tools that help support the whole development of the game. DataForge, basically everything you see in game has a large amount of data attached to it. DataForge has master and variable records to allow for
Oh,
object
well,
and asset
we're just
movement.
going on against about Vulcan fucking updating.
Spaceport.
You ain't listening to that shit. Got anything else on queue there? You can go to Nubifier's wrap-up series on the, they say,
System security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
a second here.
Yeah, so you know how you get artificial gravity on the carrot on top of it? above the
Yeah,
hangar
a
door.
little bit there, yeah.
Now, when you are flying, can you still stand there?
I think so.
Where are you?
Hold on.
Because if that's the case, you could totally fly up to a Carrack with a Prowler, have a bunch of people jump out of those special, doors that they have, the depressurizing doors that seal out the vacuum of space or whatever, that you could just kind of walk through. And you could land people on the fucking thing with rail guns to shoot into the Carrack and actually board the Carrack
Right.
and take it over. Bah.
Alright, guys, I'm trying to find some shit. Here, go here, bro. I'm gonna send you a Discord link. Go there and pick out a bunch of no bullshit fucking topics to just like run into the chat. He like explains everything in a neat little package. Don't have to sit there for like the fucking hour-long videos and shit. He does that and then he fucking condenses it way the hell down. Hanger 1, Jesus Christ, do I need that much hanger?
There we go.
Hello, YouTubers. This is the Nubifier. This video went through a bunch of edits and iterations, plus it represents a significant collaboration with the members within the org Enemy Contact. I always want to reach a wider perspective on subjects that I cover. You might think that the title is salty flavored clickbait, but I assure you it's a lot more than that. I truly just want the game to be groundbreaking and fun. This is why I make videos, and hopefully it's why you watch them. Let's begin.
Oh,
The
yeah,
acronym
no, he...
MMO has 3 letters, each with equal importance for this type of game. Massive, and there's no doubt that Star Citizen aims to check that box on many levels. Multiplayer with a 1-to-10 ratio of players and AIs, and O for online, meaning anyone, anywhere with the internet can join in. The simplest description of our game project could be a universe sandbox where any action you take has the expected and correct results. These actions and results are going to happen either alone, against AI, or against other players. Groups of players can work with or against other groups. That becomes the challenge, the enjoyment of unexpected results, which forces you to think and react to gain or keep the advantage. Lots of words to say, I plan to have fun, and challenging games with more depth are more fun for me. The critical success and failure of such a game is the player base, because regardless of how groundbreaking the game is, if no one's playing it, it won't matter. Some games are hyped to god status during development and then fail to last after launch. For one reason or another, some games fail faster than others. Some games are too hardcore and automatically exclude many who don't have the time or desire to understand the complexities. Games like EVE have small devoted communities that stand the test of time, but they never really achieve mainstream status.
Play ready?
Casual games that play well like Borderlands, Skyrim, and The Witcher. Play through once or twice, wait for some DLC, and then pick it up again.
Your systems are
A game is only as good as the who,
You're up.
how many, and for how long
Retracting
people are
modules.
engaged in it. Active communities result in active development effort. This is meant to keep the content fresh and the activity up. The activity generates the hype that fuels the cycle even more. This is the result that I wish for Star Citizen. Ideally, we as backers should want the game to be played in large numbers for at least as long as it took to create it. There's quite the mixed bag of backers who support Star Citizen. We have people who want to go about their business in peace, and others who wish to make it their business to disrupt yours. Killing for sport, killing for profit, killing for reputation is and has always been the design reality since day one. This is why you'll never see a PvP slider and why private servers may not happen until many years after launch, if at all. There will be pad rammers, griefers, glitchers, trolls, stream snipers, and people who have nothing better to do with their time than to break your game session. These people will be part of our game, and the law system, when balanced correctly, will deter with a correct cost for breaking the rules, either in time, money, or both. In the next patch, we hope that they'll add to the infraction, fine, and bounty mechanics with the prison system. As it was described, you do a minor infraction and you pay the fine at a terminal. If you don't pay, you're going to lose access to lawful places, refuel, repair, and be shot at more frequently. Players and NPCs may try to take you out. There is the surrender mechanic coming soon, or perhaps you just want to go out in a blaze of glory and pay the ultimate price. That price was supposed to be permadeath, which was pitched as the core of Star Citizen. The further we go into development, it seems to be more likely that it's going to be diluted quite a bit more from the original pitch, and we can look at the new Cuddy Red for some of that indication. Sean Tracy said when asked on SC Live, and I am paraphrasing here, that although the core documents from 2013 and later were the recipe for the game, that we shouldn't consider them to be doctrine. The theme within them is the guide, and liberties could be taken to produce a better game. So what does that mean? The game company aims to make money and make a fun game, which is achieved better by appealing to a wider cross-section, the masses, and not exclusively for you or what we were pitched in 2013. This is mostly fine, as was said. The more people who play longer, the better the return the company gets on their investment. We have seen high skill entry mechanics from early patches before the lore, and we've been told not to worry. Not to worry because the skill will be shifted towards research and finding and outfitting the right meta for the situation. Gear for your ship, gear for yourself, knowing the right places to trade, the right places to gather resources. Knowing the right combination of gear might give you as much of an advantage as knowing how to fly better, and I know that I plan to do both. This still sounds counter to what was pitched and to what we had before in 2.5, but I understand where this desire to cater to the masses is coming from. I read a funny comment on Reddit the other day that the casuals will ruin the game, but isn't playing on an empty server just as stupid. So they're shifting to a new balance, and I have documented my reservations. You can see it in the flight model, in auto-aim, auto-assist on turrets, and other efforts being placed towards systems like law to level things out, to level what's seen as fair and appeal to all. If I have 10 days, 10 hours, or 10 minutes to commit to Star Citizen per month, shouldn't it be our desire to cater something to everyone? That doesn't mean that everyone should have easy access to all mechanics in all sectors of the universe. It just means that players in high sec should expect to be mostly left alone.
Acknowledged.
So what about prison? If you do something illegal, get ready for a new Star Citizen, and counter to the title of this video, I am actually excited to see, test, and play prison. I'm also sure that in future patches, once the armistice zone is relaxed, many are going to get a fine for unholstering their sidearm at the wrong time. They may bump into someone's ship for reaching for a coffee in RL. It might escalate, they might get shot at, and then they may return fire. They end up dead or incapacitated and stuck in prison. The gamer in me sees prison as nothing more than a new level or a challenge to win at. I know it's going to be fun once or twice for sure, but eventually that fun might be replaced by frustration of repetition. The honeymoon is over, and now it's more of an inconvenience. The more casual player who has an hour or two per week may have wanted to play Star Citizen, but knows that Prison Citizen is waiting for them. That might be a blocker. They may play rarely, or just decide to do something else. I'm expecting you to post in the comments that they deserve to be in prison for their crime. You don't have to bother, because duh, we already know that. That's the point. They could have chosen differently, and then they could have been free to play however they wanted. Yes, that is all valid. There needs to be consequence, and prison seems to offer that. The topic is purposely chosen to be polarizing, and all we're doing here is exploring development to identify how it might play out. Prison will need to be a deliberate time sink. You arrive in the automated prison with a new type of credit called merit that you need to accumulate to leave prison. We were told that you can't just log off because that would be too easy. If I could simply rage quit Alt F4 and then wait a couple days, what would be my motivation, as there's no real consequence?
Bro, I think we're in the same...
Just play something else, or log in as one of my alt accounts until that time is run down, be that a day or a week. I would wait, and so would you.
I think we're in the same session, bro.
In prison, when you're logged in, you're going to accumulate merit, and technically, it sounds as if doing nothing, the counter will still run
I joined
down
your
slowly.
fucking session, too.
No, we're in the same session that we were in before.
Every 30 seconds. So you
Stray
can be
Cutlass
AFK
Black is still here.
without the server timing out. It's actually pretty funny because gamers are resourceful, and it's no different than logging out, except that you would require a
Where's my
PC,
soul?
and it would cost some electricity. So it makes sense to the developers to make this low activity waiting time very long, and actively working would pay out quicker. You trade some merit for basic gear, you mine with that gear, make merit quicker, or it'll let you escape. With a wide range of gamers, my eventual fear is that prison becomes loathed, and even the hardcore player may just take a long break, frustrated by what gameplay they know is waiting for them. So I understand the point of the prison is to be the great deterrent.
Gear
So I
down.
hope that there's some possibility
Gear
of real
down and
teamwork
slowing.
in scraping
The
rocks
ship
in a
is
mine.
yours to dock.
It might then at least be fun.
Impact warning.
Gamers are resourceful,
Starboard
and I do
impact
plan to
warning.
pick and choose my own actions
Landing
exactly
gear
as it's
down.
intended when I'm playing. My goal will obviously be to stay out of prison, but my fear is that average Joe may do something
Landing
dumb, end up in
complete.
prison, play prison, get out, do something dumb
Engines
again,
off.
end up in prison, and then
Off.
say
Engines
nope and
off.
cash out. So we've reached the point of
Oh,
the video
what
where
a
you
fucking
come in.
shitty landing.
CIG has never commented on anything that I've ever produced, but I know that they watch and read the comments here, and in Spectrum and in Reddit. I would love for you to post your thoughts and let us know what you think of prison and law in general. I know that most of you are very excited to finally have Consequence, but its cost needs to strike a good balance for the longevity and appeal of this game. Tell me what you think, and please read what others have to say. Obviously, Prison, if it releases on time, is going to be the main focus of 3.9 content. I've already designed a script that's going to move the mouse around a little bit so the server doesn't log me out. I plan to log in on a laptop with the graphics setting on low and film a time lapse to see if it's possible to just serve out your time while AFK and how long that would actually take. This is all for science. I'll also be testing how long on average it takes to play through as intended to get a sense for the effort and balance of the system. Thank you very much for spending your time with me. This is a community-supported YouTube channel. that
He literally
features
said he was
content
gonna
for
exploit
free.
the game.
If you like that and want to support, please do.
Like,
Please consider
GG.
sharing the video if you got something out of it. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
Wait, what? $133
Hello,
SCU.
YouTubers. This is the Nubifier. CIG had a rocky
Oh, there
couple
we go.
weeks last month. Many things were removed from the roadmap, and then some suboptimal reporting on ISC and SCL. We got the Carrack. It was more than worth the wait, and now I'm regretting melting my BMM because it's pretty clear that that too will be awesome. What I'm trying to say is the roadmap was extended to patch 4.1. I'm not going to break down 3.8 because we already know what that looks like, so let's have a look at 3.9 and beyond. We're expecting Prison and Microtech, so it makes sense to see Prison uniforms at 9 of 12, the Mission Giver Eddie Parr at 39 of 50, and the Microtech Collection, which is all the clothing that the AI are going to wear, at 6 of 7 complete. Locations are very
Microtech's gonna be
straightforward.
interesting.
The 3 moons of Microtech that were just discussed last week, that's linked up for you right now. New Babbage Landing Zone interiors, 189 of 334, and the Kleicher Automated
So,
Prison at
200 now.
73 of 86.
Nice.
Thank you for your feedback in the purposely polarizing titled video that I published 2 weeks ago. The community engagement was significant and very useful.
Your
AI
flight
collision
Engines on.
avoidance is listed as 6 of
Engines
7.
online.
AI 3D
Online.
pathfinding is listed as polished.
Starboard impact
Hero.
warning.
AI interaction is
Launch
listed
gear
as
coming
14
up.
of 20.
Couple.
Law Surrender version 2 is 2 of
Bruce.
5.
Landing
Prison
gear
missions are
Okay.
76 of 94, and no doubt, these are the tasks that we're meant to do to keep us busy when working for our freedom. I'm actually quite eager to test all this. The no-go net over most major cities, including Area 18, is getting a rework to be
couple.
less brutal. I think a
Coupling.
good solution would be that your ship just noses up instead of blowing up, but we'll see. That's 3 of 9. Player status is that system that we saw at CitizenCon to track the environment, your gear, and the health of your player. 41 of 67. AI improvements to NPC bounty systems are listed as polishing. And we round out 3.9 with the Prowler
Jump.
stealth boarding craft at 12
Jump.
of 54 and the updates to the M50, which are scheduled.
Quantum drive.
4.0 is Q2 mid-year 2020. Lisa Gibb and Devin Batista are 2 mission givers at 16 of 24 and 17 of 25. I feel like I'm talking about the board from Star Trek. Moving on to locations. Crusader, the gas giant just outside of Port Olisar, is listed as
Well.
scheduled, and 211
Alright.
of 313 is Orison, its landing zone. FPS AI Combat Logic V2, FPS AI Weapon Choice, and FPS AI Who Use Cover V1 are all scheduled. AI targeting methodology is 14 of 17.
Jump.
Injured character dragging is scheduled as part of the medical gameplay. This one is misleading. It's called
Quantum
high-speed
drive is
combat,
now
and it's listed as 9 of 10. But as we were told on Friday, its goal is actually at penalty to doing high-speed combat. So it might have been better to call it low-speed combat. We all know that Chris has always wanted to bring combat closer together. Please watch the rundown that I have linked up for you right now for their current explanation. Updated ship UI,
Quantum
ship-to-ship
drive is
docking,
now off.
improved security
Spool up.
checkpoints, and better death animations are all
Affirmative.
listed as scheduled. 1 pistol, 1 SMG, 1 sniper rifle, and a new ship mass driver are planned that round out 4.0.
Jump.
4.1
Hyperspace
is
jump.
pretty light, and I would rather
Engaging.
they do that than fill it up with a bunch of stuff that's going to be
Quantum
pushed
drive
back
is now
anyways.
off.
So bravo to whoever decided to do that. We appreciate it. Building upon 4.0 is FPS AI realistic weapon handling, what a mouthful, ship AI hazard avoidance, and final polish pass on dismounted AI combat. Improvements to player push-pull are also scheduled. There's a listing called Missile Operator Mode, which is part of a long overdue feature having to do with a mixed missile loadout. We need the ability to choose the right type of missile for the job rather than firing whatever's
Quantum
next,
drive
and this
is
appears to be
now
that
off.
and much more. It's listed as scheduled. The last entry is the Mercury Star Runner. We just got a 1-hour-long rundown of the ship design. It looks fantastic, and I'm excited to explore it, as it's one of only a few ships that I actually have in my personal fleet. The roadmap is listed in the description, and that's it. This is a community-supported channel that operates ad-free. If you like that and you're able to, please support. Please consider sharing the channel or subscribing yourself, as that really helps me. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse. Hello, YouTubers. This is the Noobifier. Friday, we got Star Citizen Live. Here's what you need to know in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. There was Richard Crowley and Yogi Klatt. The hour-long show was an in-depth rundown from the Vehicle Experience team. Jared clarified for us that there's a difference between the Vehicle Content team, the Vehicle Feature team, and this new Experience team. He promised he would make that clearer on Spectrum. The Experience team focuses on our feel with regards to flight, combat, and how things work. Not all ships are going to act the same by design, and the team considers that when exploring the characteristics and then deciding on what changes needed to be made. A master power switch allowing you to basically turn on the lights from the door is a good idea for larger ships, but it's not a priority. Snap Aim to Pip, otherwise known as ESP, is broken. There is a plan. They didn't talk about it. Mirror of Red is collecting our feedback and making notes to provide to the team. Large ship acrobatics doesn't necessarily need to be slow based on the intent of the ship. The Hammerhead is agile for its size when compared to the Starfarer. This is counterintuitive. The listing for high-speed combat on the roadmap has to do with reducing the speed of dogfighting. They talked about reducing the speed by reducing shield strength if the ship travels too high to incentivize players in reducing their approach rate
Oh,
before
nice.
committing into a battle, adding risk to doing combat at higher speeds. This sounds really dumb to me. I'm going to reserve my opinion until we've had time to test it. That plan isn't going to have any effect on racing ships. It has only to do with combat. Land vehicle speed could be adjusted by mouse wheel, like
Impact
walking,
warning.
and the team has heard and will explore this idea. Stealth doesn't currently have a significant effect yet, but that target
Impact
signature
warning.
goal is planned as part of the future meeting. The team pushes very, very new features very early to the Evocati to determine if it's
Couple.
something that we might want or not.
Coupling.
The team mentioned that our feedback is a major driving force in their workflow. They said they're aware that turrets need improvement, and I imagine that earlier comment about slowing down combat will play into this. The balance between many ships against one large ship or many other smaller ships is critical to dial in. Turret aim is just as important as ship aim, and they're working on aim assist and ESP as part of the overall balance. UI improvements are coming with no date mentioned. Parking cameras can be added in the future with no date mentioned. Player view will continue to lead towards where the vehicle's going in both flight and for land. They can't tell us what the solution is to make fixed weapons better, but they do know that it's currently not something that anyone would bother to use. They did say that they have new tools to visualize what is actually happening to aid in the balance. Hover mode is dead, proximity assist is in, and it'll be
Hydrogen
tweaked by
fuel
changing the thrust output within
100%.
atmosphere. Aerodynamics are faked and improvements are coming. Storms will alter aerodynamics. Ships that look
You're
like
not-
planes will fly. Ships that look like
Deploying
bricks
gear.
will require thrust. Functional flaps later.
Landing
More
gear
keybinds in the
down.
future. Yes.
Landing
Selecting an individual
Engine
is a
off.
hard point by priority.
Engines
In future,
offline.
yes.
Offline.
Shield holes are a known issue. Connie's fly like oversteering blimps by design, but that can still be balanced. They reminded us that thruster capability doesn't have a direct correlation to its visible size. Missiles and countermeasures are broken. Removing weapons or cargo will have an impact on its flight within atmosphere and gravity. They did mention a team summit coming soon, which I'd like to suggest to Jared that we, the community, would love a proper segment on. That's what was discussed, what was decided, and the way forward. Post your thoughts on that idea.
He said Connie's fly like a blimp by design. Like, oh no.
Please do fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
He's sick.
I don't really know what this means, but
As you wish.
Hello,
Inside
YouTubers.
Star
This is the
Citizen.
Nuba File.
I
It's
see.
Thursday. We've got a 10-minute Inside Star Citizen. Here's what you need to know in 47 seconds.
47
Davis, who is the senior FPS designer, said that Star Citizen isn't a survival game, but it does have some aspects of that embedded in it. Actor status has to do with anything that can alter the player's status. This is location, weather, humidity, and other factors, but it's not designed to ruin gameplay, but add to it. Players will need to do some basic research and prepare in advance. If you don't prepare adequately, your character will get hurt and eventually die. Buffs and debuffs can be food-based, medicine, and it was also mentioned in the past that hygiene and rest may also factor in. We then moved to a basic
finally
description of
we'll
the
get to
internal
take
go-no-go
showers
meeting
and
that CIG
use
is
the
using
toilet.
to decide the path. Devs and directors check out the current
Yeah, when
progress,
we eat,
look
you're
to
gonna
see
have
if
to
they hit
defecate
the goals,
too.
and then
Where's
they
this gonna
decide
go?
if they want to
in space.
right? That's it. This is a community-supported YouTube channel that operates free of advertisements.
What if it's like
Supported
Ark where you
fly
can
safe,
just
and I'll see
poop
you
on the
first.
ground everywhere? And you just have to remember that?
Just poop in front of a guard. Citizen, pick that up.
What happens when you have diarrhea in 0G?
Bedtime, bedtime!
Next stop, Central Station.
Who's here over the comms? It's everywhere! Like,
Hello, YouTubers. This is the Nubifier. This year at CitizenCon on Stage 1, we had a rundown with the Lore and Xenolinguistics team. Here's what you need to know in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Xenolinguistics is the study of languages of extraterrestrial beings. The majority of the population of our planet considers this to be a hypothetical study, as none have actually been encountered to date. So in our context, it's understanding how languages in general behave that allows the staff to realize a fully functional and unique sentence structure, vocabulary, and character sets. CIG has on payroll Brighton Watkins, who is the xenolinguist, and Chris Harrow, who designs the fonts and characters. Jerry
Just
Hyberg
make
as
some
part of
shit
the
up.
team
Don't
now
spend
works very
fucking tons
closely
of
with
money.
these aspects of the
Please
development.
watch your step when
Last year we were
disembarking
shown
the
the work
train.
that was done on the Xi'an language. My mind was literally blown away with the attention to detail to include the entire backstory. As to how
Yeah,
the
so are your
characters came to be.
pockets.
As
right?
we saw before, it's much more involved.
I love the things he likes and doesn't like, and it's like, oh wow, we're wasting.
Context are critical for
Linguistics
understanding
expert in
how and why things
28
are
new
the way they are.
languages for this game that's not
This
even
process can be faked.
done
However, in Star Citizen, nothing is faked. There are
Nothing is
1,440
faked.
words
I-
with the phonetics within the Xi'an language, plus the font has recently
Like,
been
it's
updated.
cool, yeah. They
This
did the
update
same
has
shit
since
with
been published to
Pandora.
the RSI
but
website.
How much did that fucking matter, bro?
I'll be honest and forthcoming. I watched this panel twice. I found it to be an impressive achievement, and it's obvious that all the effort will be the foundation for the rest of the development. The Rust Society within Lore are a group of blue-collar workers who publish a guide.
We should check
for
out the
use.
UI panel
I
after
went on
this.
for about 20 minutes about the supporting lore, because you can't have language without culture, and it became apparent that there's now a deep, defined understanding of the Banu. The Banu love luxury and appreciate functionality. The Banu are driven, savvy, respectful, and polite. Their subgroups are known as Suli, not necessarily a family group or a work group, but not limited to either. They don't have the word sorry in their vocabulary. They love salvage, tinkering, and repairing. If they come across a better part, they'll use it. The Banu don't use minutes and hours. They operate within beats. Banu will retire as they get older to prevent work slowdowns. Banu are genderless and they only require 1 hour of sleep per day. They can tolerate an atmosphere that a human would consider poisonous and can tolerate food that we simply can't eat. Barter and haggling are critical in commerce. Banu can basically be sold or sell themselves to a Suli if they have debt, similar to how we might see a slave and slave master arrangement. Their language is based on a soft-sounding flow, which will make it
I like how
very
he says
easy to
slave
differentiate
instead of
from
indentured
Xenon or
servant.
Vanduul. The Banu don't discuss the distant past or the distant future, so their language lacks the words to express those concepts, and written blocks of text are center justified. So, without trying to sound rude about their massive effort and achievement this year, after watching the remainder of the panel in great detail, I'd like to summarize the rest of the panel this way. If you're one of those that are interested in the deeper lore and languages being built for Star Citizen, I might assume that you have or will watch the entire panel that I have linked up for you right now in the description. If you're like me, you're likely going to be happy. All the effort is greatly going to expand the depth and immersion of our universe. Much like a spoiler, I feel for myself that I'd rather experience alien nature in our game for the first time when I see it. I'm sure that this will be a truly fantastic experience, and I'm sure that over the course of dealing with the alien races in Star Citizen, that I'm going to quickly learn a basic functioning understanding of their language and traditions. I can't ever see myself actually investing the time to learn this language, but if you do, I think it's fantastic that it exists for those who want that. And there you go. Thank you very much for spending your time with me.
Okay.
This is a community-supported channel that operates advertisement-free. If you want and you're able to, please consider supporting with the links on the main page. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
Yeah, I don't know where that thing is you're talking about.
It's in the CitizenCon wrapped up in X amount of minutes or whatever. It's on his site somewhere. He doesn't have it like in a playlist or anything. It's like just scroll down, you'll hopefully find it. Fine, let's see if I can't fucking dig it up.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not
Oh,
close doors.
here's a video. Mole solo multi-box.
Intro 2020, carrot giveaway, yada yada. Roadmap.
I want to see this actually.
Locked up, ship panel, armor archetypes, CitizenCon UI.
Hello YouTubers, this is
YouTubers.
Fire.
God
Today,
damn it.
CIG released the Ares Starfighter from Crusader to Concierge. It was just mentioned on Inside Star Citizen with a little bit more detail, but my first question is, where's the mole? I'm just kidding. Regardless of all that, here's what you need to know about the Ares Starfighter. Crusader is one of the least populated ship manufacturers in the game. They were first known for their Genesis Starliner years ago, a huge modular people mover that we've heard very little about since. The Starlifter came out in 3 trim levels, and its size meant that it was
Wait, you
one
can
of
make
the
a
only ships
playlist?
at the time that would be able to move a Tumbrel tank.
How the fuck
Then
do you
we
make
saw
a
the
playlist
Starliner,
on this?
And I really like that concept. Also asymmetrical. So now we have a pseudo fighter from Crusader, which does make perfect sense. It fits perfectly into their style guide, and the role also works within military lore. Crusader do things big. Their bomber isn't even flight ready, and we're already fearful about what that platform will change in the game when it's released. I'll get all of the obvious stuff out of the way first. A fixed size.
Bro, you can press the plus button on the videos and add to the playlist.
Design. A quick scan of the current tables lists that weapon size in the 1800-ish damage per second range, with something like the Saber having at most a quad size 3, doing 4 times 450. The mount alone isn't telling the entire story, as there are 2 variants that basically revolve around 2 giant weapons. The Inferno carries.
Oh shit, I just pressed the back button on the wrong fucking pen. Damn it.
missile racks.
Oh,
and
Jesus,
heavier
it's loud.
armor. The Ion carries a single size 7 energy capital weapon at 38 rounds per minute, internal and external missile racks, better coolers, better shields, and a second power plant. Credit. You should also note that they are each available with a unique skin, which is normally only available at concept. There was some chatter on Reddit that delaying this sale until after the recent expo meant that we couldn't get this ship at 10-year insurance if you use store credit. So, my suggestion to those that aren't happy is to chill out, CCU an LTI token, or buy it next year at the expo. Don't forget, the ships are just funding for a video game. Why get worked up over something so trivial? Moving
I
on.
do want one of those.
If you watch this channel often, you'll already know that I really gravitate to dogfighting and security aspects of the game, and this is listed as a fighter, so here's my take. Fighter to fighter, I would think this would normally be pretty dangerous. It's a fixed weapon, and as the current meta seems to favor auto gimbal, it opens up some questions. I know better than to trust the stats, and we understand that the balance isn't even close to being final. The concept itself is refreshing and fantastic. The ship looks great, and it appears that the view from the chair will be one of the best. It's likely that the cockpit is nothing more than a chair without any extra space behind for a bed. That also makes sense with this role. 220 is also priced near enough to the Hornet and Saber not to raise any eyebrows. Newer concepts are usually a little bit inflated. Having only a single weapon can be a bummer and very limiting. You can't mix weapon types such as shoddy scatterguns and ballistics or distortion and energy. If your goal was to hit something very large or very tough like an 890 jump, a tank, or perhaps even a hammerhead, I would expect this to be much more effective than any other weapon set on any current fighter. This may even prove to hit big harder than even the Heavy Vanguard. Then that would seem to indicate the true purpose of this ship, and it was actually just mentioned on ATV. Not really a dogfighter, but more of an attack craft. So, did I pick one up? Not today. It's pretty specific, and I don't need another fighter. I'm sure there's going to be changes in the future as balance is performed over the next year. We're told to expect Squadron 42 next year, and we know that when that's launched, there would need to be a more final version of the flight model, damage model, UI, and of course, a balance pass. You could still pick up a CCU from a Saber to an Ares for $50 and tuck that away. There are major variations in that hull, such as the number of component slots.
The fuck?
You might then expect the weapon to be non-replaceable or interchangeable.
Light ready?
I say this because what would stop you from buying the Ion for all the extras and then cross-loading the Gatling onto it? Let's try to make that question one on the Q&A. The Sword of Valor is a 2-pack LTI Warbond.
Finally 30k, bro.
For $355. Both variants seem very tailored to different missions, so
we
it
30k'd.
makes sense that CIG would put them together in one pack. The Guardian Pack LTI Warbond is both
we
Ares,
30k'd.
Hammerhead, and a Retaliator Bomber for $1175. The Dauntless Pack LTI is exactly the same thing without the skins, but it's available with store credit for $1,300. If you have a hole burning in your wallet, or you're just into collecting ships, it seems like an interesting concept. Not Nubifier.
Anyway, fucking pause. Alright, so on the bottom of the thing right there, you can add to a playlist.
Yeah,
Like,
I have a playlist in my thing. Dude, you just added like a million fucking. What did you just do?
Oh, I was looking at playlists. Here, I'm gonna put up. This is a clear, right? So what if I put in clear? CitizenCon panel. Well, I can't tell how long these videos are. I'm looking for the no bullshit versions. Hold on. Bullshit. Add this. And this. Okay, move it? No. Alright.
Hello, YouTubers.
This is big. This has caused a lot of controversy.
Very long videos about
Alright, you ready to jump in?
Yeah.
They're usually well received, and it's definitely not a waste of anyone's time.
Yep.
So here we go. This week, the org that I'm a member of met as usual, And during our weekly org meeting, the conversation went much broader than normal, and we started to talk about our concerns for the future of Star Citizen. The org is made up mostly of original backers who track the development in more detail than average. We have a wide range of backer, from those with a basic starter pack all the way to Legatus++. We all want the same thing, which is why we back, follow, and play. We want the dream that was pitched, but we will gladly accept a little bit left or right of the original plan, as long as it becomes the best damn space sim in the universe. I'm going to summarize some of the things that we discussed, and the reason that I'm making this video is to try to put into words what some of us are thinking. My hope here is that you're going to hear what we have to say, and then also post your thoughts in the comments. This type of video works better if you share with your org mates and friends. It took some time to piece together, and we begin with a Kickstarter, which is when we first saw the start of our World War II simulator set in space. It's early days and we had no idea what the end state would be. It's clear now that the developers probably also had a cloudy idea on this end state, basically developing and designing on the fly. It looked and sounded great, and this was a simpler time before the marketing machine ramped up with stretch goals. Week after week, the project sounded better and better
this
as more people
motherfucker.
theory crafted about the possible future. I'm going to jump forward and talk a bit about IFCS because this is why I actually became a backer. IFCS is Independent Flight Control Systems, which is a 6-degree freedom Newtonian simulation created by John Pritchett. Center of gravity and mass will be calculated based on the weight of all parts. The parts that made up the ship
Dude, I just ran into my body
meaning that they would be able
selling
to
at
take
the
damage
fucking
independently.
Grimhex terminal.
Not only
and
would the
it
missing
just-
part
Nice.
result in a change of center of gravity, altering the flight,
It was
but
literally
the parts and
me.
systems would react realistically to damage.
Are they testing server meshing right now? Like, what
These
the
systems
fuck?
were simply and quietly added patch to patch. Patch notes weren't really a thing back then, so from the player's perspective, these improvements behaved like Easter eggs and needed to be discovered. Glossing over all the milestones, the one thing you need to remember is it wasn't faked, it was simulated, and that's a big deal. You needed to manage your boost fuel, your rate and attitude to ensure that the weapons came to bear first. It was so skill-based that it became enjoyable and rewarding. After playing for some time at a friend's house, I bought into the project, eager to practice and learn. It was clear that my time invested wouldn't only be fun, but it would also lead me to be a better pilot and have a higher starting skill level. I
Nice.
could see myself being a dogfighter in game, running escort, offering protection, or engaging head-to-head to settle a score. It was the classic chaos of dogfighting in space, but somehow I found it calming and methodical. These are the mechanics that we had after the second patch of Arena Commander. They were polished, and around patch 1.3, they worked perfectly. I remembered that if a player was acquiring missile lock on me, I knew exactly how long to wait before popping chaff and thus breaking the lock. I knew that if I moved a little bit further away or reduced my system output, my resulting signature would make me fall off that player's scanner. The combat was quick, the ships felt quick, and I could time that chaff to give me the time that I needed to get behind an asteroid. The asteroid was protection because at that time, you needed to see something to lock it in Star Citizen. You needed to see something to have a pip and a firing solution. By reducing my power output and keeping an asteroid between myself and my foe, I gained a big advantage. It wasn't cheating because it was an intended part of the simulation. This cat and mouse type of gameplay was well ahead of its time, and I fear that it's gone forever from Star Citizen. For several patches, I purposely ran without missiles. IFCS was so good that it was able to translate that change of mass into a slightly better flight characteristic. The lower mass allowed me to close the radius a little bit tighter and sooner, giving me better rate and a better position over my enemy. This is about the time that dual stick became more popular, and when space combat became knife fighting. The 6 degree of freedom Newtonian model, coupled with an independent control over all 6 degrees of freedom, meant that you had options. You could neutralize the circle strafe before it even started by rolling and pulling back, keeping weapons on the enemy, and controlling your distance. You see, at this time we still had sufficient lateral thrust that most of these negative behaviors weren't really a thing. When racing was added, it further pushed players' skill level and bolstered competitive gameplay. You got so used to the drift, the blackout limit, and fuel recovery that it became second nature. This skill translated directly into dogfighting, so we actually had a reason to be good at both. Some players like WTFosaurus had enough flight time in racing,
WTFosaurus.
great lap times, and actually read chat at the same time. It was always humbling and humiliating to be paired up with one of these pilots in a race, because they showed you just how much you needed to learn. It was never a waste of my time, because once again, we knew that this was our flight model, and that they were going to build a universe upon it. At the time, I had never considered that they would actually break it so badly in the future. AC wasn't perfect, but it was really good. When it worked well, you felt like a god in your ship, and when it didn't, you got punished, and then you got good. After CIG adjusted the weapons and hardpoint document, running fixed weapons gave you a slight advantage in DPS over gimbaled. That made sense as gimbaled might have more time on target, but needed to hit you more to kill you. The PIP, or Predicted Impact Point Indicator, made an assessment of where to aim. It never gave you the perfect solution because it never accounted for what the enemy would do between when you shot and when it hit. We had a visual attitude indicator as part of our HUD element that showed us where the ship was pointing, and we also had a leader line from the ship to the PIP which showed us their changing velocity. The pilot needed to make these micro adjustments to their aim and could do so based on the information that we got from the HUD elements. If the target sped up or changed direction, you would need to lead the lead PIP. More trigger time and practice made this aim point second nature. Weapons had better range and were relatively accurate, allowing for long-range hits with some reliability. Firing off into space would heat up your guns, but you could fire a couple shots at very long range to tag the target if you knew where to aim. You basically looked at your distance and knew exactly when to start firing. Skill was preserved up to this point despite a rocky year. Just before patch 2.5, Chris Roberts announced that he wanted to move combat closer because the assets were beautiful and detailed. He wanted World War II in space. He wanted that cinematic experience where you got behind someone and blew them up just like in an old movie. To achieve this, he said that he wanted to reduce thruster output, neuter weapon accuracy, and then tinker with the top speed. He said that he wanted to address jousting, and what we got is generally seen as the start of the end. What was worse was that we lost so much progress, and that the changes didn't actually fix the issues that they were supposed to. 2.6 nerfed the accuracy even more by further reducing the range that the projectile would travel, plus some other changes. 3.0 felt busted, and I noticed that most of the great positional dogfighting was actually ruined. I felt at that time that the one thing that CIG had achieved that was working fine was thrown out. Please understand that I'm aware of other fantastic improvements in directions such as planets, living cities, mining, rentals, and the start of Law and Bounty. For flight in general though, planets added atmosphere, gravity, and gravlev. These were never part of the original plan. I feel as if someone started pulling on the threads to try to fix what seemed wrong at the time, and I feel like our once beautiful sweater has been reduced to not much more than a ball of yarn again. Most alarming to the group of friends discussing at the weekly meeting, we're currently just over 1 year away from the proposed release of Squadron 42. The majority of the org consider combat in 3.7 to be a broken shell of what we had. You can still get from point A to point B, but all of what I remember that worked so well isn't there anymore. 7 years into development, and people seem to still be pulling on strings looking for a solution. ESP was meant to bridge the perceived gap between gimbaled mouse pilots and fixed joystick pilots. It worked very well, and I can say that because I never noticed it working, exactly as John mentioned in his design document. ESP has been a nightmare since patch 3.0, stabbing unwanted course corrections or fighting the pilot who it's supposed to be helping. We were told and reassured that all of these changes were being made to make the game more balanced and fair. Was auto gimbal actually added to fix the busted ESP, or was it added to level the skill plane? Did we actually need a level skill plane, or did we just need a reason for people to learn the systems that we had?
Star Citizen looks so easy in this.
Auto gimbals has forced everyone to use them, and new players die.
No, it looks easy.
Don't worry, I'm about to make my point. The result of my conversation with the org
It's slow,
pushing 7 years of development. For year 3, 4, and 5,
just
we were
time to kill is so fucking low.
The core of our game. We had a healthy dogfighting community, and we had a skillful racing community.
Missiles.
It seems as if the devs hadn't really decided by that time what they wanted Star Citizen to look like. I say that knowing that there must be
We're watching a watch together there.
easy to pass judgment as an outsider.
Jump in here.
So I come near the end without an answer.
Yeah, I did.
I lust after the flight that we had in the past, and I understand for some reason or another that I'm wasting my time hoping that it could be reversed. The ex-competitive pilots of Star Citizen each have a special number that they remember. Mine is 1.3. Boost in 1.3 could make your ship fly like a plane for very short periods. You could weave around floating garbage and use it as cover. 1.3, in my opinion, was masterful. 1.4 buffed the TTK, dropped some stats, and we got some increased jousting.
Buff the time to kill.
The PU was added, our lateral thrust was nerfed, and then we got more circle strafing. Cruise was added so that we could cover larger areas. It forced even more circle strafing and jousting. Unified velocity meant that anyone with a dual stick could pull back and roll, ensuring that their weapons remained on target. I would rarely end up jousting a player with dual sticks, yet the developers insisted that the sweater needed to have more strings pulled. Later, we lost G and boost limits, increased top speeds, and even shorter ranges
It's,
on our weapons.
Yeah,
3.5
well,
increased the speed, added heat, added fuel limits, boosted the shields, and finally ruined combat. With a huge TTK and inaccurate weapons, it could take between 5 to 10 minutes of flat circle strafing to get an actual kill. Combat seemed stationary, and players exhausted after 10 minutes of engagement would simply break off combat in the future. It wasn't fun, and combat wasn't worth it. So what do I miss? I miss the ability to dart and weave through debris and stabilize my motion, changing
look how he's
directions
fucking
with
going
burst.
around that, like...
Don't confuse the knife fights of 1.3
Like I said, he
with the
makes it look
jousting and
easy,
circle
dude.
No,
fighting. One is good
it
and
looks
skillful,
easy.
and one is
Like,
just trading aim shots until whoever has the better DPS
also
and
not
accuracy
moving
gets the
very
kill.
fast.
no,
We need
he's
long
moving
range
faster than
projectiles
we
again.
can
Fighters need to boost
because
like
of the way the
1.3.
flight mechanic was in that.
Rotation can be stronger, but
We-
balanced by
we don't
blackout,
have-
heat, damage, misfire,
Our lateral
limited
thrusters
boost
aren't as
speed.
strong anymore.
Anything over SCM
You'd be
could
flying
turn your
past
ship
that
into a rock in
asteroid.
space. You should need to return to SCM
Yeah,
to
that's one
turn,
thing
which would keep the
actually
fighting
crazy.
close.
I think they'll buff it.
I certainly don't have all the answers, and I also don't want the responsibility of taking all the feedback from the entire community and trying to satisfy the masses. I do feel that the broader vocal audience may have muddied the water.
Yeah. This is 3.5 model review.
Hello YouTubers, this is the Noobifier. I've recently invested a significant amount of my personal time into playing with the new flight model. YouTube is just a side hobby for me, so whenever I'm testing or researching, it's at the cost of something else in my personal life. I say this only to reinforce how passionate I am towards the community and how important it is for me to present the information based on my own research and not hearsay. My background in Star Citizen has been mostly focused towards dogfighting, as I find that specific part of the game very enjoyable. I've watched the game evolve further away from space combat, however I hope eventually I'll enjoy it again. I'm going to start today with a very basic overview of IFCS, which defines how flight behaves. I've linked a detailed overview of IFCS from John Pritchett, who designed it in the first place. The goal of IFCS was to simulate mass, inertia, center of gravity,
See how, like,
momentum, and thrust.
his tune
Achieving
is
this
completely
would provide
changed
a
right now?
perfect simulation where firing a missile or losing a wing would change the mass and realistically change the flight. Losing a thruster to damage or
is
overcharging a
3.5,
component in a
right?
time of need.
Yeah, but
would
that's
also
when the
give
flight model
pilot choice.
changed completely.
This way, skill and being familiar with the systems allowed a good pilot to be greater. The 3.5 flight model now adds atmospheric effects such as drag and will
Here.
consider lift and gravity in the future. These can be seen as modifiers to the core flight mechanics
Wait a second,
that are
I'll
going
find
to
it.
be explored in their own video. Spaceflight has changed significantly by changing the throttle and how thrust is delivered. The sweet spot for combat known as SCM is still there, but it's up to the pilot to operate above or below that speed limit. Just like driving a car on an icy road, if you drive beyond your grip limit, you may not have the required traction to
This is a long video, but this is like all aspects. Salty Mike's pretty good.
Yeah, it's too long to do at the beginning of a show that you want to keep
It's
to
okay.
about an hour,
Yeah.
hour and a half, right?
Good.
So it's and
4 years I've been covering Star Citizen. Sorry, I'm looking up here instead of here. That's weird.
I do the same
Anyways,
thing.
I try to condense stuff into no bullshit. And I mean, if you guys haven't checked out the channel yet, I would appreciate it. And those of you that do check out frequently, thank you for your support.
And you're on YouTube, obviously.
Yeah,
Okay.
YouTube, and you can follow me on Twitch because it's funny.
People do
because
it.
I would like to be the first partnered non.
Yeah, to ever not stream, right? And then Dargenator, who are you? How, where'd you come from? What do you do? All that.
Logan Paul was partnered before he even streamed.
Hi, I'm Darinator. I don't stream Star Citizen, but I do run a Star Citizen podcast and have for the past 5 years. Actually longer than that we've had.
Australian people.
So,
Yeah.
No offense to Australian people in the chat.
and also giving praise.
Skip it, look fucking Popeye ass.
And yeah, so
This guy's argument is just
This
god
dude's
awful.
trying to call me a pad rammer.
All
For
right,
what?
so let's get into it. So Noob, you made a video recently about kind of your thoughts on what's going on with the current flight model and some issues that you had with it. And yeah, just kind of summarize that video
He's
if you
like,
don't mind. And anybody that's
"Sup,
watching this video on
Ratpack?"
YouTube, it will be the first link in the
He's like,
description, okay?
he said something about ramming. I was like,
Okay,
I don't
so
ram though.
effectively,
And he's like,
I've
there's a
noticed
hacker named
this all
Ratpack
started from me
ramming over and
noticing
over.
that I started to not
Oh,
enjoy
not
Star
you,
Citizen the way I like to play it, or at least the way I remember it. And I'm gonna paraphrase
A hacker,
go
too,
over
huh?
everything I understand. I'm not an idiot. I understand it's an MMO, that we have 1/10 of the game, and all of that stuff.
Flight ready?
Believe me, I've taken all of that stuff
Acknowledged.
into consideration. The video
Gear
itself
Gear
was
up.
my attempt to
Interplanetary
figure
No,
out,
this
to put
dude's
into
so
words what
widow!
happened between when I enjoyed it a lot
Gear up.
and now
Gear
where I
coming
find
up.
myself being able to play but not enjoy it. So I used to spend like 4 hours a night in Arena Commander because it was fun, and now I'll play it. I do still play. I went to Lorville once. I'm just kidding, but no, my focus is still space combat, and I also understand that there's a difference between space combat in PU and space combat in co-op and in battle royale, and that type of there's that
Couple.
different kind of balance that's needed for all three. So
Cruise.
the video itself goes through
Acknowledged.
0.9, 1.1.
So what he's trying to say here is
and
the flight model's harder to control, therefore he doesn't like it as much.
The thing I came up with was
Yeah,
we
I
were
would like
building
more
this
control over my
gigantic
ship
beast
when
of a game on flight, and that's all we had.
Yeah.
And then we moved to planets. Actually, 2.5 we moved more heavy into PU, and then we moved to planets, and then it seems like everything got thrown out the window. And that's scary. Everyone, all
Kinda just
citizens
sounds like
should
he's
be
bitching
very
to me.
afraid of that, in my opinion, that we spent 5 or 6 hours polishing a turd and then just flushed it and started fresh, because everyone may not have the same level of contacts as a person who follows more frequently. But I believe that IFCS as we knew it was just thrown out the window, and they just called it
Spool up.
IFCS, whatever we're
As
flying
Couple.
on now. Kind of like the same
Copy.
idea. So I've actually presented, or I've actually prepared like a list just for this show of my opinion.
Okay.
Would you like me to shoot into that, or do you want?
I think that'd be
do you want to
perfect.
go?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna read. So that's why my eyes are up here. Star Citizen is an MMO where you get to do tasks within a game mechanic.
Okay.
They're in order from where they were released, and that's space combat, cargo running, mining, and now pro trolling with the Mantids. Space combat in an MMO is being paid to escort, retaliation when needed, bounty capture, reconnaissance, espionage,
Jumping.
sabotage, man tracking, exploration, strategic strike using stealth, denying passage, and controlling territory. All of that stuff is one
Drop out.
component, and it was the first component. So there are
Drop out.
all the ships in Star Citizen except
Quantum
for 2,
trouble.
and they're yellow, have guns mounted on them. And more, and I know that the racers don't need guns, but they still come with guns. So what am I supposed to think when I see Star Citizen, right? Most land vehicles have guns mounted on them. We're meant to be killed
Pull
and
up.
be killed in either
Complying.
PvE or PvP combat. And I know that there's more to the community doesn't necessarily want combat, but it's coming. And
Jump.
you can avoid it by paying
Hyperspace
people
jump.
or choosing really, really well or being very, very lucky. But if you pay someone, they'll bring the combat for you. That's a game mechanic. That's something that we don't want, right? So the Hornet commercial has a guy, a civilian flying in a Hornet, going to get ice cream for his daughter, and he kills 2 pirates and lands like nothing was, whatever. And then the Freelancer commercial, same thing, a fat dude flying Freelancer, doing cargo, and then all of a sudden, boom,
Okay.
pirates, and he kills them, and he lands it like it was nothing. So the game was presented as Wing Commander.
Engaging
Like the
jump.
fundamental core is like, this is what I built before, and this is what I would like to build for you. So all the promo Kickstarter backs up the claim, and I know that things change, but first module was Arena Commander, and they would spend years working on it to achieve a good flight model, and then that would become the core of the game, and then the game would be built on top of it. And that makes sense. If you're a backer, you're like, yes, we'll start here, and we'll just keep adding. The community grew, people complained, the combat was too hard, and then there was no way for a new player to ever be competitive in space combat, which is just bullshit. Like, everyone had to start somewhere. I started, and I learned, and I got better through time. And I understand there's a difference between casual and non-casual, and accessible and not accessible. But space combat, if it hadn't changed, people would still be getting better with it, right, from now.
Or people would just
So
get
the devs
better
wanted to
from
start,
what they
catering
intend.
and that brought change.
No.
2.5 when you Twerk were at or
Just
Selfie
because you
Lake,
don't like
when
it
you
doesn't
were
mean
at,
it's not
at the
good.
live show, Chris announced that combat would
Yeah, let me
be
pause that
slower
real
and
quick.
closer because he wanted better cinematics, and then 2.6 even.
I play Elite Dangerous and I saw Star Citizen and I looked at the flight model in Star Citizen and I was like, I'm never gonna get that game. The game looks like trash. And then I got the game and it's got a completely different flight system and I actually like it.
Been worse, right? And I say worse from my perspective. I know that it's maybe not worse from other people's perspectives.
Yeah, your
If I
perspective.
jump
Yeah, I
in
get it. A
just for a
casual.
second,
Get it.
yes,
Heard.
when he said it would be lower and slower, it didn't really get slower yet, though.
Hold
No,
on.
what he did do is they opened up the spread so that you
Couple.
had to be closer.
Yeah,
Flight
So he wanted to move
but
it
the
slower
flight
and
never
closer.
slowed down. We got
No,
closer.
but they also added cruise mode and then they dropped SCM a little bit.
Yeah.
So it didn't physically get closer or slower, I should say. And the thrusters were still strong at that time. Still, 2.5 was still viable.
Lights on.
And 2.6 even 2.63
Lights on.
was good. And then we had that 1
Lights
year
on.
lull, right? And someone just posted it up there. See, auto gimbals make combat fun. Fuck. So I'm gonna keep going. So everything, they did a ground
You're done?
zero on IFCS when
Gear
Planets
down.
came out,
Front
and
impact warning.
you had difficulty with ESP,
Landing
you had
gear
difficulty
down.
with Gravlev,
Starboard
and
impact
atmospheric
warning.
flight sounds good on paper, and it has the potential to be
Landing
really good.
complete.
Anyways,
Launch complete.
55 ships
Landing
listed as
complete.
fighting or combat focused. 24 like the Cutlass and Avenger are multi-role security, and the rest of them are
Engine
meant
off.
to be protected by those 55 ships.
Engines offline.
That's the way I saw the game. So the law system is good. We need the law system right now, and the law system is should be the only assurance in the MMO environment that we won't constantly be fighting PvP and PvE, because that's good. People shouldn't have to fight. I get that, but the law system is the mechanism that will prevent it. We shouldn't have to dumb combat down so that it's more accessible and start.
Nobody's
putting
dumbing combat
auto
down
gimbals and all
for
this
that. What?
crap in the game. All this,
No. Auto gimbals are
anyways,
bullshit.
Treats.
That's all there is.
The leaderboard is now full of unfamiliar names, and that should be an idea on what's going on. Racing is dead. I'm sure that you have tried and failed to race or not enjoy it like before.
I haven't
Arena
tried, but I
Commander
don't think
is-
it's dead. But yeah.
Okay. Arena Commander, I would say, is a hulk of what it was, like a husk, I should say. And the point of the video was I needed to express
Husk
and illustrate
smash.
what happened, how things changed, and how I could tell you what was missing. That was the point of the whole thing.
Okay. So, and then at the time while we were watching it, I disagreed fairly strongly, and Darj disagreed what seemed like very strongly, but obviously I'm reading in the Twitch chat, so it's a little bit more
Oh, it's good,
difficult
man.
to hear the tone.
Yeah.
So Darj, it's your turn. So after Noob said
Imagine
his
being
piece,
named
what do you
Darj.
think?
Right. I'm gonna say that from the point of someone very invested in the whole physics of the game and not in the combat aspect. Sorry, traffic. What we have right now is it's probably the most pleasant flight model that we've had so far, especially when you count in the thruster power throttle that we were given. That is something that I've been wanting since the very first introduction of Arena Commander, because this is what I've been bitching from the start, is every ship is way too strong for what it is. The small ones, fine, but I've been watching
Engines on.
some of the 1.3
Engines
videos,
on.
you know, not just 1.3
Hero.
but earlier, and it's
Gear
like,
on.
Couple.
especially coupled
Cruise.
with the fact that
Okay.
there was no lateral G blackout. People were doing 15 to 20 G maneuvers all day, every day.
Yeah, they
And
fucking
that
were.
just doesn't seem like it appeals to me, because the premise was supposed to be for the Star Citizen. It's not computers flying ships, it's not drones, AI flying ships, it's people.
Well, what?
So there have to be
Acknowledged.
limitations, and if you're just flying at 15, 20 G all day, you're gonna liquefy yourself. That's just the way it is. And that also meant to
Jump.
brought up the
Engaging
feeling
jump
that
drive.
ships felt like they had no mass. Everything was on rails.
Quantum drive is now
And then they went completely the other direction with everything, trying to make everything really
Cool.
floaty. But I think that right now they
Acknowledged.
are zoning in on a good, healthy medium, where big ships feel like they're heavy, they
Yep.
have mass, and there's even some medium ships that are
quantum drive is now
probably by design equipped with too low thrusters, especially the ones that had VTOL. I remember just a couple of days ago, I was flying the Prospector on Lyria, and I had to keep toggling VTOL mode if I didn't want to smash into the ground, because I just didn't have enough vertical thrust to keep myself in the air, which made it fun for me.
quantum drive
Spool up.
Made me feel like I am
Certainly.
piloting a big hunk of steel instead of just being in a very tiny probe, very, very tiny little ship with super massive thrusters strapped
So-
onto it that are able to fly like a fly everywhere.
That's atmospheric. That's
Sure,
I,
but
I understand that's part of the conversation.
But the most important part is actually the space flight, because that
it
should have
works.
been the focus.
Well, because I'll
from the
agree
start.
with you 100%. The atmospheric flight,
but it's
should be
VTOL
its
is
own
not
flight.
about atmosphere. VTOL is not about atmosphere because it happens on Selman as well.
You're
VTOL
wrong.
is about gravity.
Let's call atmospheric flight as a general thing when you're flying near a planet's surface, and
Gravitational
space
pull.
combat being space combat.
Atmosphere is.
I didn't realize
Because they're
Nimfire
different
was
object
like a
containers, and
40-year-old
you end up
guy.
Huh?
physics grids.
I didn't realize Nimfire was like
out of
a
atmosphere
40-year-old.
of the planet from
Right?
it's
Yeah.
instantly zero. You're not getting gravity. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that
affect
is
you at all.
that is true. Yeah. The gravity well just cuts off way too quickly. I hope
Yeah.
they address that. As
Yeah,
well.
no, dude, he's a pro. He's fucking
let's
MLG.
assume
He
that's
makes it
separate.
look easy. Trust me, dude. I know what I'm talking about. I fucking fly ships like goddamn a ballerina. Like, Nimfire is casual.
Sabers flying completely atmospheric or planet-centric. This has to do with not dogfighting over a surface of something. This has to do with just space combat. The classic, what you've seen in Star Citizen, or in Star Citizen and like Wing Commander and all that. So again, another conversation could be that as you're coming into a planet, that you see the fire, and then your plane, because that's lack of a better term, your Saber starts to fly like a plane. Your Vanguard starts to fly like a plane, and your Cartual starts to fly like whatever the fuck a Cartual is.
Yeah, it's supposed to fly like. Yeah.
True, but you have planetary bodies that have no atmosphere, so even a Saber would not fly like a plane, even when we get control surfaces
No, but
on the
they
wings.
could-
They're
they
not
could
going to
kind
do
of-
anything.
But they could kind of screw that around. Like you're still gonna stuff like that. I'm not opposed to them faking some stuff in Star Citizen for the sake of balance. That's never experienced gravity never been. You know, you have your simulator, and you have your game, and then you have something in between. It still has to be fun, right? Permadeath is truthful, but it's not going to come out the way they present it, where you're just going to die. You know, they'll have some levels of death, and that's not accurate. So again, we can take some liberties.
Don't worry about the
I guess.
cars. It's okay. He's gonna change. He's gonna close
Yeah.
the window because the cars are going
He's too OCD.
by.
It's fine.
I was gonna say you don't have to worry
because apparently
You don't have to worry about
is-
traffic. It's
It
fine.
wasn't that loud.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah,
He's got so much sound
Continue on if you have more Darsh.
Well, but I'm just saying.
Right, he's got so much soundproofing.
have these
Yeah, you
super
can't hear it at
maneuverable
all.
Ships that can do 5-6 Gs vertically. Adding 1 G, or in the case of a Moon Point 3, is not gonna affect combat as much as you think it is. So, atmospheric drag is the one that does it the most. But VTOL, the way some ships
Why is he talking about atmosphere and VTOL? Like, literally told him, stop. This is about space combat. Like, this has nothing to do with your stupid fucking prospector. Seriously.
So, but my point was that I like that the ships don't behave as if they have infinite thrust right now.
And you're coming from the
And-
perspective of not necessarily a combat pilot, right? Which is where the
Yes.
perspective that I come from too. And Noob did start with the fact that I
That-
understand
sure, yes.
that these people exist, but
These people.
Right.
These dirty miners.
when development of Star Citizen started, combat was all we had.
Couple.
And I agree that a lot of people thought
Flight
that that is
assist
also
on.
what we're gonna have in perpetuity, but
Not necessarily combat, but flight.
sure.
Okay, I
But-
know that's semantics, right?
Yeah.
Combat.
It's the
okay,
same.
no, no,
Combat
let-
and flight is the same thing. That's the idea. Because as soon as you change flight, you change combat.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
but
which is what happened.
But
combat
it's fucking.
flight mechanics versus flight mechanics more.
Why is this
oriented
guy
towards,
who's not even combat oriented
commerce,
in a combat oriented
you know,
conversation?
sightseeing
That's all I want to
sort
know.
of, type of flying.
Yeah.
Uh,
And the idea is clearly to not have one that's geared towards one or the other. It's one that works for
Couple.
both.
It's
Yeah.
called the
Flight
flight
assist
model, not the combat flight model, and not the cargo
Yeah.
flight model.
Port
Yeah.
impact
Yeah.
warning.
What
the flight
the fuck
That
is going on with this
So
stupid
where
couple
the whole
bullshit?
thing came from is the entire org had a conversation,
Yep.
and it was messed up because we're looking at 7 years and they're about to release Squadron 42, and someone, it wasn't even me, said, "Holy crap, they haven't even figured out flight yet."
Yeah.
Right? And technically, Darge, you're right, they have. It's super good and whatever, but I don't see Squadron 42 being me in the UEE taking a Hull C across the galaxy and dropping off some boxes of poop, right?
That is
So
true.
that was
Shit it on him.
It is a combat-focused game, and then they add auto gimbals and they add hover mode, whatever they were trying to achieve there. It obviously didn't work, and that's fine. We should be testing
hover
stuff.
mode was a good idea, but very
Right.
badly implemented.
Agreed, but it's gone. The point is,
Not yet. It's not.
we were told cinematic space combat, blah blah blah, flight.
Gear
You're a
down.
soldier. You're gonna kill
Gear
people.
down and
You're gonna
slowing. The
interact
ship is yours
with,
to dock.
Mark Hamill. It's gonna be lovely. But the thing is, adding auto gimbals,
Engines off.
although futuristic and realistic,
Engines
takes
Power off.
away from takes
Ship
away from
offline.
gameplay. Because what they effectively did with that, give me a second, is
Give me a fucking second, I swear to
it
God.
was a fun balance. So you got a mixture of both. If you were brand new, you could choose to use gimbals, and then when you got plateaued, buy it. Malagos is the only person I know who didn't get plateaued by gimbals. And then you would switch to fixed, you'd get your skill up, and you'd have higher DPS, and you felt like a god, because when you hit that target, even though the pip wasn't on go away, and it would start calculating again. There's little things like that I miss. Holding down boost would make the ship fly like an airplane, and that's I think what you're talking about, the 50G maneuvers, which are not realistic and would turn you into liquid. But what it used to be able to do, and I'm not asking for it to go all the way back to 1.3, I'm trying to find a middle ground where I still enjoy it, and then the community still thinks it's approachable. On the subject of approachable, one last thing, I'm sorry, I'm totally capitalizing. It didn't help
Noob
at all.
capitalizes what he does.
Check this out. You give a bigger stick to the new guy, and you don't give it to the veteran. That's imbalance. So you give a big stick to the new guy so that he can hit the big guy, but the big guy has a bigger stick or the same stick, and he actually knows how to use it. So all that adding auto gimbal did isn't make the noob more competitive. It just made the noob die faster because you can't use fixed weapons and be
Stand by and
competitive.
let
That's
passengers
game breaking.
disembark
That's
before
the
boarding.
point. That's the whole point of this shit show from point 9 to point whatever the fuck we are now. That it hasn't gotten
considerate to your
better,
fellow travelers.
and
Do not
it
lock
needs to
doors.
stop. That's
All right,
whatever.
and I'm gonna do a little moderating here. Darge, you go, and then as soon as Darge is done, I'm gonna make some points on auto gimbals, and then I'm gonna get back to a little bit more on the flight stuff and what I was thinking. and stuff like that.
Reserve the right
Right.
to search
Right.
travelers at
You have I would say,
Next stop, Central
slightly
Station.
too much of a bias when it comes to your approach, because you are that good.
Right.
But then
Bad
there
fucking
is
German
1.5
dude.
million other
Yeah.
people right now waiting to play the game, if they're not playing it right now, that don't have that
Talking about the guy on the video, right?
level of competence
Yeah.
when it
Yeah.
comes to any
Fucking
sort of
terrible,
flying,
dude.
let alone
Terrible.
just Star Citizen. So when a person that has that is so much below you in terms of competence in flying wants to join in the game and have fun in it, they need to be presented with a level that they can understand and grasp. So,
Not Elite Dangerous.
But I didn't start there. I didn't start there. I started, and I pushed through. And I'm gonna say this.
But that's you, and
the
that's.
people.
Hold on, Noob. It's
People
so
are-
unfair. It's so unfair to say that. Like this is where, and this is where Darj is going, and this is one of the conversations that I was gonna have, is that a lot of the light combat
Now
guys
arriving
have.
Central Station. Please watch your steps.
Don't take
when
this the wrong way.
disembarking the
I don't know
train.
how any other way to say it, and it's not really directed at you, but it's the egos on those combat pilots they remind me of like Maverick, right? The egos are really big, they're really
I
strong,
wanna see the new
and
Top
it's
Gun movie.
it's I did this and you should be able to too. But you don't come from the perspective of not even what Darj is saying, that they may not grasp it. A lot of guys may not have the time or the ability
yeah,
to
they
put the
don't care
effort
to.
in. It's not about
or they
caring.
don't want to.
It's not about wanting. It's not being able to, right? People have kids and families and jobs, right? So this game, we want it to be accessible to as many people as possible. Go ahead.
Yeah, or they have, you know, a lack of room on their desk. Like I've seen Noob's setup, I've seen your setup. You've got these what the Monster Tech mounts with these joysticks on them. I have a mouse and a keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard is competitive though.
Oh God, Jesus, here we go.
Which is why I'm not, you know, getting my ass handed to me all the time. But that is only because of the changes they made to the flight model. I had my ass handed to me all day, all night.
Those people aren't
before.
playing anymore because it's not fun.
But that doesn't mean
Not fun, meaning not easy. Just let's put it right there.
Isn't there anymore?
Let me just fucking say that.
Like,
Get that?
they've basically given up, and you can see that if you
Yeah.
go to the leader.
All the tryhards when it was easy aren't there anymore because the skill ramp changed. If you're not playing because it's not fun, quote unquote, you're not playing because it's not easy.
That we were pitched at the
Time to
beginning.
kill is too
This
high.
is what we're- yeah, exactly.
Shut
Red
up.
Lear bailed. He's
Shut the
just
fuck up.
Literally cashed out. He doesn't care anymore.
Good.
And I'm not saying that that's
Good.
good or bad.
Bye.
I'm just saying that that's
Bye, Felicia.
That's a thing.
Sorry. Not sorry.
I don't know. I'm not gonna bail on Star Citizen, but I find myself not enjoying it like I did before.
Ah, that's a
Before, I
good
would
goddamn shame, isn't it?
only
I
Star
enjoy it.
Citizen. Battlefield
I enjoy
4
blowing
came out,
people
I
up.
didn't play it.
I didn't
Battlefield
play the
5 came out,
previous
I
flight
didn't
model, and
really
I
like
like
it.
this
I
one.
was
That's all there is
busy
to it.
playing something else.
Flight game and I can kill people.
Again, I don't. I'm not presenting the case properly. The video does a better job of that. And I'm just.
I'll pause right here. Okay, so with the time to kill and the flight model the way it was before, how the fuck do you think people are even gonna play this game? You're literally gonna you turn your back on somebody and you're popped by a fucking tiny little ass fucking pea shooter gun. What? Then you have to spawn all the way across the fucking galaxy just to wait a half an hour to get your fucking shit back? How is that fun? How is that interesting? How is that engaging? How is that content, gameplay? There's no loop. It's just spawn and die. Spawn and die. That's it. You spend more time waiting than you do fighting for your ship to fucking respawn. Because he's coming from the aspect, look at his fucking face, he comes from the aspect of Arena Commander, I could just pop all these ships because I'm so good at the fucking game. No, you're not good at the game, the fucking time to kill is so broken.
Yeah.
Her. And that fucking face just literally fucking like
I'm concerned that as part of an MMO, I expected all of these other game mechanics to be dumped on top of a flight model. And again, it was supposed to
What
be
game mechanics?
IFCS flight model that would work from Idris all the way down to Argo, and it was going to be
What? It just isn't even in the game.
And they worked on it, and then they seem to forgotten or
Or it wasn't practical.
on it. And I know, like, trust me,
Uh-huh.
I know they're working on it. They are polishing all aspects of it. The problem is, I think the people that they're listening to don't have the historical background to assess what and where is good. Because there were times that people
Historical
thought, well,
background.
we were getting
Alright,
into
so
the
this is
surface
about
briefing, and that's
how long
boring,
you've been in the
that's
fucking
boring,
game. Alright,
So they say,
makes
well,
sense.
we can fix that by doing this, this, and this, and it didn't fix it. So then what you should, in my opinion, scientifically, is to go back to what you had, see if it comes back, and then iterate again, instead of just go 2 feet deeper into the unknown.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's
But
probably
what's
correct.
good is subjective.
Yeah.
That's also true. let me jump in here a little bit, because I think one of the things that is important is it's not being pushed aside, and you said that you know that it's being worked on, and you keep pointing out IFCS, and I know you did this thing with John Pritchett, and you're a John Pritchett fan, right? What I understand about
Called
John
him a
Pritchett's
fanboy.
work
Yikes.
was that it was bulky, and it was a little bit difficult to work with the actual game, so it needed to be reworked in some way or another. And then, guys, can you give me the name of current guy?
David Coulson.
David Coulson, thank you. David Coulson comes in, and now it's sort of his job to take what John Pritchett worked on and make it work a little bit better for the game, and not necessarily change it too much. But
I think
what happened
I
was
think they just started.
Well, I think they have to restart, but are bringing things over. The issues that I have, and I think Noob would probably agree with this, and probably Dargenator as well, is that I still agree with Noob 100%. They should have started with the flight model, and if you're gonna have to rework this thing from the start again, then you do, right? And you have to go from that Arena Commander base of this is how space combat will work, and then bring it over to
Right
planetary
now,
combat. And for whatever reason,
the Arena Commander is too
it
small,
seems like planetary
because the
flight is
time to
more
stop your ship
important.
is
Like,
way too
why
long.
hover mode was ever
So
worked on
Arena
is
Commander.
when
There's no
you
one
did- when
in
you-
Arena
we know
Well, no,
they
I was just
got
saying
the
because
flight
you
model,
go to
because
max
we're not
speed,
happy with
you're
it, right?
fucked
I
because you
found
can't
that
stop.
to be incredibly
That's the only thing.
Dargenator,
Is that
Go
the
too
play
slow,
zone?
you fucking die.
is-
Yeah, the play zone is too small.
One thing
It is
that
for that.
Noob
Like that's my point.
and
Is that the
the,
play zone is too small.
the RS
The
guys and a
up
lot
the
of the guys
side of the
that
play
I
zone would be
consider
more
synonymous
acceptable.
with combat, and
Just
I know that they're
by maybe
upset
like
with
25%.
I
is
love
that
flying into
David
barriers
Coulson
and not being able to stop my ship.
hasn't gotten there yet. The
Well, they
question
also
is
don't have
why,
it so you can
but
upgrade your ship
let's
engines
let
or
him
anything like
get
that
there,
either.
and I know he's listening
ready?
to your feedback. I know that
As
for
you
sure.
wish.
He's been in the Discords, he's talked to
Hello
these
and
people,
welcome aboard
so
your
he
great
must know it.
interplanetary craft.
But for whatever reason,
Your systems are online.
the
Gear up.
shift of the flight model moved to
Retracting
planets.
modules.
Like the entire game
Couple.
has moved to these like planet things,
Devices
and I've
engaged.
sit here and been titled as well about where did my space game go? Where did it go? Right? It seems like a planetary-based game now, but you know, so
It's
just
like Skyrim with spaceships.
yeah, so a lot's changed, but I think that's why the focus has shifted there, and they've told us many times, and even in recent SELs,
Impact warning.
that the focus is to slow things down, and the way
Cruise.
that they're going to focus things to slow things down in the future is to create penalties for going too fast, which is something they haven't tried yet.
Right.
So that's one of-
Misfires, failures, all of that, all of those things that I was gonna say against, not against. That's not the right word, but to counter what Darj was saying, which was that they need this, this, and this, and this needs to be good. So instead of having a ship that can't do 5G, make the pilot fucking die.
Yeah.
Right. The ship can do 5G,
You're dumb.
but make it a
The
penalty.
pilot, well, and that's what
why we had
Darj is saying, is that the pilot
But we had
can't.
G-Safe, right? We had G-Safe for that. And then now G-Safe doesn't work anymore because we have stamina added to it. And stamina doesn't work the way it was supposed to. Stamina was supposed to make you gradually black out more and more and more, thus preventing you. Limited boost fuel. When you hold down boost, the ability to do this in space over an obstacle, or, oh my god, I'm about to hit a ship, boom, the ship slams on the brakes. We used to have that, and now we don't. Now we just crash into shit, you know? So, effectively, giving the pilot the choice if they want to trade damage.
Yeah,
or
like
death
have the
for
time to kill
something, and
high.
that's up to the pilot. That's skillful. He
Or
knows
low,
he or she
whatever
knows
the
the
fucking-
limitation of
proper way
all
that
of the
works.
systems. And
Have
can
it take longer to
educated
kill
guess in a
people,
split second
but
as
let
to
me
what they
fucking
want.
maneuver my
That's
ship
fun.
so that I can
That's-
actually use
that's good
terrain.
gameplay. We should
I can
roll
actually.
They'll
that.
probably focus in on it. This is
I
the.
know that sounds super
I feel like this is the
condescending,
first
but we can
iteration. I
have
feel like they're working
flight,
on it because they
combat,
did
and
mention.
cargo all at the same
It's like the
time,
whole
on the
point
same
of a fucking
flight model.
destroyer
It doesn't need to be
is to
one or
kill a
the
bunch
other.
of frigates. It should be able to
I'm
kill
gonna
like
say
5
something here
frigates
that you
per
probably won't
destroyer.
like,
Right.
is
And a
that
cruiser
John
would
Pritchett's,
absolutely annihilate a destroyer.
IFCS
And a battle
model
cruiser will
space.
kill the fucking cruiser, but it can't fight a frigate because the frigates are
Pull
too
up.
fucking fast for it. and the weapons are too big.
As soon as you turn on
You know, and then
engines,
the capital ships are just,
and then
you know,
when John Pritchard went
they're
away,
what they
and
are,
John
capital
Coulson
ships.
worked
Right.
on the
Like,
flight model for
they are the end of the fleet.
so many, I don't know how many months.
Jump.
I think he
Engaging jump
actually
drive.
managed to implement a properly
Quantum drive is now
physicalized Newtonian system. And what you're talking about is just a
Drop out.
balance. Is
Quantum drive disengaged.
how much thrust each thruster is actually able to output per ship. So when you have a fighting ship, you have small mass, you have powerful thrusters, you're able to do these maneuvers, but then the pilot suffers for it. And you
Acknowledged.
have the same output thrusters on a much bigger ship, and that's gonna make the maneuvering feel a lot more sluggish because they have so much more mass to counteract. But it's just
Jump.
balance. I'm pretty sure
Hyperspace
that
jump.
once they have
Engaging.
that they could
Quantum drive
possibly
is now
already have it figured out how thrusters and ships are supposed to interact, then they can work on the balance and bring it back more in line with what we had, which you say is more fun, and I think maybe not. But we now have the thruster power throttle, so I can just toggle mine down to
Okay.
10%, 15%, and enjoy the more smooth cinematic maneuvering that I would
Sure.
prefer.
And let me turn it up to
because I have
100.
because I have
Jumping.
digital controls. Yeah,
But that's it.
yeah.
Let me have 100% and kill myself because the
Sure.
ship,
Yeah.
right?
But
Why can't you have 100%? You turn G-Sail off and you have
Let me
100%.
jump in 1 second. Would you guys like this is basically the point that I was trying to make. You guys remember Star Marine when Ilphonic worked on it? Me neither.
Do I ever?
Right? Because
I
it didn't
paid so much
exist.
money to try to forget that Clark.
Yes, but what Darge is trying to point out, and kind of what I was trying to point out, with, and I don't want to put the blame on John Pritchard because I don't think he is. But do you think that now that they've needed
Couple.
to rework this flight model, that
Cruise
we're
control.
sort of in a situation like that, where it's
Couple.
we need to throw everything out the
Okay.
window
Cruise.
because it was faked and because it didn't
Affirmative.
work the way we wanted it to. It wasn't what Chris wanted, and now we're getting to the point where they're bringing the pieces together again and starting to bring them together and starting to work on them again. I don't know why hover mode was ever worked on at this stage, but it was.
I have an idea
and it
about
is, right?
Oh, let's just talk about auto aim instead. Let's
Well,
forget
let's-
about hover mode.
No, we don't need to talk about hover mode at all. It's just that why was it a priority? Why was it a priority and not spaceflight? That's the
And-
only issue that I take.
And auto aim seems like they're giving up
that.
because they are.
Yeah, auto aim is a big problem.
Right.
I
It's still
agree.
a big problem.
I
It
think
is
there's
wrecked.
some
You
really
don't need-
logical solutions to not get rid of it
Oh.
and to have it be and to have things balanced again. So I'll
So
jump
there's
in
no
real
reason
quick.
to
Hold
use-
on. I'll jump in real quick
Yeah,
because
go.
there absolutely are reasons. All right, and the reasons are, and this this is where guys, and I hate to say it because it does sound condescending, but guys like you, flight combat guys, will always feel that there's no need for it because they don't need it. All right.
That's
But-
not what I said.
No, I'm
I
not
said
saying
there's
that.
no reason to fly fixed if there is auto
Agreed.
aim.
Decouple.
Agreed. Which is the
Even
shit part
a
about it.
competitive pilot will just go get the big stick. Is what
100%. That's the worst part about it, right? Now, let's start with this basis, and I'll ask you both this
Lights on.
question, just quickly answer it.
Lights on.
In a situation, I'm a new player and I'm out there in the verse, right? A pirate who is a very excellent pilot comes around. I'm rocking an Aurora,
Front impact
and
warning.
he's rocking a Hornet.
You're done.
Overhead impact
Should I
warning.
ever have the
landing gear.
ability
Impact warning.
to kill him?
Port impact warning.
I think if I get
Landing
really
gear
lucky
down.
and he makes a huge mistake or something, that's the only situation where I
Landing
should.
complete.
Just quickly, what do you
Engines
guys
off.
think? That scenario specific.
Off.
Engines
Yeah,
offline.
the game shouldn't be punishing to the point where it just kills you for no reason. That's PvE, we'll say, for example. Is that
Exactly.
what you're talking about? PvE, like you're.
No,
okay?
I'm
So,
actually saying in a
with-
PvP scenario, I'm out there flying in the verse, a pirate comes around, a pirate player PvP situation pops
No.
up, he's in a Hornet, I'm in an Aurora, I have size
No,
1
you
weapons,
shouldn't-
he has size
no
2 and
fucking
3.
way.
Probably not,
Yeah,
right?
no.
Fucking with. That's
Okay.
not how it works, man.
All
You
right,
have a
let me
tank versus
continue.
a truck.
Of course. Let me continue. Right now, if it's fixed versus auto gimbals, there's a chance
So what he's saying
that
is
the
that
Aurora kills that pilot, correct?
yeah.
That's a big
Because
problem.
it's easier to
you should
land.
always lose
Exactly.
because
That's part of
pilot
the
skill
problem.
doesn't matter.
Now, let's go into. Let's start out with the circle on the auto gimbals. Way too large. That
Fucking
circle
confused.
needs to train a player.
But then a mouse player can just fucking literally point click across this fucking 1440p screen.
It can be
Yeah.
this
What are we
big.
trying to say
It
here?
can be this
I don't
big,
even break a sweat flying anymore. I just
Of course.
fly and I just
right?
could be sipping coffee and
silly.
kill people.
It can be this big, but this was something I mentioned on the stream when Darge and we were watching the video. Was if it's this big, why doesn't it become like a almost like an archery target, right? Where you miss 90% of your shots on the very edge, and as you get closer, you start to hit more and more. It actually trains you to be a fixed or a gimbaled pilot. That's how I feel that it should be personally,
Yeah.
and maybe some HUD UI
Well,
that represents
That's
that.
what I thought it was supposed to be.
It's
Right?
clearly
That's
not,
what that.
right?
Of course not. But we even went around the verse when they started talking about it. There was this big circle, and he goes, "Oh, don't worry, this is gonna get. I don't know. It's gonna sound really bad, but he looks like Mr. Miyagi. I don't know who he is."
To me.
Kirk Tomei.
Okay, thank you.
Well, he's got the
Sorry,
beard.
Okay, but he showed us this thing, and the chat flipped out, and even on live stream, the people were freaking out. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. It's gonna be super tiny, but it didn't. Yeah, it's exactly.
Yeah.
The emotes come out.
Like I said, but that's all
Yeah, the
balanced.
gimbal could be
That's
smaller,
not
for sure.
implementing
Be like
a
half the
system
size
or
of it,
ignoring
at
it.
least.
You can have the same.
Not really though,
gimbal
only
system,
because
just,
you
make,
have to maneuver your ship
smaller
to
or
be
bigger.
in that area or else you don't hit at all.
So
Like,
yeah,
there's
like
there's never a
that
point
would
where
not
you're
be
in.
smaller.
and
Moving too
have that
fast, like if
be
they nerf
as a
the
trading
combat
tool
on
to make people
speed, maybe it
more,
is just
in line with
The issue is that
Let me say
the
instead of
gimbal
saying flight
sucks.
model, let's say balance, right?
and everybody
We'll
agrees on
replace
that.
the word.
But
So 0.9's balance.
what the fuck are you gonna
1.3
do
balance,
against the mouse
1.4
player?
balance, 1.4 is kind of weird.
Well, I'm not hearing anything about mouse and keyboard players being OP now.
The balance in all of that
Engines
has
on?
been going away from basically what we
Engines
what
on?
we consider as being
Engines
a good flight
on.
model to being something
You notice that?
that isn't fun anymore. And I
You're
know
up.
that's like, well,
There is
fine,
no
fun,
mouse
it's
versus
not
joystick fucking
but the thing
comparisons
is,
going on at
the
all
problem
anymore.
is that it's been
And that's
going
exactly
away
what the
from-
fucking auto gimbal was supposed to be.
Like I said,
And they
one of the
haven't
main
mentioned the
goals of
reason it
game
was
is
implemented
supposed
at
to be
all.
space combat. And I know
At
that,
all.
again, sounds
Regularizing-
everyone's like,
regulating
"All I want to do
mouse
is
doesn't sound
versus
like
joysticks.
at all. That
But
is
you're gonna
that's a
need
true
combat.
statement.
You're going to need combat to escort, because if you can go to and from places and
They
not
haven't
worry
mentioned
about
mouse and
anything
keyboard
and
at
you're a
all.
Caterpillar,
So
and
mouse
not
and
have to
keyboard's
have
better.
escorts and all the other stuff, and
God,
bounty hunting and all of the other
fucking
game
kills me. It really
gameplay
kills me.
that's there, then you might as well just turn it into My Little Pony World.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Have you tried
Kidding me, bro?
looking at what you liked so much in 1.3 and pinpointing
Yes.
exactly what it was?
Lateral thrust, the ability to dodge.
yeah.
That was one of them,
I
and
would
that
like
also gave me positional
Tool up.
ability to get over a target
Okay.
and keep aim while flying around, and it allowed me to avoid missiles, avoid fire, spin around, and engage from behind. All kinds of very
Jump.
skillful things.
Engaging.
was-
So what he's saying is that the current flight model, you can't aim,
More lateral thrust,
but the circle should be smaller.
less circle strafing. It got rid of so many
For
things,
auto gimbal.
because circle strafing is because people
But you
get
can't
at a
aim.
particular speed, and then they're locked in that speed and they can't get out of it because one guy's shooting, and if you try to
Pull up.
deviate, you'll just get shot
Acknowledged.
and you won't be returning DPS and you get blown up. So circle strafing wasn't a thing when we had lateral thrust, and then the whole
Yep.
thing was, well, the spaceship doesn't
Hyperspace
look right
jump.
because a Hornet's got this big thing on the back, and we've got all this little shitty thrusters, and it doesn't make sense. The ship would be able to go at this speed sideways with those teeny little thrusters. So I would prefer that we would bring all the thruster values up and take the stupid thing off the back and just say space be real, have at it. Now you have lateral thrust, because that was actually why 1.3 was here.
But that goes completely against the whole
Optum drive.
original premise of it
As
being
you
World War
wish.
II fighting in space.
No, because World War II is all about getting positional ability
Jump.
on your target.
But it was never
Engaging
using
guns.
lateral
Basic-
thrust or vertical thrust.
But I use lateral thrust to fly like a plane. That's the thing. I'm always bang and roll just like a plane. So yes,
Okay.
I disagree with your thing. I need the ability to have.
But by lateral
You're not
thrust,
lateral
you mean
thrusting,
straight
you're
right?
rolling. You're using the lateral thrust to mimic rolling.
Sure, but it's not just lateral. It's all like lateral thrust in any direction is lateral thrust.
Oh,
It's
so you
not
mean
just left and right,
translating?
ladies.
You mean
There you go.
translating?
But that's lateral thrust. Lateral. There's no up in space, right?
That's where I was confused because when you
That's not lateral.
yeah.
It's not
When
lateral,
you-
it's
when you
translated,
said
yeah.
lateral, I assumed that you meant like
So
being
there's
able
rotational.
being
and,
able to
and
press.
lateral thrust.
Gotcha. I thought you
Lateral.
meant being able to
On a
press
lateral
position.
plane, you fucking
Because
dance.
I thought
Like,
you meant straight, like
kills
being
me.
able to hit A and D
Sorry, I'm
straight.
stupid. I only hit grade
Gear
10.
down.
No, it's okay.
you only hit
I
green
know
head,
that.
bro. Just saying.
No, we just have to agree on what you mean. Like,
Yeah.
like you have rotational movement and you have translational movement in any direction, but lateral just means left and right.
So that's strafe left and right. That's what I thought you meant as well.
Or
Yeah,
it's
everybody in
also-
this conversation.
It's basically whatever.
He's been going on about lateral
line
thrust for the
is
past
on-
hour,
on
bro.
each
The
direction.
angle of the ship.
Power
And
down
he-
the ship.
Yeah,
Uh,
that is translation. Yeah,
so-
sure.
He's talking about pitch and yaw and roll. He's talking about that and saying that that's lateral thrust. But you're not able to do that easily. That's what he's talking about, bro. You get that?
I'm in a kind of. I'm in a mission where I'm about to be shooting a bunch of people on this fucking station here.
Yeah.
I'm like kind of paying attention, but also kind of. I want to be able to move from side to side. That's,
Yeah, well, that has nothing to do with what they're talking about at all. You can move from side to side. I do it all the time, especially in our fights. You're going way too fast because you're fucking going at 500 miles per hour left. What do
Yeah,
you
and
expect to
then-
happen? Yeah,
oh.
because you're going at 500 miles an hour because you're going fucking so fast. What do you want? You want to be able to stop on a dime? You don't have
I want to
fucking...
be able to maneuver my ship.
Well, then don't go 500
Not
miles an
fast.
hour. Don't go 500 miles an hour.
Alright.
What's so
Okay.
hard to understand about that?
Oh my god! Why can't I shoot this guy? Why is my gun not shooting?
Inspect it. Oh, you gotta bind an inspect key. Yikes.
Proceed to Prime Landing Bay.
Why are my guns not shooting?
PU problems, bro.
Oh,
PU
there we
problems.
go.
Good thing you weren't being shot at, right?
I was about to be.
Well, you weren't.
Oh, fuck. Holy fuck. They almost killed me. Oh my god, and the grenade. You throw the grenade and it just sits there in the fucking middle of nowhere. Equipment. Weapon. Put more med pens before I fucking die.
Front impact warning. Starboard impact warning. Port impact warning. Deck impact warning.
Couple.
Opening.
Also not wearing heavy armor.
That's probably why you almost died in one shot.
Two hostiles left. Whoa.
hydrogen fuel is at 100%.
Gear down.
Deploying landing modules.
Engines off.
Gear down.
Off.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Wish I could pick up ammo from a gun.
One of these days. Okay, so that worked. Oh my god, excuse me.
Oh, that was a quick 7k. Kill 7 dudes, get 1,000 for each.
Nice.
That's a bonus. It was different too. It wasn't like I was flying around to get those kills.
Anyway,
Yeah. Okay.
he's talking about translative thrust. He's not talking about actual lateral thrust, actual strafing power. He's not talking about strafing. He's saying strafing, but he doesn't actually mean strafing because he doesn't know what strafing is. He's saying strafing as if it requires no movement and just rotating his ship to be able to track his target better. That's what he's saying. Back it up to that little fucking explanation. This is so stupid.
Rotational
Being
and,
able to
and lateral
press.
thrust.
Gotcha. I thought you meant
Rotational
being able to
and
press A and
translational.
yeah.
Sure.
Because I thought you meant straight, like
Now
being able to hit A
arriving.
and D
Sorry,
and
I'm
straight.
stupid. I only had grade 10.
No, it's okay. We don't mean that.
No, but no, we just have to agree on what you mean. Like,
Yeah.
like you have rotational movement and you have translational movement in any direction, but lateral just means left and right.
So that's strafe left and right. That's what I thought you meant as well.
Or
but
it's also up and down. It's basically whatever. 90
Alright,
degrees
even my.
on
Alright, right
the
now,
of the
my
ship.
thruster.
Yeah.
on direct. Yeah, that is translation.
What?
Yeah.
My side thrusters.
Um,
I'm dead still. It's
You-
not enough.
You're what?
My side thrusters,
Bruh.
they hardly do any, like compared to my forward thruster. It's a
What?
joke.
What do you mean?
All right, I'm sitting still.
Yeah?
I go left with my fucking left stick. I'm barely moving, bro.
Yeah. Because they're not strong thrusters. Now hit left and boost at the same time. And then fucking counter to boost counter to come to a stop. That's how I
Yeah,
maneuver.
But I'm barely fucking moving. The whole point is
What
like,
ship are you flying?
this is encouraging. I'm on my Ghost.
It's a bigger ship.
It's a light fighter.
It's a heavier ship than the Arrow.
It's a light. Okay, you're in like.
The snappiest, most maneuverable ship in the
You're
game.
in literally the most maneuverable ship in the game.
My apologies, I don't get handed these ships to test. Like, that's the issue, is that I'm coming from a place where I got a light fighter, it seems pretty fucking good. Don't really have much of an issue.
Should do it.
Now arriving, Central Station.
Trading?
Please watch your step when disembarking the
Yep.
train.
That's why we going. Same.
And then I'm talking to the guy on the train.
Well, okay, so the fact of the matter still stands is that you used to be able to change your engines, change your lateral thrusters. If you go to hardpoint.io, right?
Yeah,
They're there and they're all fucking locked. That's the fucking issue. So we can't change these fucking dinky little fucking pea shooter thrusters they give us.
I can't give my Eclipse a better computer to target people further than fucking my stealth range.
Yeah.
Like, fucking dumb.
But apparently people make blue with it. And it's expensive fucking ship.
Oh, this dude's actually talking to me?
Yeah, that's who I was talking to on the fucking train, dude. He was slapping his gums
No,
on the
he's
train.
like, I have to wait for the instructor. This dude just came into my comms in the middle of this mission.
Oh. Weird.
AI dude talking to me.
Huh. Interesting.
Eliminate Ninetail's nest.
Good luck, bro. Anyway.
But that just also goes back to what we're talking about.
It also doesn't help.
Boost
You can't
the
see what
thrusters
direction
and have
the ships are
100%
going.
thrusters be super powerful, and then if you want
The enemy
to
ship?
be
Like,
to be
if I'm flying,
slightly
all
more
I
gentle,
see
you
is
have to just
where a ship is
slow
right
down.
now. I don't see the
The second
direction it's
component
going.
was
It's
the rate
it's
of change.
speed
When you
compared to
used
mine. I don't
boost
see any of
in
that
those
shit.
lower patches,
Mm.
it would magnify
Those are all
The
things
pip.
you can
performance of your throttle, of your thrusters.
Yes.
Instead of
The targeting
lifting
pip.
like this,
Like
you'd be
it's
able
going in that
to
direction.
almost
I'd
or
like
even
some more
like a
precise
ski, right? And
Right.
that there,
information on
that
that.
level of precision was your obstacle avoidance that got you in and out of asteroids, that got you in and around garbage. You can go watch some footage. People basically dodging around the space station and then coming out in the correct attitude and shooting like this. Again, I'm not trying to make it a PvP nightmare for people, okay? I'm trying to find a balance between stuff. And no, you can't still do that because it's fucking not the same rate.
Stop
You can't
reading
do it like
Twitch chat. Ignore them. It's a podcast.
Fuck. You know what I mean, right?
So yeah, before boost was about 2.5 times thrust of normal thrusters. Right now it's only about 50% more, I think, or 75% more. But it's all just more noticeable when you have, because they gimped the thrusters and they make them feel.
That's the biggest change,
ships
correct?
more heavier.
Was gimping the maneuvering thrusters and boosting your main thrusters. That was
Yes.
the biggest change.
To make it more in line with how the ships looked, because you had this little teeny tiny maneuvering thrusters on the side and a big chonker on the back. Yeah.
Now, what if I made this point, both Noob and Darge? Between
I don't really
0.9
care how the ship looks. I want it
and
to feel good when you're
2.6,
flying it. Like,
or even a little earlier, let's say 2.0.
What we do.
The people who bought into the
No.
MMO were, I felt like they weren't developing for us and we were ignored, right? And they do seem,
Yeah, if this doesn't
it does
work,
seem to be
I just tried to
shifting
claim it again,
in our
so we'll
direction.
see
And
here.
it does also seem that there's a limit of resources that can be used. I don't know if David Coulson is the only guy that could work on these things, and I don't know, and I'm gonna sound like that Star Citizen White Knight, and I don't know how any other way to say it without sounding like that. And I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, is that there's a limited number of resources and there's only so many people that can be working on these things at any given time, right? And what
Bro,
if
this
there's
guy left
been a
his
shift in
Carrack
the focus
open.
of what became important to them, but that doesn't mean that your thing, whether it's Dargenator running some cargo, me mining, or your ship combat. And I see you smiling. I'm just saying, what if? I'm not saying that's what's happened. Yeah,
Squadron 42
I know where you're at.
And that's
if
the fucking flight model.
Yeah, and if Squadron 42 is the focus, it has to be good. Space combat has to be good. But yeah, I don't know. But what if that, like, for right now, they're like, here's the whole thing.
That was my fear.
This is and your fear should be, and this is one of those things that I'm gonna sound like the guy with the, you know, the cork board and the red lines pointing to all the things of what's going on here. What if they need to make money, dude?
Oh no, they have to make money. That's
all right.
fine.
So,
But
and how they make
the
money
game has
is
to be
by
fun.
yeah, but the game has to be
I
fun
went from
for
being-
hold on. The game's got to be fun for everybody. And the guess what? Arena Commander was not fun. It was not fun for 90%
model.
Yeah.
There we go again.
Arena Commander was not fun for 90% of the people that played that game. Arena Commander was fun for people in RS and for people in your org and a handful of other people. It was not fun.
Nobody plays Arena
I
Commander.
occasionally had fun in it, but I also just got my head punched against the wall because I wasn't as good as everyone else.
Whether that, I think that's, okay. So that's not irrelevant, but it's irrelevant from the perspective of that was intended to be the baseline of where everything went.
And it got balanced from there.
My fear is that they've wasted 7 years and they still don't have a viable flight mechanic that is good. That's the underlying fear.
And
right?
that fear is real, and I imagine Darsh would have to agree with that, right?
No, I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah.
So
It should be
Couple.
approachable and feeling good from
Cruise.
the perspective of everybody.
It should have already been as well, probably
It
a couple
was.
years ago. It wasn't.
But
it wasn't.
And we don't know this, but
It absolutely wasn't.
We don't know this, but what if Coulson had to go and rewrite everything from scratch because shit broke all the time? Yeah. And now that they have a good foundation for it, maybe they just need to dial it in to bring it back to what it was. Yeah, hopefully.
Perfect timing for the video then, because I tried to illustrate all of the things that were good.
You know what?
And hopefully, I have faith, man. If I didn't have faith, I would have been playing DCS by now.
I'm gonna go to CitizenCon. I'm gonna kidnap David Coulson and I'm gonna ask him all these questions. You know, put a hood over his head and then
I'm gonna send you a
lock him
picture
in
of my face, and you wear a Nubifier mask.
Right. And I'm gonna put a flashlight in his face. I'm gonna ask him all these questions, and
Yeah, it's because, and you know what? When you meet the guys at CitizenCon, they're usually a lot more open
Spool
to sharing information with you. And it
Couple.
would be curious because we hear that we are still paying attention to the flight model. They keep saying that, right? Like Noob, I'm sure you've heard it. But it's where is it? Where's the work coming from? When are we going to see it? Because Noob, the flight model was not good for the entire game as a whole. You argued right away, it was an MMO, it's an open world game, it's a sandbox, there's cargo ships, there's not. When I hit the strafe down button to land in any ship that, like, near a planet, the thrusters were too strong, and we did not have that thruster input. We do now, but I would also argue that having 3 inputs, it's a little bit difficult to do on a mouse and keyboard, right? I don't have too many issues with a throttle. But when
Gotta think,
you're-
those super fucking thrusters.
It's a little bit.
You were smashing every time you try to land.
Like, all right, I gotta lower
Smashing
my
the
maneuvering
fucking
thruster power
pad.
down. But now I'm near gravity, so I'm just falling. So what's happening? And then I have to lower my speed limiter. Like the whole speed limiter thing.
It's still a pain in the ass.
Is it? Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Exactly. So it's a little weird, but the question is
the space limiter is also kind of broken right now because they admitted it. Coulson admitted it, and you can still do it. There is ways to go faster than the speed limiter if you're just strafing and accelerating and turning at the same time.
Yeah,
so that's still broken. So
Yep.
It's not helping my
Hyperspace jump.
happiness.
No,
Engaging.
and maybe you're
My
not going to be
happiness is
happy
broken because
until
It does not spark
mid next
joy.
year
Quantum
or
drive
something.
is now
and
Right.
and I'm good for that because I've already been waiting like 6 years. So, you know, just fire it along. But again, the point,
Quantum
the
drive
concern of
is
the
now
video was
possible.
if it is just balance, let's figure out what was
Well,
good and try
Alright
to
then.
get there a little bit. I'm not asking for ships that can fucking flip upside down and you know bugger off killing the pilot. I'm looking for something,
Hyperspace jump.
a balance between what we had
Yeah.
and what was good about it and what we currently have. I want a reason to play Star Citizen.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I won't play cargo and all the other stuff, but it's just like you, Darge, if you choose to never do combat, that's fine. And if I choose to never do cargo, that's fine. But I should still be able to run escort for you and have fun.
Quantum drive
That's
is
that's
now
the
And
thing.
you make the biggest point here, Noob, is that Darge can't choose to never run, like, to never do combat. Because that's the whole point of the game, as being an MMO, being open world. You remember, we all hear
Quantum
about
drive is
they're
now
going to remove things like armistice zones, right? Like,
There it is.
the idea of never being in combat, that's not a reality. You're always going to, there's always going to be the risk of combat. And coming from somebody who wants to only be really like a miner or cargo hauler, that salvager, that kind of gameplay, that's what I'm interested in. I'm still very focused on the fact that combat needs to be really good, and there needs to be risk and reward on all sides of the elements. And if guys don't want to do ship
Couple.
combat because it's boring, like
Flight
Noob,
assist
that's bad,
engaged.
right? But if
Cruise.
but at the same time, one of the
Complying.
arguments that Noob makes to make it more interesting is to boost the maneuvering thrusters, right? But that makes flying, as far as like combat ships, landing near surfaces, things like that, it does make it a lot more difficult. And I think one of the first steps to getting there is exactly what we have. And this is kind of where I
Yeah,
wanted
where you
to
could just
go,
upgrade
and
your
this is why I wanted
thrusters.
to bring you two together, is to make this kind of final point. And we
But
can
it costs you in
for a
heat.
few more minutes.
Like-
about 5 more minutes before I want to go to
Ah.
close. Is that if you get the current, the hover mode thing that they're putting in, what is it called?
The VTOL?
Proximity
Proxy.
assist. So
Oh.
this is the first step to proximity assist. The next step is to make sure that we can't be like this pointed down.
Some ships
hold on,
should
hold
be
on.
able to.
Maybe, but let me get to
R2L should be able to.
probably. But let me get through this first before we go. Is being able to when you're near the surface have this proximity assist be active is where you get that balance between what Noob wants
Decouple.
and what Darge wants, right?
Coupling.
When you get near a surface, everything smooths out. Your maneuvering thrusters don't need to have as much power. But when you're in space combat, you can kind of get what Noobifier wants. And maybe that's the direction that David Coulson is going, and maybe that's where we are going, and maybe that's why something like proximity assist / hover mode was the priority first, and then we move into getting back to where Noobifier was. Maybe that's it, but again, that's pure speculation on my part. But that's my
Right.
kind of thought process with the whole thing.
And hover mode was just an exploration of what we should do to make atmospheric
Okay, now.
flight
Lowering landing gear.
not more fun
Starboard
but
impact
easier
Landing gear
to
down.
handle, because they
Landing.
like they said,
Oh,
they
beautiful.
completely redid Squadron
Engine
42
off.
when they realized
Engines
we're gonna have
off.
planets in it. So now they have to also have you have to have a gradient of maneuverability to handle both space flight and atmospheric flight. You remember that a short approach, the slow approach in the Squadron 42 vertical slice? You really couldn't do that as delicately as it was shown without maybe thruster control, but also you need some way of making the ship less twitchy.
Maybe
You
thruster
are
control.
surrounded by
Like,
so much potential.
it's really hard.
Precision.
On
So
precision.
it was
Yeah.
precision mode at the
Voice
time.
control
Like that
Voice
was
control off.
For the vertical slice, they had
Celeste
precision mode, so you can
offline.
actually switch to it.
Yeah.
So that brings you to 50%. So your 100% of your joystick becomes 50 meters per second. Anyways, that precision has been added in the form of the adjustment for the output. So we still have it. It's just called something else. And you're right. It is
Yeah.
good. I'm not saying that all of that stuff isn't good. It's
Yeah.
just that the ship is still too slow. Sorry.
At its maximum, you mean?
It
At
needs
its
to be able
fastest.
to. I'm fine with the Caterpillar being able to have enough power to land fully loaded on most surfaces, and as fighter, you should have to come in. If I'm coming into land on a planet, I should be running at 30% thrust because the ship is supposed to be agile and quick and deadly, right?
Define
It's supposed to be a
fast,
combat
though.
ship.
What do you mean by fast?
So not fast as in agile, not fast as in like
Actual
quick.
speed. Quick
Yeah.
instead of
I-
fast, right?
Right.
Or whatever.
I don't want to come in and mock chicken. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Right?
Mock chicken.
But it has to be
Okay.
agile. The whole point of the
Yes.
ship is that it's agile. Fighters, by their nature, are your 9.9 Gs is like the limit of the pilot, and that's exactly where most fighters go to because it's at the limit of the operator.
Yeah.
Right.
But right now
They
we
can
also
make
have we already have up to 15 G in some ships.
Which is, I
Fine.
mean, we could do that because it's future. Maybe there's some future
But then
things.
we have to
says
find.
it's
I'm
too slow.
I'm
Yeah.
looking for a balance. That's it. All I want is a refactor. I need to be closer to where we were without. I'm not asking for a ship that could do 85 Gs.
Can you just get in the fucking seat, you
That's not the
cuck?
point. I don't
Good
need it to
God.
be, a completely dominating effect.
Carrick
Only
overhead.
the pilots are going to win.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking.
Engine
for.
on?
I'm asking for an MMO where you have tanks, you have
Engine
your
on.
swords, and you have your mages, and you have your cargo packs. That you know,
This
it
fucking
has to be
idiot.
appealing
You're
for
up.
everyone. And certainly
Retracting
with
landing
Squadron
modules.
42 coming out, being a combat-focused game where you're a soldier flying a spaceship killing things, it just blows
Couple.
my mind that we're going
Coupling.
towards.
It's hard to envision that
Affirmative.
in the state that we are in the game right now. It's hard to envision that being fun. And I agree with Noob on that perspective. What I can envision
I wish I
is that
heard what he
with a
was
few
saying.
tweaks, the MMO will be fun. I'm not sure about strictly combat related stuff would be
I wish it would
fun
be more
enough.
specific. That, this,
Right?
Define
It's supposed to be a
fast
combat
though.
ship.
What do you mean by fast?
yada yada.
9 Gs is like the limit of the pilot, and that's exactly
Spool
where
up.
most fighters go to
Okay.
because it's at the limit of the operator.
Yeah.
But right now
They
we
can
also
make
have we already have up to 15 G in some ships.
Which is, I mean,
Come.
we could do that because it's
Engaging jump
future.
drive.
Maybe there's some future
But then
things.
we have to
Says
find.
it's
I'm
too slow.
I'm
Yeah.
looking for a balance. That's it. All I want
Quantum
is
drive is now
a refactor. I need to be closer to where we
I
were.
shouldn't be
Without-
flying sideways.
I'm not asking for a ship that could do 85 Gs. I don't want to be.
Are you on an
red mist.
atmosphereless planet?
I don't need it to be a
What?
completely dominating.
Is it an
effect where
atmosphereless
only the
planet?
Pilots are going to win.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm
Stellamar.
asking for. I'm asking for an
Delamar?
MMO where you have tanks, you have your swords.
Where
you have
Levski
your
is?
mages,
That's
you have your cargo packs.
that has
You
no
know, it's-
gravity on it at all.
It has to be appealing
Alright,
for
but
everyone.
that doesn't
And
change the
certainly
fact
with
that, like,
Squadron
I'm
42
flying
coming out,
sideways.
being a
It's smaller than a
combat-focused
moon, bro.
game where you're a soldier
It's
flying
got no
a
atmosphere.
spaceship killing things.
I can see the atmosphere, bro.
It just
Like I
blows
could
my mind
literally
that we're
see
going
an atmosphere line on the
It's hard
horizon.
to to
Like,
envision
that is what an
in the
atmosphere
state that
is.
we are in.
It
the
might
game
not
right now.
have one,
It's hard
but
to envision
that's
that
the
being
effects
fun.
they put into the.
And
planet,
I agree
like,
with
when you
Noob
look at it.
on that perspective.
So that if that's
What
the
I-
case,
You realize the
then
size of that
can
planet,
envision
right?
it's not as-
Is that with
I
a few
know,
tweaks,
but you're not
the
hearing
MMO
me,
will be
bro.
fun.
Like
I'm not sure about.
Doesn't matter. If there's no gravity, there's no
Um,
atmosphere. If there's no atmosphere, there's nothing to be pulling your ship away.
doesn't matter what planet I'm
You go to
on.
Lorville,
Fly
Area
sideways,
18,
I make the turn.
Ariel. So Ariel, the moon that I'm going to, has an atmosphere. I can't fly sideways. Like I can fly sideways, but it pulls me back. I have to roll and I have to pull back to go backwards, and it'll really limit my speed. You can hit max speed on that planet. There's no atmosphere. You might as well be in space. You hit terminal velocity on that planet.
If the pilots desired to, but now that we have the throttle power,
You'll know if your atmosphere is on a planet,
we are just,
technically. Like, holy shit, like that! I came in going max speed to fucking Lorville, and I literally flipped because the atmosphere didn't allow me to go like that.
they want to land somewhere.
Holy shit. What was that?
Yeah. if it is just a question of finding the right balance, then we should make CIG.
Really wish you could restock and refuel when you're landed. It makes no
Listen
sense yet
to every side of the argument.
Like how hard
but
can that
maybe
change be?
Hey, you're seeing things my way.
I think, and Noob, I don't think your video sounded incredibly entitled, but I know for the I don't think it sounded very entitled at all. They're just small moments of it,
right?
Yes, and that's the problem. And I know, like, the RS guys, those are some of the best pilots I've ever seen in my life. They are so talented. I'm in awe of them. So I'm not trying to put them down, but the way they go about
they've changed.
Speaking,
that was personalities within the org.
The
right
way they
now
went, I shouldn't say the way they go. The way they went about things created
they're totally
this.
Chill now.
Yeah, created this like really negative opinion of them, right? And if I was Chris Roberts or if I was David Coulson, in a lot of situations, I'd probably be like,
game breaking.
Fuck off. Yeah,
right? That's game breaking.
I'm not going to listen
to
you.
It's the opposite. It's just a troll org or whatever people thought of it, but they're not there anymore. They've had a couple of not upsets, but changes in the hierarchy, and I'm hanging out there more than I hang out at my own org now. And they're totally chill. They used to absolutely hate everything I stood for as a person that's trying to bring combat to the masses, because that's what I'm actually trying to do, right? I'm not trying to compartmentalize it and make it like me and them. I want everybody to have fun. That's the underlying point, and that was really the intent of the video, was just to kind of highlight why I think AC was fun. And it was a personal thing, and I got shit for calling it no bullshit because it's your opinion, but people don't understand that no bullshit is just a method of delivery. It has nothing to do with the content. So whatever. Anyways, again, I think I feel like I've said my piece, and I think everyone understands the point of what I was trying to achieve, hopefully. And I think we should go to callers.
I agree.
That would be fun.
I agree. And I think we've kind of come to like a middle ground for all of us in some way of what might be good. So, all right, let's bring our first caller in. All right, so our first caller is Bellatar, and hopefully the overlay updated with a little on the line, so we at least know who's with us today. Hey, Bellatar, how you doing?
Hi, all.
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. So, what do you think about our little discussion here?
I actually think that both points, both angles are super valid.
Yeah.
I totally agree with Noob in the sense of that the skill ceiling in PvP combat needs to be a thing. So if you're lowering the skill ceiling to address unexperienced or unwanted pilots, then that's not a good approach. But I'm totally on board with Dargenator as well, in the sense of I want this game to feel physically as real as possible given the circumstances.
Yeah.
And to me, the only question is how do you combine those two points? How do you manage to achieve them both in an acceptable way? And I think that there is a way. Because my starting point for this would be that you just keep the physical laws, the constants that you have, that I don't know what G-force is, inertia needs to be a thing, you need to have drag and all that stuff. And in the current model, I think there's only one component or aspect missing to combine keeping those basic laws governing physics and this flight model that Noob is enjoying for PvP combat. Because if you don't add an additional systems, you're always going to end up in a situation. Either you're going to cheat on physics because you allow people to pull a 50G maneuver, or it's going to be slow and sluggish because the human body can only stomach 10G, and that's not about to change in the future. It's only going to get worse if you look at evolution. And I think that the actual obvious solution to this, as kind of hand-wavium tech, is already in the game, because what you need to do for that is at least a temporary way to eliminate or to limit G-forces while still having massive acceleration. And if you look at quantum travel, this is exactly what a quantum drive already achieves, because if you would be subject to regular G-forces at those accelerations, you would just squish the pulp in the spaceship, because you go to fractions of the speed of light in mere seconds, which are incredible G-forces, but the quantum drive is already designed after a theoretical concept that just nullifies that. So your quantum drive is already working as a counter to G-force in acceleration situations. And so an idea... Sorry?
No, please keep going. I thought that was the end. I'm very rude.
It wasn't the end. Not yet. So that you add into your flight model, which you should keep as realistic as possible with all the drag and all the inertia and all the drift, and mass needs to be a thing. You add this component that you can, like thrusters, temporarily activate during dogfights if you're trying to pull a high G maneuver or do one of those crazy stunts to get into position, that you can manually activate for a short period of time your quantum drive as assistance to oppose those G-forces for a second. But you counter that and you balance that with an enormous energy consumption so that you can do this only for a very short period of time. So that would be that theoretical approach to trying to balance out having a lot of physics. You do have a little bit of hand-waving theory in there with your quantum drive, and you can still have you then have a system in place that enables you to balance those flight maneuvers via something that is in game, and you don't need to cheat on gravity or biology. So what you of course need to do as well is you can then look at your theoretical output of thrusters. You can look at the thruster design of your ships, because CIG did not do themselves a favor with designing 2949 spaceships in the form of 21st century atmospheric fighters, because that led to those strange thruster setups where those tiny thrusters need to put out ridiculous amounts of thrust. So you need to look at that as well, but that is something that can just be fixed rather easily by design, by just making those a bit bigger. And that is all around, I think, an approach where you introduce one additional, or you use a system you already have in the game to balance out this fact that you can go for as realistic as possible flight model in space and atmosphere, and at the same time enable fun dogfighting, and then it becomes a mere balancing issue instead of a systemic one.
I don't know. I think it complicates
things.
Go ahead.
So on this hand-wavian thing, I agree 100%. Someone once asked, if you have an Idris like this, and it's stationary, and it does this, the guy on the end here is going to receive leg-crushing inertia. The guy in the middle is going to experience none. And the guy over here is going to end up on the ceiling dead. And they said, don't worry about it. So that's already built into the game. And 100
they have gravity
1,000
generators
years in the future, who's to say that a thruster on a Saber can't be capable of holding 10 Gs, right? It doesn't. So again, I don't think we need to change the physical look of the fighter. We just need to all understand that the thruster can be that strong. It could be ion driver, whatever, nuclear tipped, whatever, something.
They are they're Vasimer thrusters, as per official explanation, which currently in the 21st century they are able to produce a couple of newtons of thrust, but what we have right now in game is in terms of meganewtons.
Perfect.
There is one thing. If you read about a bunch of lore, there are several actual official references to.
Next stop,
I don't know what it's called in Star System, but basically the inertial dampeners from Star Trek.
Yep,
so
that's basically what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
hand waving.
Yeah,
which is because we have physics grids and that's how things work. So now we need to.
Yeah, they exist. But who's to say that they won't also become a component that you can swap out and upgrade? So eventually, yeah, you'll have, same ship that has a super beefed up inertial dampener that is able to then perform much more intense maneuvers without the pilot or the occupants blacking out. But we don't have that yet. Yes, exactly.
The point I was trying to make is that you actually have the technology theoretically already in game with that quantum drive.
Don't you think that complicates
because
things
they
a
are
little?
acting like inertial dampeners. You just have to apply them to normal flight and space combat that you can temporarily activate this and maybe upgrade it so that it works that way in normal flight.
Yeah. I think that
So
complicates things a little bit, though.
Well, it does, of course, because you're introducing an additional variable, but I think it's for the cost of computation, you
Now
get
arriving.
rid of this
Kisa Spaceport. Please watch your
opposition
step
of
when disembarking the
physics
train.
versus fun PvP combat flight. And I think that's worth it. Because you have a component that you can sell in law with a reasonable logic and then just use to balance out the game in a way so that you can provide a really high skill ceiling, which needs to be a thing in my opinion, because if new players or players who just don't want to become good pilots struggle, then I think it would be a bad idea to cap off the skill ceiling. But
yeah, new players like you, Rat, who don't want to become good pilots, they just want to struggle.
So for beginning players, they should always start in zones where the consequence of ganking players by experienced pilots is so high that they won't even think about it, so they can hone their skills and become more competent pilots. I don't believe you should achieve that by just lowering the skill ceiling, because then everyone would be at a similar level because you can't get higher because of all the automation.
I want to get higher.
It becomes boring in regard to flight very, very quickly. So I don't think that should be a thing. That you should leave the high skill ceiling and look at ways to somehow protect and enable newer players to become better or to avoid consequences.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Well, and we'll probably leave it there for Bellatar because we need to get a few other people in before we go. So he kind of made his point. But as I'm bringing in the next person, feel free to respond. But I'll have.
And I bet that in a couple of years, that's going to be the new technological development. You know, you have micro quantum bursts to help you in SCM combat or SCM maneuvering. That's going to be the new thing by RSI or something like that.
Maybe, or maybe we just go back to a similar system and you get your proximity assist like I was mentioning before, and you get your smoothness where you need it, and you get your boosting where you don't, right? So we'll, I don't know, but again, like with the Vasimir thrusters, like you said, it doesn't seem like they should be able to put out that kind of thrust.
They don't these days, but you
it's
know,
1,000 years in the future.
It is 930 years in the future, and at the very start of space travel with liquid rockets, we barely got, you know, getting off the ground, and now we're sending, you know, cars into space. So
exactly, yeah. So we'll see. But all right, let's bring in our next
You
caller,
ready?
which I have
That's affirmative.
my nerves about. For those of you guys that follow Twitch chat, you probably do know Sergeant Jokic or Captain Jokic.
Nothing.
He is not the.
We'll preview the
most
sound.
loving of Star Citizen.
There should
so
be
we'll see how
sound.
this one goes.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah.
No
welcome,
name on
Captain Jokic.
screen,
So,
nothing?
what are your thoughts on our
I'm so
discussion and
confused.
everything, and what do you got to say?
You're not hearing
You
sound?
got the floor.
Oh, hey. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Oh, hey. So, first off, the three of you guys, I like all three.
I like you too.
Oh, yeah, I'm.
Okay, so
I didn't even get a message. Thanks for the follow. Unfortunately, I do not have it set up.
And part of that is because of the flight mode.
You're up.
Last time I played was with Fire, and I remember TC arguing about not arguing, but discussing the flight model and how bad it was.
It's full up.
If I would have told them 2 years
Yeah, I've got nothing there for follow. Yes. I need to set things up, but I'm just too lazy.
Yeah, and here we are. I mean, I think part of the problem is
Couple.
is quantity over quality. CIG doesn't focus on one mechanic to make it. They prefer to have a bunch of mechanics that don't. That's just how they do.
Yeah. Hey, Jokic, real quick before you keep going, are you using push to talk?
No.
Just adjust your voice activation a little bit lower, so because it's cutting you off a little bit.
Okay, you guys hear me now?
Yeah. We hear you okay. It's just
Okay.
cutting you off at the end and the beginning sometimes.
Yeah,
I want to make sure
probably.
your points get heard.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with the auto aim or any of these other. I just want a flight model that I can play.
Bruce.
Without
Bruce?
having issues.
Complying.
Yeah.
It's the problem back in the day was that they would change it.
Yeah, that was
And
frustrating.
That was frustrating for people that wanted to learn how to play the game. It would just change every patch. Things would get worse. And we thought we were only a few patches away from getting the ultimate flight model. And that never happened. They just moved on. I don't think anybody knows how to fix
A couple.
it. I just
Coupling.
it's
Jump.
you look at games like Elite
Hyperspace
Dangerous and other games that use flight, and they've only used one flight model the entire time, from development to the game right. And then Star Citizen, we're going on our 10th.
No, 7.
7.
Still doesn't matter at that point.
I know, it still sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Pull up.
You know, and we bash
Spool up.
games like Elite Dangerous. Oh, it's flight model. Well, they've only had one. flight
Spool up.
model. People learn it.
Jokic, I would love for you to load in 3.7.1 and fly, make a good effort
Jump.
to see what's
Jump.
going on. And I would love you to take down some notes and send them to me, because I never had that 1 or 2 year period where I'm not playing. So your opinion.
Well, I did.
Okay.
I didn't jump into 3.7, but I jumped into 3.7 or 3.6. I think it was 3.6 or 3.5.
Yeah, right after Refactor.
And it was a lot different than what I remember. It was not good. I played about 30 minutes and I don't want to put in the effort to learn this flight model, and it's not just me.
Everything
Does
about this
anybody
conversation
see
is
anybody
just.
playing from Renegade Squadron anymore?
No.
There's 3. I know there's 3 still playing.
3 out of like 70 players.
Right.
And they used to play thousands of hours.
Anytime you got into an Arena Commander match, there was an RS person.
Yeah.
No one's in there. I mean, what's that say about the
I mean,
flight system?
It's also because the direction is shifted away
Literally
from
nobody.
a combat-focused development into focusing on these planetary surfaces.
Right,
Yeah,
but go read the comments in the. So go read the comments in the video and I'm not saying this like, oh, good job, Nubifar, you found the pulse of the community. That's not what I'm saying. But if anyone thinks that it's not a thing and that we're in a good state where like everyone's happy, that itself is not possible. You can just have to go read.
No one on this
it's
panel
not-
and no one should agree with that. And I'm assuming we're all on the same
Everybody's
page.
happy. No.
We are not in a good. We're nowhere near there yet.
No.
And we do not have the pulse of the community where everyone's super happy and it's just me venting. It's not that. And
Well, and we don't know what the community wants, because there's like 1 million players that don't play the game. They
Yeah.
have not opened up the game to see what's going on. I have 3 friends that have the game but don't play. They don't know what. It's the few players that are playing now. They enjoy the stuff, but you know the biggest games out right now are combat games, Fortnite, PUBG. You know, they all have combat. The first video that we seen for Star Citizen was Super Hornet flying into a Bengal, fighting a bunch of That's what drove us to get it. It wasn't delivering packages.
Wing Commander 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, I think we forget every ship has a gun. Every ship.
Yeah.
The Dragonfly has a gun. So why wouldn't?
But what
flight
combat focused players forget is that what pushed the funding, what pushed the excitement, what pushed the eyes on Star Citizen. It wasn't the flight combat. It wasn't any of that. It was procedural planets. That's what pushed the game forward. It was in a stalemate for a long time.
You realize
and
Elite
then they
Dangerous,
pushed
though.
out these procedural planets. I'm not saying that was the right thing to do. Okay.
It's about
I'm not
exploration.
saying that I think
There is
it
combat,
actually helped
but
the game.
most,
In a way,
95% of the
I think that
community
hurt the
don't
game
play
a
for
lot,
combat.
and I think
They
it hurt
play
the
for
players
the
like
exploration,
Jokic and the players
which
like
is
Innu
ridiculous.
a lot because the focus shifted. to,
And
"Oh,
if that's
shit,
what Star Citizen
we're all
sees,
over Reddit. Everybody's paying
that's a
attention to
problem,
us. You
because
should be able to
that
have
crushes the fucking
Why do we
PvP
have
community, and that's exactly what
Yeah,
crushed
yes,
the Elite Dangerous
100%.
community.
If
They
we have to,
ignored
it wasn't-
PvP
it-
players.
Why
Mike,
we
it
don't,
wasn't
I don't
just
know.
the planets. It wasn't just the planets. It was the promise of being whatever you wanted to be in space, and whenever they had the polls for which ship should be concept next,
Combat was
almost
never
every
in
time
there.
it was, but it never won.
Yeah.
Almost never won.
Right, but
so
we already have
people
50
wanted non-combat ships.
Yeah.
But we have 50 combat ships, which is why.
Because they started with combat first, and then they just
and
developed
people
it,
were
and now
tired
they're
of getting
bringing
dunked
non-combat stuff
on.
in.
Yeah, and people were tired of getting dunked on in Arena Commander. They wanted to experience what excited them about the game. Well, I agree wholeheartedly with you, Noob. We gotta have both. And in
Yes.
order to have both, I think Darge, I think Jokic, you would agree, we have to get back to the flight model in space first. We gotta start there. Gotta come back to planets and then build out. But obviously, at the same time, we have to continue scaling the game, right? Server-side OCS, planets, all that stuff. We have to get back to basics.
I am so fine with having a flight model that behaves in space, and then for whatever hand wavium, that the Saber can't hover facing down shooting stuff. I don't care. But it should.
It should
but
be
it
able to,
doesn't
but you
have
better
to.
be really. It better require a ton of skill to be able to do it.
Because other people need to have fun too, and I totally get that. But in space, where the space fighter is designed to fight in space, it should be able to fight in space. Okay, that's it. And then we have other things on the ground that counteract. I think the whole point of hover mode was to make it so that a Saber couldn't become a turret in space, and that's important.
Yes.
Can I make one
but
more
I think
point?
it should.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Jokic. And then we'll switch.
Everybody in this stream and everybody in the chat is 100%. I mean, we forget that Star Citizen Chris Roberts said yes to everything.
Yeah.
He said yes to every mechanic. If somebody asked the question, "Hey, are we gonna have pets?" Yes. Are we gonna have Star System? Yes. We're gonna have everything you want. So nobody here is. But I think to have, it's not too big of a stretch to have somebody working on the flight mechanic while they do everything else. I mean, put two people on the flight mechanic. I think we would have had it done 4 patches. I just can't see why we have to have so many mechanics that don't work. If none of them work, I mean,
because you have 500 people and everybody's working on their own thing and they're slowly getting in there. You can't have 500 people working on the flight model first, and then 500 people working on the planets, and then 500 people working on the
I don't
miners.
think he's arguing that. He's just asking for a couple.
wanted 2 people.
2 people wouldn't have changed much because
we don't know
5 people.
I mean,
I'm gonna
think
say
Darge, you
I'm
would
gonna say
agree that
yes to your argument.
Yeah, and I'll say it better instead of saying BS. I think you definitely agreed just a second ago that that the flight model's a core focus and should be a core focus, right? And if it is, then they should prioritize more people working on it than there are currently. And I think that's Noob's argument. I think that's Jockey's argument. I think it's mine too.
Yeah. Also, currently the flight model went too much away from combat towards
whatever it is.
To whatever it is, to where I prefer it.
Yeah.
but now we have to go, you know, have the pendulum swing back the other direction and find somewhere for a good midwest.
What ships do you fly?
All right, 350, Avenger, Saber Raven, Valkyrie, Constellation.
A lot of combat ships. So you like the flight model in those. What do you think about cargo ships like a Caterpillar and those types of things?
Still don't think they feel heavy enough because just 2 days ago I saw.
Hate this flight stick so much.
Like turret.
Yeah. So balance, like you said.
Yeah, perfect balance.
Yeah. All right, Doug. I'm gonna let you go and get to the next caller, which should be pretty interesting as it's very racing close. Thank you for your points. As always. I appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
No problem. Thanks for being on.
Oh, shit,
All right,
that's you.
so our next caller is actually a racing focused guy. His name
What's
is
up?
Rumgid. He runs.
Oh shit, that's you.
At least a very big
Yep.
part of a.
Can't even find you. There you are. I really can't wait for my flight stick, dude. This thing's so like grabby, like this. Here, I'm gonna fucking express this to the stream. I can turn left at about this speed. This is the speed I can turn left, and then I go to that immediately. So this to this. That's the hang up that my fucking joystick has. This to this.
Open star map.
This a little faster to that. Like there's all the inside and the inner. It's all like grabby and broken. Hate this fucking thing.
I think.
Not to mention I have my yaw set up so it's fucking roll. Where are you again?
I'm about to. I need to refuel. I just did like 3 missions.
Fuel.
Earning red. What's right?
Like earning right now is pointless. Because you can do it elsewhere, but doing that elsewhere actually gives you a lot of options. If you rent stuff with Greg,
I just bought my
you can
Mirages.
customize your ships, which is mandatory in both combat and in racing.
Where are you headed?
Because weapons and
Levski.
hopefully soon other components has weight to it, which
It's really close.
you know, reduces your mass.
The racing components should be less durable, maybe, but also have less mass.
I personally, I don't care for game power. Some days it can be fine. And currently the flight model feels fine just going from A to B. And racing-wise, the changes they've done has not made it easier. So they made it a lot harder. And again, while removing incentive to play, they're also making it harder at the same time. At least, again, from my perspective, as a racing now, flying around both big ships, and I would agree with you there, George, that the bigger ships should have more weight to it. I was flying around the 890 earlier today, and it was stopping pretty quick in atmosphere. I was like, damn, this kind of feels like my M50. Then also, as you were saying, like some of the ships go up to 15 Gs. I can get the M50 up to 25.6 Gs.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Over long durations of time. So, yes, we might not have the 50 Gs that we had before. We can still do some insane amount of Gs. And while the discussion there about realism, like the world record is, I think, 46 point something Gs. Admittedly, it's only for a few seconds, but it's pretty high where the average body can maybe tolerate 6 or 7. But so I don't think the
especially with these crazy
Gs
high-tech suits these dudes are all wearing.
that big of an effect there. So I'm
Do we
gonna
go?
agree with you. Say you can have fun as a transport pilot because you're just gonna max out your speed and go from one place to another, but that is not fun
Good.
as someone who
Landing
likes
gear
combat
is down and locked.
just circling around each other and then
Landing gear
going out
deployed.
for tea, and then you'll come back and then you're still circling.
Landing completed. Takeoff complete.
Yeah, see? Exit atmosphere. I can't
Did you guys have anything to add?
It's a very, very small atmosphere. You're like maybe like 200 above, 2,000 above, and this is it.
It is 1,000 years in the
Well,
future. And we've all seen on
Affirmative.
even TV shows
I'm
like
just
The
saying,
Expanse.
there's an
Chris
atmosphere.
Roberts
It's
does
it's
that model
very,
how
very, very
some
small.
flight was behaving. They have built into their lore that there's a system
There's
that
it's
injects you
the
with
atmosphere is
something
like
that
a
allows you to
light
tolerate
fog.
for short periods of time, and then you're done. You're done. You can't do it again because your body's oversaturated.
I'm literally up here,
Again,
bro. See where I
I'm
am?
not
Up here.
saying to make it
That's the
unrealistic. I'm
atmosphere.
just saying that
Let me
we
go
find a balance. We need
low
to be able
enough.
to find
I accidentally
somewhere
boosted and
between
slowed
50
down, and I was at
Gs
atmosphere.
and 0, right?
Yeah,
Like,
this is. This is still at atmosphere, bro. Like where are you? You see me?
I'm fighting another bounty.
but you can cut way too power down by putting limits like
What?
boost fuel, by putting G blackout.
Bro,
There are mechanisms.
I am literally on a mountain,
Just like
and
we
that's
have
exit
also
atmosphere.
the
Okay, there, finally. I had to touch the mountain to exit
law,
atmosphere.
you can
Alright,
take out your
exit.
gun and blow someone away, but why
Yeah,
would you?
literally
Because you know
right
you're
above
safe.
this tower is
It's the
atmosphere.
same here.
GG.
Same thing.
What the
I can
fuck?
go up to 1,000%.
It's not
and,
atmosphere.
red goo, but why would I do that? Right?
Yeah, and I think
the hell
that's,
are you?
that's what their idea was when hearing from Todd Pappy on like SCL maybe 2 months ago, where he's like, we are focused on the combat flight model, and
The hell are you?
looking
Is that you?
at creating penalties for going too fast.
One thing, no, this may be a bit of a longer question and answer. What about jerk?
Jerk will kill you.
Yeah. Do you think that
Jerk will kill you, but I want to be able to
why,
resist that shit. Yeah, okay. Fucking Nubifier, please. You're dumb. Stop talking. I want to be able to whip my ship around and crack the vertebrae in my neck. But Jerk will kill you.
There's no
God on throttle. There's no ramp up in acceleration. It's instant acceleration. Which basically motion. And now they went to a second level of motion.
It hurts. It fucking hurts listening to this.
And smooth that
All
out.
these
so
people.
So the acceleration ramps up, and so it seems more sluggish that way.
So I will answer very quickly. With regards to jerk, if I have my thruster set to let's say 100% and I push, I should nearly black out. You remember in Arena Commander again? Arena Commander, your screen used to go just black, and you'd get so used to it you could fight on the very edge, and especially within racing, we would use that. We would Torque, you used to race a lot. You'd get on that ragged edge where the screen is
Oh wow, my throttle's sliding all over the place. I love this. I love this experience. Please fucking have my goddamn sticks and stuff.
That's so much. It's so rewarding. I'm not even gonna say fun. So jerk will kill you. Jerk. The ship should be able to jerk. You should have to fight it. You should have to balance it yourself. I'm not saying I want CIG to reduce the capability of the ship. Let me reduce it. Let me worry about it, I guess.
Because that is something I bring up because one of the screenshots that you put in your video is the acceleration curves that they talked about also not only
Alright, look at my ship.
but also introducing noise to them.
Here, come over this big asteroid.
with thruster.
Actually, no, come over this small asteroid, because that big asteroid's way too fucking big.
Maybe that's the reason. If you get the same sort of speeds and you get the same sort of lateral acceleration, but it's because the acceleration of acceleration is smoothed out that introduces a sort of feeling of sluggishness.
Alright,
that
move around this asteroid. Keep close, but don't hit it.
So, is that something that you would want adjusted?
Use your boosters to fucking adjust the fucking direction of your ship. Keep a note of mind of where the hell your ship is.
So, I think, honestly, what you bring
Yeah,
up is
see,
too
I fly
complicated.
off. I'm
No,
hardly
but
even
I mean,
moving.
I'm going to use racing again, because racing has the focus of the majority of
We have to
maximum
maintain your
acceleration,
speed,
right? 'Cause that's-
so don't go too
that's the
quick.
point of racing, getting from point A to point
If you're flying off,
If
then
I put my speed limiter on, then I can stay there.
oh no, I'm not putting my speed limiter on at all. Absolutely not. But you're only tapping your left stick forward in increments to get your ship to move and being decoupled, obviously.
Decoupled.
Yeah, this is me flying in decoupled, bro.
Everything was like very, very snappy and very jerky.
People who fly in coupled fucking are having these conversations and aren't controlling their fucking ship proper.
Ships won't even remotely come close to a place where you will black out. I guess is what I'm saying. You can't even.
Please, fuck with my flight specifics. Like, fuck with my understanding of flight mechanics while you're flying coupled. Like, excuse yourself from the fucking conversation. You know, like not you, but like these people. Here, give me your ship.
Is you should be able to be skillful enough to know exactly your player's limit, and it should be.
This is called a drill. Like, you want to be running these drills. This is what I did in Elite Dangerous to become what I am as a fucking monster of a pilot. I just need my stick to be fucking more accurate. That's all. My right stick needs to be more accurate. I'm using boost constantly. I just blacked out because I'm trying to keep close. But if my right stick wasn't like an absolute fucking hot mess, I probably would have rolled and countered that. Where the hell did you go?
For racing, you know you have the Formula 1 and you have the NASCAR.
And then you have go-kart racing, you know, it's all... Yeah. But, okay, well, Rum, let me let you go, because we actually have one more caller that got brought in late here, so let me drop you off, and thank you for calling. So, Gorgon, how you doing, man? You'll have to be relatively quick.
Close, but no cigar. Let's go. Look, I'm coming so close to hitting this thing, but I got understanding of my vector. This is what happens when you fly flight assist off. What's up?
I think. I don't know my Canadian geography.
Oh yeah, it happens. Oh well, did you upgrade your coolers? That's the only reason I'm able to do this. Yeah.
No, but I think Noob's near Ottawa, and I'm pretty sure that's in the east. Yeah.
It's probably because you have a bigger ship. You have to boost more often. Just to keep your distance. Now that's if you're moving quickly around a target. Like if you're moving slower, it's like no big deal. You move slower around this fucking object and you can keep on point. Little increments of boost to any direction you want to head. Like I don't understand what the.
We're not in monitor space, right?
So we're talking about the silent majority versus the loud minority.
Alright, alright, yeah, fucking no missiles. No Russian.
It was a free fly weekend. My buddy brought me over to his place. So we don't have any sticks now. The PU was broken. So we played Arena Commander all weekend. Now, I was obviously a brand new noob here, but after a few hours of practice, I was able to run a couple of kills. So fucking 1, 2, 3 a match. Having at least a good enough time.
Oh, I hate this stick. Overheated.
So,
your perfect time to hit me. Hey, you hit my fucking cockpit. Yeah, I didn't even move. Took you 3 shots to hit an overheated target, bro. What's good?
This has got to be polished.
Ooh.
At this point, right? Now it's 2019. We're still having the same service rate.
Yeah, I was shields down, and I have fucking chat over my fucking top left HUD! I have chat over my top left HUD, where I can see my fucking shields! Chat! Literally! Like, look at that yellow fucking wall of text, bro! Oh, bro, dude, do you want me to get back in my arrow and literally fucking make you want to quit this game? Is that what you want me to do? You want me to make you quit this game? No, I'll fucking actually fucking try to kill you. Like, I was literally looking at my chat in the top left corner of my screen because I couldn't see my fucking shield fucking percentage. I was looking to see, oh, I have to look under bright yellow fucking chat because I hit F4 once and my chat came up when I fucking said, hey, no chat. F12. That means I want it to go away forever. Don't bring it back up. What the fuck, CIG? Get your shit together. I just died because you're fucking you're forcing your fucking chat down my throat. Thank you.
these things that are.
Thank you for that. Now I get to fucking recall my ship. Go fuck yourself, Celeste.
Sort of culture. So, here's another thing though. If this is a PvP game, and it's an early access game that doesn't have any matchmaking system whatsoever, is it not logical to think you are going to have your ass handed to you when you jump into Battle Royale with a bunch of Renegade Squadron guys who've been there all week, every day, every night? You know?
Sure.
Like, losing is not fun. Losing is inherently not fun, but for some reason, CIG is getting into their heads that, oh, since not everyone is having fun, we're doing something wrong. And that's the wrong kind of perspective, because there were a lot of people that loved space combat, like me, like Noob, like Templar, like Malagos, like Whitesnake, like, you know, whoever you could name that was once a god, you know, way back when.
Once a god. Yeah, if you were once a god and you're not a god anymore, you were never a god. Fucking sorry to break it to you.
Just in how they fly. Like, you know, I could jump in and say, okay, I can fight, you know, Red Rum from Angels of the Warp, and we're pretty even set.
I have much better
I can go and
shields.
fight Eamon Flanagan, and, you know, he's a really tough guy, but I think I might be able to get him sometimes.
Well, you have 2 shield generators, don't you?
Matthews, because he's an unstoppable god.
Yeah, and if you hit me with any of those mass drivers, you instantly go through me.
So homogenized, where
Well, you're also penetrating shields when you hit me. Not only are you doing massive damage with 5 mass drivers or whatever, you're also going through my shields as well.
and see what you get. You know, it seems like all of these deeper mechanics have been just laid out just so that everyone has the opportunity to have fun, when in a PvP environment with no matchmaking, that's just not possible at all, regardless of game design.
But are
It's
you
just not
assuming
going
that
to
that's
happen.
their intention? Was to get to
I swear to God, if that chat comes
like
up, dude, I'm
that's
just
the kind of-
uninstalling.
I don't think that was ever their intention. I think that's the result of the choices that they made, which is still.
Gotta press
just
F4 to go
an
into third person to see what's going on outside my ship. Go back in. Chat. What the fuck? Are you serious? Chat doesn't come up? It just decides. This fucking game, dude.
All these guys, and you know, they're all like, yeah, I want
This fucking game, dude.
the game to be, you know, hard to a degree. I want it to be
When it
skillful
wants.
and all this stuff. But somebody up there in management, I
holding them
believe, is
back?
saying,
Yeah.
no, we need to make this game for everyone, so that everybody plays, you know, money snowball kind of thing.
Well,
but in
dude,
the
if
end,
they
at
were
the
gonna
end
make
of the
this
day,
game
if they
for
do
everyone-
balance around this way, no one's gonna want to play it for the PvP. And if you don't have a good PvP scene in 2019, you have a dead game.
What PvP are you talking about? The fucking PvP where you sneeze on a dude and he explodes? That's not PvP, bro. Excuse yourself from the fucking conversation, because you're obviously autistic and can't understand basic fucking time to kill mechanics weren't working. Jesus Christ, dude, I fucking hate people who have no idea what they're talking about.
Like, Darge, I'm not familiar with you as a content creator or anything, but Mike said
Play
earlier
ready?
that you're a cargo pilot.
Acknowledged.
No, I'm not. Just that's what he like. He's less on the
Right, you know,
the combat side.
like,
that's all I
you
know.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, someone who is not strictly a
Gear up.
combat pilot, you know,
Did you come back out of Unmonitor space?
something else. If you are not absolutely 100% dedicated to
Planet.
combat, why
Fucking
do you
air
feel
quotes
entitled
planet.
that you get to have an opinion about the highest levels of combat? You see what
It's
I'm
smaller
saying?
than most.
People talk
I
about the
think
combat
every moon in this game.
being very entitled. Oh, they're pushing their weight around. They want 1.3 back exactly how it was, and they just want.
Let me get low enough for it to actually be an atmosphere, and I'll see if I can turn 180.
No, it's not like that. It's like the people want to be able to dedicate themselves to be able to get to that highest level, because that is the fun. It's the challenge of going up against these other people that are just as dedicated as you. And if you're not as dedicated,
Yeah, no, I can reach max speed without even using my boosters.
you know,
What the fuck?
other stuff to do.
I can
You know what I mean?
whip this bitch. This is an atmosphere. There's no way. Absolutely not.
Because I didn't like the.
You gotta go to a moon with an atmosphere. The G's, though. The G's is what it is. It's the fucking gravity.
Is that it should go away because I didn't like it. I'm saying that I should also have fun, and I didn't.
See you on the other side of the planet, bro.
It's the flight model that should
What?
encompass
See you on the other side of the planet.
aspects
Like,
of flight in Star Citizen, not just combat.
And we should start from the basis of everybody paid for this game. whether you did and you.
Oh, I'm heading right out, trying to get back down to the planet because this fucking thing's so small, so the horizon keeps changing.
Come from that place. Maybe not the opinions of the highest level of combat, but in no way was this conversation at any point about the highest levels of combat. It was about the flight model in general and where it was and where it is now. And like, just to be fair, I think that was like a little bit too attacky for my liking at Darge. And
oh no, sorry, I didn't mean that.
That's how it came off.
I'm saying from the perspective of people that aren't combat centric. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in unmonitored space out here. Oh, dude, I'm literally on the other side of the planet from you. What the fuck? I've only been flying for like 20 seconds. Oh wait, never mind. You're down there. Well, I'm in space. Like I looked up and now I'm in space now. This is so fucking tiny, dude. It's a little
earlier in the show
piece of rock in space.
That those guys were obnoxious and yelled and they were loud and they didn't go about giving feedback in the right way, and they came off entitled.
Well, I'm guilty of that.
Of course. Yeah. And that's part of the problem. And the point of this show is to try to avoid that entitlement and just go with what we thought worked, what we didn't think worked, where do we meet in the middle, and where do we go from here?
I have no idea where you are.
Right? And
oh, you are on the other side of the planet. Yeah, no, I'm on the other side of the planet.
Where do you come like saying shit like where do you come
stopped
talking about this? Well, you know what? We all played it and we know what worked and what didn't for us. Therefore, that's where we're coming from.
I don't even have a G's fucking meter, dude. Like, it's in the bottom there, but it's like not like 11 G's, 12 G's, 13 G's.
You know, with all that stuff there for sure.
Oh, buddy. 5 G's. Doesn't really tell you. It's not a very good indicator of where. Like, why is it at the bottom of my HUD?
Making it easier for everyone to participate is not the right way of going about it. Let people be stupid, crazy good and stupid, crazy toxic, but you need to have a play space for the people that aren't as good to play. So you need proper matchmaking to get people into
Please, matchmaking, no. No, how about server browser? Excuse you?
You're talking about Arena Commander. We're talking about Star Citizen. There's no matchmaking in Star Citizen or Arena Commander, so yes.
Right.
Or there
but
is
in Star Citizen, the map is so big, you never have to PvP. You know, if we're talking about endgame, like day one release to commercial release, you should be able to just go, I'm gonna fly to the first star on the left, straight on till morning, and never find an RS guy. You know what I'm saying? So that's always there for people like that. You can go.
I had to stop. I was going max speed, so my engine's over here right there.
Never have to worry about getting shot by someone who's gonna call you something awful in Twitch chat or something. You know what I mean? That's always there for.
That never happens.
But if there's places for them to play theoretically. We just need to get there. Is kind of what I'm saying. And that people that are dedicated enough should be able to come in and say, this makes sense. Here's a big description line. Here's a video. Here's a chart. Here's a big write up. And if nothing's being done about that, they should be a little bit mad about it.
Of course, no one's saying they shouldn't.
I'm ready to go.
I'm trying to bring to light what I believe a large component of the quiet community is not able to say.
Your video, I think, will get the most attention, but Creon's video. I'm not sure if you saw his. Yeah, the art of Star Citizen Fighters Combat on YouTube has a great breakdown of exactly everything that's happened from patch to patch. What should, in his opinion, change to get things back to a skill-based, high speed system. So I suggest that everybody who gives any sort of shit about combat should watch that to kind of get some perspective.
Did you just boost up?
You took out my engine.
You took out my ship.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like it's really good. It's really comprehensive.
Did you boost up?
Visual aid and
I was boosting
so
backwards.
If you've only been playing since 3.0, or if you're only a cargo pilot.
Okay. Yeah, and Morgan, I'll leave you there because we're about 2 hours now, so it's probably time to say goodbye to everybody.
This was completely productive.
I really appreciate your call. It was very productive.
Yeah. Thanks for sneaking me in, guys. HHN forever.
All I heard was a big explosion behind me, and also this debris. started flying all over
That
the
guy
frickin'
is the hand of the exile, I'm pretty sure. So anyway.
Is he?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, at 600 meters per second, it's really hard to keep you in my fucking sights.
Get out of here. With
I
your-
was listening.
with
We
your
were really
advertisements.
close that
But
whole
yeah,
time.
Just,
Right.
I think before I'll let you guys make your final little thoughts for the show real quick at the end, but I think it was productive.
Go away, chat forever. God damn, dude. Why does it force it down my fucking throat?
I think
Darge.
Yeah.
You're the root of all evil.
Oi. Come over here and fuck me yourself.
All right.
Whoa. Monkey
Right,
toss.
that escalated too.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I think hopefully somebody sees this and sees like where everybody's coming from, and hopefully everybody kind of
Do you
formulates
see
their
like
opinions
20
and
fucking ships in one hangar?
shares them.
Yeah, all the time
And
on all
goes
planetary
about it in
outposts.
a respectful way, because I think nobody would agree that the flight model is where it needs to be right now. Right? And it's like Noob said in the beginning of this video, it's 7 years, guys. This is not good. This is what we were supposed to have early, and by the time we got to the PU, it should have been resolved. At least before we got to 3.0, it should have been resolved, in my opinion. Once we knew we had moons, planets, quantum travel, all that stuff should have been figured out. It's not. So let's get there as soon as possible so we can move to the important things, like what these combat pilots are going to do when they attack somebody and kill somebody, and maybe make that more interesting with little tweaks and balances between shields and all these things. You can't do any of that stuff until we know how the ships are going to fly, right? I really don't think you can. You can't make all these little power management development things until we know how to fly. It's hard, and that's why a lot of people aren't playing that.
Oh, that's right. It's hard. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's hard. They don't want to put in the effort. Fucking said it.
And I think where Darge is coming from is super fair.
Look at Lumifier. He's like, yeah, well, I was good back when it was easy.
In 1.3, I don't think it was great. I think it needed work, and I don't think having maneuvering thrusters and bouncing all over the place was a good thing either. And I think we were excited to see some changes get made, and I don't think they were the best changes. So we'll have to see. But Noob, before you go,
I don't think they're finalized changes either.
I agree.
I have one closing point.
Let's go.
It's not us and them. It's not cargo runners and dogfighters.
It can't be.
It's us and them working together.
Yeah.
If you're worried that you can't run dogfighting, don't worry, because I don't want to run cargo. Right? Let's link up. We share the mission. We even have a system for that, more or less. Anyways, it's supposed to be that way. That we negotiate a price. I'm going to get you from point A to point B, and I'm going to get good reputation and a payment for that. And I will make sure that nothing touches your shields. That's the point.
I want to see what this guy has to say. I'm over it.
Everyone, I'm Law of the West, and welcome to part 2 of this explanation on how the new flight model is going to work. So let's pick things up again by talking about thrusters. When you shoot a ship's thruster, it'll lose some of its ability to accelerate. Right now, it's really difficult to shoot out the thrusters on a lot of these ships. So the designers have been working with the ship's artists to try and make some of the elements of the thrusters be more exposed and easier to damage. Here's another thing that relates to thrusters. The new ship model is going to be a lot more lenient when it comes to physically balancing the ship. Previously, if you shot a thruster on one side of the ship, then it would cause it to start to spin out of control because it was so off-balanced. It doesn't do that anymore, and the player is given a free pass in that respect just to make the game a bit more easier to manage. So instead of spinning out of control, what you're going to feel is a reduced amount of thrust in a certain direction, while the rest of the ship remains relatively stable. And as your thrusters take more damage, they'll continue to make the ship feel even more sluggish. This effect can be asymmetrical, meaning that the ship can end up feeling sluggish in one direction and not the other. This can force you to have to change the way that you fly in some rather interesting ways, especially if this ends up happening to you in the middle of combat. So how is the new flight model going to affect larger ships? It's going to affect them in a number of different ways, but they're not going to behave any differently in terms of their core mechanics.
I don't think this is
in
accurate.
terms of
I
how
think
we
this is
control.
old shit.
They're also gonna be really
3.5?
slow and really sluggish to respond.
Yeah, pause that here. They don't have any 3.8 flight model shit. Like, nobody has anything up, like... Whatever. Expediting, go back, retrieve.
There. Should be waiting for you in the hangar.
My issue right now, Rat, is that with my fucking stick the way it is, I'm not accurately flying at all. Like, I am overshooting so fucking often because of the way...
I thought you were.
Oh, I'm dope, dude. I'm good at the fucking game. I'm more advanced than you ever will dream to be. Anyway. What you call it? Once I get my new sticks, I'll be able to actually accurately fly. That's the reason I'm not using fixed weapons right now, is because I can't accurately use fixed weapons because my stick's like fucking, it's like I dropped it in a fucking vat of Laffy Taffy, dude. Like, it's just a bad stick. It's grindy, it's fucking, like, you could come on the stream and watch the absolute fucking clusterfuck that I'm dealing with. Like, you have smooth control because you got new sticks. But in time, that will change, and because it's plastic, it's gonna fucking be terrible. But if you end up getting sticks like your fucking pedals, bro, with that smooth fucking action and actual metal construction like I'm looking into, because that's what I'm looking into, trust me, bro, it's gonna be a whole different fucking ball game. I have dead zones on dead zones on dead zones put up so I can even use the fucking thing. Flight ready?
Acknowledged.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online.
You are clear to launch.
Trust me, I wouldn't be complaining if it wasn't actually fucking true. You're up.
Thank you.
You're off.
Who the fuck are you?
Landing gear raised.
No. Up. Oh, there you are. Well, we're already at Armistice. Alright, now I'm gonna fucking shoot at you. Since we're going 1,000,000 miles per hour, I'm gonna fucking slow down first. Or black out and all that jazz. You want to stop your ship sometime soon, bud?
I want you to come get me, bruh.
Come get you? I'm not flying at max speed. I already told dude fucking from before. I'm not doing that whole fucking chase over a ridiculous amount of space because that's just garbage fucking. It's not even piloting. I'm dancing! See that pit moving all over the fucking place? Oh shit, I'm in reverse. That's something I'm gonna have to get used to on left stick. Shields forward. Forward max.
More shields.
screwed. Your shields are so much bigger! Dude, I can't even touch your shields. This is fucking garbage.
Got little pea shooters.
Yeah. Well, what fucking grade are your weapons?
Quit running away!
I'm talking! And getting my shields back. My whole ship's fucking red, bro. You didn't even tell me the answer that I was looking for.
What was that?
What grade are your...
Size
Size 3s, bro. Are you kidding me? You can't even complain about maneuverability. That fucking shit is ridiculous.
Sacrifice weapons for speed? My side.
I mean, sacrifice maneuverability for fucking weapons, bro. Like, I have grade 2s, you realize that? Size 3s? You got me fucked up.
Size 3 gimbals. Size 2 mass drivers.
Yeah, dude, I can't even get through your shields.
Couple.
Yeah, dude, you're at 99.9% health. You realize that, right?
Yeah. What are you at?
I mean, you have to scan me. My whole ship's red and orange, bro. Yeah. I'm one shot away from being dead.
Asshole.
What? I literally can't even get through your shields, bro. Literally. Using fucking MASH drivers like they're actually, like, not the meta or something. Acting like that equates as skill, bro. Yeah, you're told to use it because it's currently the... Hey! Hey! I ran 3 MASH drivers up until this patch. I'm not doing it anymore because I know the fucking... The damage model is going to completely change. And MASH drivers aren't going to be the thing to get used to. It's going to be other weapons. That's the reason I'm not using them, is because they're the meta. Fucking... What a garbage fucking reasoning to use a weapon. It's a fucking alpha, bro. Like, they're gonna be changing so much shit, so that's not the meta anymore. It's gonna be a new meta.
Oh, there's a bug you can get. Oh, that's the. Well, looky there. Happy returns, friend. I love this fucking port. Whoa. Getting deja vu.
One hangar coming up.
It's not my pad.
Yeah, I was about to say, fuck out of my path.
Whoa, buddy! Oh shit! Let's not do that. Good God, dude. Fucking bullshit. Fucking. You have 2 shield generators, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. I have 1 shield generator and fucking a hull the size of.
You're in the fastest ship. Like,
Bro, they nerfed it. It used to have 2, and it used to be mad powerful, and fucking could actually go against fucking medium fighters, because that's what you are. You're a medium fighter. You're a medium fighter. Don't let them tell you otherwise.
Bro. You gotta expect balancing changes. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, they're gonna take away one of your shield generators, and you're gonna be fucking. You're gonna be dirt.
Then they're gonna give me stealth and armor.
Yeah, but you're gonna take one of your shield generators away, and you're not gonna get any more armor than you already have. There's no way. Yo, maybe they'll balance the game so when I hit the repair button, my fucking ship repairs! Huh? How about that? Thank you.
This is the real Zeo chat.
Yo, chat, you go fuck yourself, because I don't give a shit what you think. How about that?
Catch me outside, how about that?
Gear down.
Gear down.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
Want to talk about the fucking PU? Flight model's bad. Dude, the game's not even balanced. So the flight model even fucking matters, dude. Like, are you serious? I'm running like the fucking stock load out of an Arrow, like everybody suggests you run. Fuck mass drivers when I got a lot more fucking kills with mass drivers. I'll tell you that because it's the meta. Haha. Fucking meta. Haha.
If you had mass drivers, you might have taken out my shields, bro.
I wouldn't need to take out your shields. I would have killed you. I would have fucking punched through your shields like mass drivers are intended to do. You hit me twice with those mass drivers. I should have been dead. Somehow I lived because I put all my fucking shields up front, so it actually mitigates some of the damage. You got me down to 30% fucking hull. What the hell? I've been hit with mass drivers where I was one shot with them before. Just saying. I do not have a large health pool, which doesn't matter, and shouldn't matter, because health pools are going away. Therefore, mass drivers aren't going to be as powerful, because they're not going to punch through your health pool anymore. They're just going to make holes in your ship. And seeing as how you can only hit with them 3 times, those holes are going to be pretty fucking useless. They're snipers. They're garbage snipers at this point, dude. Really are. Hey man, at least I didn't have to pay fucking $1,500 for my ships. Fucking I got what I got.
I got like a bunch of ships though. You spent $90 on your ship.
Yeah, but it came with a package.
Yeah, so did like 5 of mine.
5 of mine. Yeah, okay. Okay. Relax, bud. Relax. 5 of mine. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I like collecting things.
Yeah, even if they're not even implemented so they work in game, you know? Especially that part, right? Where you can't fucking go stealth.
I know what I like. I like black ships. Stealth.
Yeah, BBC. You like them big black cockpits. Yeah.
That's why you fly a little white pea shooter.
Yeah, dude. I think it's so fucking cute that That your shields are literally impenetrable to the same size guns that you're shooting at me, but my shields are
Bro,
fucking paper thin. Okay.
They're big ass shields that I bought.
I bought big shields too, but you're using guns that go through shields, so it's like whatever. You're using guns that go through shields. They damage through shields. You realize that, right? You don't even know the fucking meta you're running. You're running guns that shoot through punch through HP on every hit.
Just doing what works, you know.
Yeah, dude, you don't even know what the hell you're fucking actually doing. You're just doing what works because somebody told you. You don't even know the reason. That's the reason I won't use them, because they're not going to be fucking viable for much longer.
Trying to go mining or something?
Not really. I've got fucking 1.7 mil. I don't need to do nothing. I could go buy your ship right now. Like, I'm not gonna buy that garbage ship. Fucking doesn't even have stealth. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Hell no. I'd buy a fucking Saber and then just shit on you night and day. Like, what are you saying, dude? We could buy that shit, dude. Gladius would fucking do better. Ain't trying to buy a goddamn Gladius. Flight ready? Oh shit, I'm already flight ready. Never mind, I didn't even turn the fucking ship off.
Takeoff complete.
You're clear to take off.
Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear raised. Quantum drive is now off.
Would have really helped those if I was able to actually fucking track you, dude. Like, I couldn't track you because I'm either overshooting or undershooting because of this busted ass fucking stick. The reason I barely ever dogfight is because this fucking stick is trash! I can't even track an AI with this thing! Never buy a Thrustmaster stick. Oh wait. You've broken the fucking golden rule. Never got to show you what the fuck I'm working with here. Jump on the stream real quick and I'll show you what I'm working with. I could drop out of fucking this 22 million kilometer fucking jump here.
What the fuck? Dude, I open up Twitch and the dude on the fucking main thing, he's just like walking on a treadmill with no shirt on. He's talking about that. The first thing he said is, "Yeah, that's what makes your tongue feel furry." I was like, what? Bro. My Twitch is... Come on, I want to watch Domination Time. Not responding, come on, what the hell? My computer can't handle the Domination. I would be on your stream, but
I mean, I'm still flying a Crusader. I'm about halfway there. It's gonna take me time to stop anyway. You must have not been on Twitch recently. The fucking clusterfuck.
bro, look at this dude's stream.
Can't look at somebody's stream while I'm streaming. What the fuck?
Don't you know? Don't you know? This guy is editing the like he's got production value. This dude's I gotta follow him. This is too good.
Going with the Crusader now.
Quantum drive is now off.
Oh my god, he's pulling up my fucking comment. Oh my god, dude, he just full on blown up. Dude, he's got hearts coming down the stream. Oh my god, dude, I'm dying.
This shit is literally taking like an eternity to load. Alright, I'm closing this guy's stream down. There's nothing going on here. Fucking got my chat muted. Yeah. Anyway, you gonna jump on the fucking stream so you can see what the hell I'm dealing with here?
I'm sorry. This stream, like, I'm telling you, it's actually like.
Watch it. There was nothing there. Oh, so this is the max I can turn before I'm hitting. Like this is what I get to do, and then it's this. I only get that, this, and this, because my fucking shit gets yoked up. On left, I have this. It's a little faster, and then this, because that's how it is. It's like jumpy and fucking shitty. There's like a hook there. It's like fucking grinding that to that. It's like fucking ridiculous. So my yaw is all fucked up. So I can barely keep targets. So if I go to target you, I'm like overshooting, and then I can't slow. Like I have to slow down like to this, and then like that, and it's just like it's an absolute fucking mess. The stick is fucking broken. I want to get my new ones, but they don't have them in fucking stock, and I'm waiting. It's fucking garbage, dude. I hate it. I can go up and down just fine. Up and down is no problem. I can go up at all different angles, no problem. Down, all different angles. It like little hang up at the fucking very top, but it doesn't affect anything. Up and down is fine. Left and right, which is the most important for this is what I get. Like especially if I'm at like an angle. I'm trying to like go up, I get even slower reaction than it's full. It's full. It's fucking stuck full, stuck full. That is my jerky fucking bullshit movement. So if you're going at any
Tell, but I'm also on a slight delay, so I'm not seeing exactly what you're talking about as you're talking about it.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It would probably be better to go into Discord and stream it. Yeah. Discord, stream, go live. Anyway. Alright, you see the stream up?
Yeah.
Alright, so this is as much turn as I get before I have to go full. And then I go to full. Like so I'm gonna track you, I'm going full, and then I have to come back down to that, but I can't go anywhere like faster in between, like that in between right about there. It's either that or full. So what's going on here? I got a fucking gnat in my room. Great, it's dead. It's that and then full. So it like jumps. And on the left, I have this, which is like a decent amount, but then it goes straight to full. So it's like for tracking, it's really fucking difficult because, and it obviously really fucks with my situation. But there's nothing I can do about it until I get new sticks. Because it's plastic. It's
I
like
have-
plasticky grinding shit in the base of the stick. That's what's like going on there. That's my left and right axis, my tilt.
I see.
It's fucked. I've been bitching about it ever since I got on Star Citizen because it's obviously mad fucking pertinent to my situation, and all I'm doing is waiting until my sticks come in. That's why I barely fucking dogfight, and when I do, I'm like in some behind fucking area. Like behind motherfuckers. Trying to catch them from behind, how about that? But like getting the fuck out of their way is easier because all you gotta do is flip, turn, and boost. Like obviously you're not on stream or whatever, but I just flip and boost, and I'm already going up to 200 fucking meters per second because that's how this shit works nowadays. Anyway, yeah, no, that's what I'm dealing with. So that's part of the reason that I can't barely hit you, and that's why mass drivers are good for me, which is all right. But I still have trouble. I still have trouble because I can't track well enough with that fucking dot. Because I'm overshooting that dot every single time I see you. Overshooting it by hella. Especially if you're going in like a linear path across me or whatever. I'm not tracking you barely at all. Like I'm letting the fucking auto aim do all the work. Because I can't. Not with this fucking strafe tracking. That and add that I have buttons to fucking fuck with my my lateral thrusters and like a goddamn seesaw type thing on my pinky and my ring finger on my left hand. Like I don't even have a stick to fucking control any of that. My thruster's a throttle, and I'm flying in a decoupled mode, so it's like throttle, like constantly fucking rocking it whilst having to push buttons and deal with a goddamn slider, like not, I guess, I don't know what the fuck you call it. It's like on a hinge, and it's not comfortable at all. So I'm also dealing with that. I can deal with it though, because I've been used to it so damn long, but I need my fucking sticks to come in. That's what I need. Once those sticks come in, I'm going to be learning to fly from scratch.
Open star map.
Well, once everything does come in, though, I'm gonna be literally like I'm fucking learning to crawl again. I'm not gonna have any idea what the fuck I'm doing because I'm not gonna be used to a stick for throttle. It'll probably be better because I'm so used to. Well, I'm really used to decoupled mode, so it'll probably be a lot easier than I'm making it out to be, but. And it'll be weird to have lateral thrusters on a stick.
Honestly, the roll on the feet is
You're done?
the best part.
Deploying landing gear.
Gear up.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
I complain every time I fight Potato too, because I'm just like, Potato's really good at dogfighting. I don't know if it's he or she, whatever the case is, really good dogfighting.
I was kind of wondering the same thing. I think it's a guy though.
I think it's a chick, because I've heard people respond to as a chick, but probably not one of those situations where...
Maybe we shouldn't assume their gender.
Oh, well, we're not allowed to ask either, so... It's kind of weird like that, huh? I'm gonna leave my caterpillar at Hurston. I'm gonna shut down the stream. I'm not interested in streaming right now. Like, I'm pissed off about my stick situation. That's all there is to it. Later, guys.